We're live now. Yes. Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How do you do today? I'm Dustin Cormier, and welcome to How to Rock Astrology. Today, I'm excited to share with you an episode of our Sextrology series. I've been reading from these Sextrology books, The Astrology of Sex and the Sexes. Classic book from the year 2000-ish. I believe it's 2005, something like that. We're going to be hearing today about Scorpio Gay or Bi woman, lesbian Scorpio woman. So, if your biological gender is woman, and if you identify with that gender, then and you are interested in the sexual orientation of women, that's bisexual or gay, then this series is for you. As well, not just your biological gender, but for anybody who's watching this who identifies with the gender of female, no matter what your biological gender, and you are also sexually oriented towards women, then this video is also for you, for those Scorpios in the audience, for anybody who's interested, who has a Scorpio lover who is like this. I myself am in that transgender camp. I have the biological gender of a man, but I love to employ like makeup and I feel very girly. I'm a Scorpio myself, actually. And I consider myself to be a lesbian in a man's body. So with that being said, I like to say this caveat that I am a biological man. And I'm very thankful and very honored that some women and some people have asked me and requested me to do these videos on my channel. Even though I don't have a pussy like some of you sweet ladies might, I feel very honored to be presenting this information to you in the best possible way that I can. That's why I like to get all dolled up and to feel like a bit of a girl myself. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to do this video with you guys. So this is a live stream for anybody watching. Feel free to ask questions, make comments, have any concerns. I'll answer them the best I can. Today we're going to start off talking about this, particularly about the psyche of Scorpio lesbian, gay, bisexual woman. If you watch the Scorpio straight woman, I've called it the video Scorpio straight woman. I've got to work out how to categorize these a little bit better, but if you watch the Scorpio straight woman video, you'll hear about the psyche of Scorpio woman without sexual orientation. It's just purely Scorpio woman, and then when that's finally done, it talks about the couplings and the sexual psychology and erotic psychology of Scorpio straight woman after that. So, if you want to hear a little bit more about the psyche of Scorpio woman generally, then watch the straight Scorpio woman video. This video takes on from that and starts to talk about how does being a lesbian, how does being gay as a woman, how does being gay alter the psychosexual consciousness of a Scorpio woman or someone who identifies that way? So it should be juicy. It's funny how I love these books because they really show how, anybody can relate anyway. Sexual identity and sexual orientation and gender identity are all tools that we as formless Atma consciousness, we can use these sexual forms as tools in order to give alchemical composition to the transference of our energy fields between each other. And when we're banging and stuff, it's cool to have all these different ways and beings of, taking and giving and fucking and sucking and all the different ways that we like to be and do. I love that variety, that's why I love being a man when I feel like being a man and a woman when I feel like being a woman. But I digress. For those women here, this video in this part of the book It's trying to show how, I guess what I was going to say, I like this book because it shows how liking other women adds something to the psychoerotic chemistry of a Scorpio woman. Now, Scorpio woman can often be very much like a power player in any relationship. I'm going to start to give a little bit of an intro to the psyche of Scorpio woman. And eventually at the end of this, at the latter part of this video, we're going to go through the couplings, which means that we're going to go through a reading of Scorpio woman with all the rest of the other 12 sexy ladies of the zodiac. Now, Scorpio woman is a little bit of they like to be a power player of sorts. Scorpio woman in general, all Scorpios actually. Scorpio is ruled by Mars. Scorpio is actually the feminine expression of Mars, where like feminine is the word that we use, but it could just be defined as like yin to Aries is yang. Aries is the sign ruled by Mars that is masculine, initiative, kind of likes to win little battles and doesn't care about the big war. They just want to look good winning every little battle. And just they've got that attitude of being ready to go when all these showing initiative and these kinds of things on the surface in a way. And the sun in Aries is very good. The sun is exalted in Aries, and there's a strength to Aries women and Aries people that's different from Scorpio. Scorpio doesn't care about the surface of things. Scorpio just wants to win the war, the big picture, to sit in a throne of power, and to use whereas Aries comes from within the self, Scorpio likes to use their swagger and magnetism that they affect upon others in order to make everyone's lives easier, not just their own. Because when you are in the magnetic embrace of a Scorpio woman who's really hungry and lusty for you and wants to keep you, you are spinning, your atoms are spinning faster just because of the way that Scorpio woman can use you and manipulate you. Manipulate's not the right word, but definitely move you. Scorpio woman likes to be this kind of prime mover who actually can be very dedicated. Your dedication to your relationship really is a matter of your Venus and your moon. And Mercury as well, Saturn in its own ways, the seventh lord. These are the kind of things that show your capacity to be devoted in a relationship. How that comes out for Scorpio is there's often some kind of power play involved, and Scorpio often just likes to be ambitious themselves, get somewhere where they have some kind of level of prestige, where they're ambitious, especially for, Scorpio women can be very ambitious. And when we're talking about lesbian consciousness, we find that there's a little bit of a different dynamic of initiative versus reception. Let's say the Scorpio woman wants to be in the seat of power. And again, it doesn't matter what happens on the surface. So if a Scorpio lesbian woman likes to be the cute little subby bottom girl who kind of just like does things and serves in a certain way, in the way, like that won't often be the case. Scorpio woman will likely be more of a kitty who likes to be spoiled, and per se, Scorpio woman likes to be to have lots of affection and attention, and in order to garner all these things, they can play switch sometimes, where they can be a pretty little slutty kitty and serve and do lots of interesting animal, often even degrading things, and also to see that go on the other side. Scorpio often plays on both bottom and top psychically in different ways, but it's ultimately in order to please the lover, which is good in its own sake, and it's also to garner a security. That's what the Scorpio woman is finally, in a certain way, it's kind of really what they're looking for, is to feel like they have someone, something that is indelibly connected to them, cannot help but feel magnetically, passionately absorbed by the still center that is the Scorpio that just flicks its wrist and makes things happen that makes everyone's lives easier. Scorpio in general is very strong psychically and psychologically. Again, Scorpio is ruled by Mars. So Scorpio is often the type of person that kind of checks people when they talk to them. They can be either mysterious and kind of this sexy, this subtle sexiness in their face that just kind of just like moves people just because of the subtle, almost erotic expression that they just, like, it's attractive because it looks so mysterious and deep and caring, and just their eyes, the way they've got this spirit that just kind of slinks back but is so suggestive of some kind of intensity of experience. They can be very much this person in the background who does this seduction in order to wield influence and power. But they can also be this very much this tits out girl who's got like makeup and who's just like very much like ambitious, publicly ambitious, although they're not usually ambitious in the same way that Leos are. Leos are like Aries in the sense that they want to be seen in the glamour of power, and they will mess with you. A Leo woman will look for confrontation and kind of theatrical drama and get it out, and then it's like, okay, good, we got that out of the way, now we can chill. That's like Leo's thing. Scorpio woman it doesn't do that. They would rather win by just sucking themselves out, avoiding confrontation now, but learning so deeply about the person and learning different ways that they can make things work strategically in the Scorpio woman's favor so that they win the war in the end. Scorpio woman is often the boss behind the curtain, the CEO, the executive person who knows everybody's psychology, who knows the team's psyche, and is actually the one moving the people to do different things. And if, Scorpio woman and Leo woman can make great partners, because then the Scorpio woman knows where to set the bulldog that is the Leo woman. Power plays can happen there in their own ways, and we'll talk about that when we get to the couplings. So while a lot of other women tend to be kind of on the surface, Scorpio woman will, depending on your rising sign and moon sign, sometimes you'll play on that surface a little bit. Scorpio can really blend into many different ways of being, but they will always essentially be themselves, and they will always essentially be looking to be the person who's drawing the intrigue, the person who's drawing you to the power, the value of the Scorpio woman. That's why Scorpio women seek value in themselves. That's why they're so ambitious. They want to have things they want to have a car or a high position as a CEO in this or that corporate ladder so that they can wield influence and they can have a bit of money, and they can also have a contribution to be made in marriage and some kind of connection with somebody so that they can bring out the best of themselves in partnership with somebody else. Scorpio is one of the financial signs. It's opposite Taurus. Taurus is our second house. It's our money for ourselves sign. Scorpio is the second house from Libra. In the same way that Libra represents others in our marriage, Scorpio is the second house from Libra. So it's like the Taurus of our marriage. It's like the wealth that we are willing to employ with and through others. So this is why Scorpio not only finds power by actually trying to be value and to contribute something special, but they also have a psychological power by wanting to know that they want to be with a partner that is strong. They want their partner to be someone who's strong, who's not a pushover, who can match up to the sexy, suave, deep, true confidence of the Scorpio woman. And Scorpio woman will either find that they kind of succumb to the will of the strong figure of their partner while actually seducing the partner to do the will of the Scorpio. And they want to respect that partner, and they want the partner to be strong in themselves, to be psychologically strong, and to fight them, combat with the Scorpio woman. But the Scorpio woman wants to play that battle, and she wants the both of us to know that I am going to win, and I always end up winning the argument because I'm the bad bitch in the throne. But do the thing, though. Question me. Show me that you're not just some pussy little servant. Although Scorpio women can probably enjoy a lot of that in different ways. But we're talking about their ideal partner. Their ideal partner will be strong, will be just as fun and secure in themselves. And the Scorpio woman will, at some level, finally to kind of be in the power position, the one on top. In a certain way, that really is how Scorpio woman likes to be. Ironically, there's this two-sided coin to that, which is that the more secure they are, the more they feel powerful, the more they know that they've wrapped the other person in their little web. That's when they know that they're allowed to be vulnerable and to show their secretly soft heart and to how deeply impassioned and grateful that they are to the person for being what you are and for being interested in me, the Scorpio, who works so hard to be valuable to somebody, to myself, to the universe. That is the story of Scorpio's life in a lot of ways. Like I said, I'm a Scorpio myself. I often find this is just very much how I am. As usual, folks, this is a live stream, so if you have any comments, concerns, questions, feel free to ask them and I'll try and answer them. So, this is very much the strength of Scorpio woman's psyche. We read in the general thesis of Scorpio woman that in their childhood, they might be like reverent of their father. They might deeply sympathize with their father and the strength that it takes to hold a family together. Scorpio woman often finds themselves, if they're an older sibling or if they have younger siblings, they tend to start at some point to be really holding down the family roost, watching over the younger siblings, and they take on a lot of pressure for themselves early on, and that's what they want. They want to take on that responsibility because they do want to be able to work hard. It's the Mars energy just kind of really gunning it out there. And they want to be known for how hard they worked, for how much they want to be appreciated for the effort that they put in to being this bad bitch that holds something together. Scorpio really wants to be admired for all of that. And they'll likely find a partner who is passionately vocal about this feeling that the Scorpio woman always wants. Now, this is going to tend to be this way for, when it comes to lesbian couples, you have a yin and a yin, as opposed to men being yang. So when you have two yin female energies, there's an orientation of femaleness of, again, this can work out where the Scorpio woman is either an initiator or a follower. Scorpio won't be a follower per se, but they might be an attractor. It's a come hither thing with Scorpio most of the time. But they can be very much just shoulders out and just talkative and just will converse with you in just an upfront sort of way. So Scorpio will likely be either an initiator or a receptive attractor. Especially because it's a lesbian consciousness. So they are different things to different people in different sun signs, right? Certain sun signs and certain people will bring out the Dom in Scorpio, and that'll be mostly the case with Scorpio woman. But there will always be, and like that's like Scorpio woman's basic mode, but there will always be little places where the Scorpio woman wants to have a passionate heart-to-heart release, where they just look like this person who's actually being kind of cared for by the other person's love. And that can go so many different ways depending on the partner that we're talking about. So that was my little spiel. I always like to give you guys a little intro. I'm looking at my friend Magic City, who's asked a question, and you're asking, hey love, is this on Vedic astrology? I would say that I am a tropical Vedic astrologer. So whenever I talk about anything related to Western, this is Western astrology books, but I always add my own flavor, my own commentary on what is essentially a Western reading that we're about to get into. I always add my own commentary, which is very steeped and rooted in the Vedic tradition. And I'll always let you guys know, in the Vedic tradition, we think about Scorpio this way for this reason. And that whole thing that I just said is kind of my own spiel, coming from my own sense of Scorpio. But the reading today is essentially a Western author. Sextrology is the astrology of sex and the sexes. So I hope that answers your question, Magic City. Feel free to ask any more if you like, and I'll try to answer them as best I can. Now, what I'm thinking, folks, is that we've had a good little intro so far. Now I want to start actually getting into our readings today. So before we get into the psyche, we're going to start reading now from Sextrology by Starsky and Cox. And I want to do a little intro on the consciousness of Scorpio woman in general. And then we are going to get into the consciousness of Scorpio Gay woman. What does being a lesbian add to gay Scorpio woman's expression and consciousness? Now, I'm just looking for... Sorry, folks. I just need somebody who... I'm looking for the part of this book where the authors start talking about lesbian consciousness. Cool. Okay, I got it. Thanks for your patience. My friend Pesto Pasta. Well, Magic City, Magic City's asking that she's a different sign in Vedic than she is in Western. You say you're a Taurus in Western. I would read that like I'm a tropical astrologer. So if you're a Taurus in Western, like that's my Taurus. And if you're interested, Magic City, you can feel free and hang out. But I've already done a Taurus gay woman, a lesbian Taurus woman video. If you would like to check that out. Pesto Pasta has asked, what do you think about Scorpio-Leo relationship? I was already talking a little bit about it earlier in the video. If you want to watch back, if that's a thing we can do live, I'm not really sure. Maybe not. But for your sake, Pesto Pasta, once we talk, I'm in this video, I'm going to talk about all 12 combinations with Scorpio woman. So you are going to hear about Scorpio woman with Leo woman. It's a hot time. I love doing these things. Like I said, I'm like a lesbian in a man's body. And I just love the idea of talking about two women coming together and getting those juicy juices flowing. Scorpio in me loves to do this. So thanks for watching, guys. Oh, thank you, Magic City. I hope you enjoy it. Now, let's get started talking about, let's have a little intro on Scorpio woman. Now, these books have a little tag that starts off each chapter. Scorpio woman is called the specimen. It's very interesting to consider. Scorpio is often known for being very scientific, for being a researcher, for being, for not necessarily being a specimen, but other people being the specimen of the Scorpio's research and curiosity. But maybe they're a specimen for themselves. How is it that I interact with others? Wow, look at me go. What is this animal instinctive spider that is my brain chemistry working with this person? It's like they're a specimen even unto their own scrutiny. So this is Scorpio woman. Let's just talk a little bit about Scorpio woman's psyche in general, and then we'll start talking about how does being a lesbian add to this. Nobody has a higher opinion of herself than the Scorpio woman. Hers is an indomitable spirit that cannot be penetrated by even the most vehement detractors. Too self-possessed to struggle, Scorpio achieves her ambitions by amassing supporters who pave the way, if not roll out the red carpet, for her. She oozes feminine allure and foreboding egotism in equal measure. They bid would-be mates to come hither, but to do so at their own peril. The zodiac's indisputable femme fatale, she appears unmoved by a man's advances, using such insouciance to bait him into working ever increasingly for her attention. And this is the same for a Scorpio woman attracting a woman's attention. Scorpio invented hard to get, an expertise for insinuating herself into the psyche of those whom she desires, without so much as lifting a pinky. She's all mystery, wearing a perpetual poker face. Cajoling, challenging, and holding all the cards. Naturally assuming a superiority with whomever she comes into contact, Scorpio cannot help but see a man in terms of what he might do for her. With that in mind, and same thing for a woman. With that in mind, she sizes up each candidate for her affection, weighing the partner's inherent potential as a partner, a co-progenitor, and a professional success. Trying to see that value, that tact, that respectability that Scorpio looks for in a partner, while not letting them be so arrogant as to not let the Scorpio woman have power, at least some mutual seat of power. With that in mind, blah, 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 Scorpio wants the full package. And she's wary of partners and their ambition. She's wary of men and their ambitions, which she mostly considers half-baked. That's interesting that it says that. In a relationship, she'll coax out a person's best qualities while killing off their bad ones. With women in particular, whom Scorpio generally admires more than men, her bonds are at once more spiritually and sexually based. Sapphic by nature, Scorpio is highly romantic in her gay relationship, which always seems to smack of schoolgirl crushes. Interesting. It's like that schoolgirl crush on this particular type of person or character or woman. Sapphic by nature, Scorpio is highly romantic in her gay relationships, and it always seems to smack of schoolgirl crushes. That is hot to me too for some reason. I can remember being in high school and still not really having figured out my whole girlish thing. And still feeling girlish and having like those hot like crushes on a certain girl who wears a certain thing with that bra strap out, and it's like, oh, you slut. You had to wear that bra strap like that, and I'm glad you did, and I've got such a hard-on, or a clit hard-on, whatever's your thing. So, now that we've given a little intro on the psyche of Scorpio woman in general, let's delve particularly into how being a lesbian imparts something to the consciousness of Scorpio woman. I'm just reading this part on the guys dimension. There's the straight woman section. It says, of all the women in the zodiac, Scorpio may be the most open to anal sex. She likes the inherent naughtiness of such an act, always wanting to be that much more advanced than her female friends, shocking the more prudish ladies in her set with matter-of-fact recountings of whatever new trick she has tried in bed. That's cool. I just wanted to add that part. That's like on a different part of the book, but now we are going to start talking about lesbian Scorpio woman. What we read is, pretty women pretty much turn every Scorpio female on. The latent masculine Mars energy within the Scorpio woman, especially inspiring clitty hard-ons for dewy-faced natural beauties. Yeah, so Mars, Scorpio is ruled by Mars, and when the Scorpio woman sees a lovely, cute, sweet, innocent, precious little face in a girl, they like, I grit my teeth like that too, and they grit their teeth and they're like, damn, that is some pure little sweet thing that I'd love to bring down to earth. Gay or straight, all spider women Scorpios have a bit of the sapphic about them. Scorpio woman is sometimes angered by the palpable effect women have on her, since, when faced with the hottest stud imaginable, she hardly bats an eye. That's like with men. Faced with the hottest stud of a man imaginable, the Scorpio woman barely bats an eye. And she doesn't like being taken unawares. To mask any flustered feelings, Scorpio overcompensates, acting all the more superior, immediately taking the power position. When the Scorpio woman finally does actually identify as a lesbian, so that what we just said about Scorpio women, they can take like a bit of a power position and sort of like a discerning, like counterattack vibe with other women in general, to try to be in a place of power within them and over top of them, not necessarily caring about how their individual interactions are with other women, but more so how does their status amongst these women affect how they come off in terms of power to other sexual partners. How powerful, how magnetic am I to sexual partners? And are you jealous? Like that's like how Scorpio woman, I mean, not always. It doesn't need to be that insidious, because jealousy is not always the best thing to try to incite. But there is a feeling of Scorpio wanting to be like Mars. It's competitive. It wants to, competition isn't necessarily a bad thing as long as you don't take it with ego. But this is how Scorpio woman wields her sword and sharpens it and gets good at her sword play, is being attractive to potential partners. And they want to they want to discern how attractive they are to people by their ranking amongst other people and other women. And so with women in particular, straight Scorpio woman can have a bit of a combativeness because there are other players in the game going for men. Once Scorpio woman becomes a lesbian or bisexual, there's a different dimension of relationship that they open up to women. I mean, if you've been homosexual Scorpio woman for all this time, then some people say, you know, between being born with it or adapting it or adopting it or whatever, if you are a Scorpio lesbian now, you've probably been, even while you were younger, perhaps you're in a family, you didn't know that you were gay, you probably interacted with women with this feeling of a deeper possible depth than just like seeing them as mutual pawns in the conquest of the male species that Scorpio woman often has, straight Scorpio woman thinks like. So, when Scorpio woman does actually identify as a lesbian, she is notoriously mysterious about it. Like her astrological neighbor, Libra woman, Scorpio chick is not a big believer in hard and fast labels. Drawn to wholesome girls next door, she adopts a worldly wise demeanor, trying to appeal as both mentor and mother hen. The girliest girls have the greatest appeal to her. Round little dumpling ingenues, fresh as daisies and just as sweet to pluck. Adopting an adept's attitude, Scorpio looks to educate such a lovely Rita, literally leading out what sexy instincts might be lurking beneath the surface of so spotless a psyche. The devil on the shoulder, Scorpio, helping the angel on the other shoulder understand what the truth of purity, which is to be involved in the impure and not be dismayed or swayed or you know, like losing that purity or whatever. Scorpio knows the tantric fact that sexuality and intrigue and power and seduction and all this stuff is obviously not a sin, but the Scorpio is just attracted to this sinless innocence and not so much sexuality, and they want to know what kind of sexuality is potentially hiding in that kind of a sweet, innocent little pluck of a girl that these Scorpio women often kind of fall for. Playing the sophisticated lady, Scorpio seduces that wide-eyed beauty in such a subtle manner that it all seems innocent enough at first. It may begin with an invitation to the gym, or for a beauty treatment, or simply a girly sleepover with a swapping of stories and pedicures, accompanied by cocktails or champagne. But soon the conversation swings towards sex, with the Scorpio grilling her friend on every particular of her erotic history, alighting on the subject of lesbian contact. Given the Scorpio's instinctual power, she's pretty confident in her gaydar. She enjoys uncovering a closeted woman's secret tales of sapphic love, hoping to be the next page in that chapter herself. Though, as a teen, the gay Scorpio will be out clubbing every night. As an adult, she steers clear of queer bars, finding such an environment too obviously based on sex. On some level, she needs to be entering virgin territory, sensing a woman thrills to the experience as only a relative neophyte can. Appealing to her need for control, she slowly takes a woman on an erotic journey in full charge of the proceedings, as always. As the zodiac's daughter of Pluto, she shows a lover the ecstatic heights that must be achieved via the depths of sometimes degrading and debauched sexual delights. having lead that you can transmute into gold. Scorpio loves to have these dirty, intense things and kind of dirty things, kinky things. Scorpio can be very kinky. In order to draw out the gold of having done something with that lead. It's very releasing. Unlike her gay male counterpart, unlike gay Scorpio guy, Scorpio lesbian girl lands herself in relationship after relationship, never alone for long, often overlapping her liaisons. Sexually aware at a young age, she will have had many schoolgirl experiences, whether initiated by older superiors on a sports team or within fuzzy best friend bonds. If anyone were to be head cheerleader, dating the football captain, only to be secretly rubbing pom-poms with her squad mates on the side, it's Scorpio, whose youthful lesbian history reads like erotica or all-out porn, albeit geared to a male audience. Indeed, she'll be the first on the block to have engaged in group fun with members of both sexes, if not having hosted such a soiree while her parents were out of town. Sex is power to the gay Scorpio girl, who taunts the more prudish femmes in her midst, a dynamic that continues throughout her adult life, as she scratches, if not sniffs, at the surface of another woman's puritanical standards, seeking to corrupt her with prurient deeds. Often working in industries flooded with females, typically at the top of the heap where her bossiness is best put to use, Scorpio lesbian has a pool of pretties to pick from, pets whom she'll both prep for promotion and wield her power over. Minus the butch wardrobe, she, the Scorpio woman, plays Peppermint Patty to a submissive Marcy, decidedly wearing the pantsuit in the relationship. The pantsuit. Whether or not she mixes business with pleasure, allowing a work relationship to veer into a sexual one, Scorpio is imperious with the lasses she latches onto, slowly but surely putting a woman through her sexual paces. Scorpio uses the element of surprise in the bedroom, introducing new techniques and toys that will continually push her lover to the edge, faster than you can say nipple clamps. What may have started with sweet talk could end up far more slap than tickle. All Scorpios, male and female, gay and straight, welcome a little slap and pain mixed into their pleasure. But the lesbian spider lady is perhaps the most imposing on this score. Introducing her lover to new levels of excitement, she wants to assure her dominance, inculcating a lover in her specific brand of sex. She may be far more compulsive about sex than her hetero counterpart, but only because the straight Scorpio tends to substitute procreation for purely sexual experience. Still, gay Scorpio girl, though the dominant female, may also yield to her maternal instincts. She's typically the one in her long-term bonds who will choose to give birth. In fact, gay Scorpio hopes to wear as many hats as possible in her relationship as breadwinner, household boss, mother, mentor, and sexual master. Her partner will have to be content with, and indeed relish, worshipfully following in her wake, tying up all the loose ends, attending to life's little details. Scorpio's hacking into life with bold strokes necessitates the love of so amenable a maid. That's so lovely. It's true. Scorpio with these cutting strokes. That's such an apt visual of Scorpio in general, being ruled by sharp, cutting, discerning Mars. That was rock and roll. I always find these readings to be super hot. I hope you guys did too. That was the lesbian consciousness of gay Scorpio woman, at least in terms of the broad archetypes and character. Now, from here, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be delving into the specific cosmic couplings of these, excuse me, of the cosmic couplings of Scorpio lesbian woman with all the pretty lassies, the 12 other zodiac signs. So I believe that there's something that I might want to check out here before we do that. Yeah, we're going to talk about Scorpio with, yeah, okay. I'm going to go to the bathroom. For all of those watching, I hope you guys are enjoying this stream so far. We have someone, unfortunately, speaking Spanish, and I don't speak Spanish. Maybe I'll look that up later. Sorry about that, Alice, but I hope you were still enjoying. Yeah, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we'll come back, and we are going to get started on the cosmic couplings. The first cosmic coupling we're going to read about is lesbian Scorpio woman, juicily falling into the erotic, seductive intrigues of her more masculine counterpart, the Aries woman, both of them being ruled by Mars. Let's talk about it. I'm just going to go to the bathroom, folks. I'll be right back. Hi, folks. Sorry to be a weirdo, but it's the truth. Eyes be weird. Oh, okay. Stretching. Gotta stay in touch with your body, folks. Take care of your body and it'll take care of you. Hello, folks. Nice to see ya. My name's Dustin Cormier. This is How to Rock Astrology. You are about to watch a my description of Scorpio lesbian woman interacting with Aries lesbian woman, that is. This is coming from the Sextrology series. We're going to read from a few things, and then we're going to get into detail about this coupling. So this is Scorpio woman with Aries woman. I'm going to give us a few little things to chew on, and then I'm going to give my own word on the subject. This first one comes from Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. Scorpio with Aries. Sexual synergy. Keep in mind that this is going to give us an idea of what Scorpio and Aries are like without gender and without sexual orientation. This is purely astrological energy. Then we're going to add gender to it in the next reading. So, Scorpio and Aries. Sexually, you're well matched because each of you is imaginative, passionate, ardent, and energetic. Since neither Scorpio nor Aries is bound by convention, you're both adventurous and willing to experiment sexually. Even so, Scorpio's possessiveness and jealousy can drive the happy-go-lucky, independent ram Aries girl up the wall. Interesting. I would say that anytime we really read something like that, you got to consider the rising sign, the moon sign, and all the things in the chart. But Scorpio's exacting, Scorpio could be a little bit tight about Aries doing what she wants, putting her energy where she wants. And Scorpio might be counting the amount of hours that Aries gives to the Scorpio, gives her attention to the Scorpio. Scorpio might count so much and find that the Aries really only comes to Scorpio when it's by the feel of Aries, because Aries just wants to be loose and just be a ram, and you have to respect that the Aries woman is like that. You got to respect that I'm like this, baby, is what the Aries girl would say. I'm going to be like this, and you're either going to like it or you're not, and that is the case. Scorpio is there's a part of the Scorpio woman that respects that in the Aries woman. But the Scorpio woman might be a bit miffed if Aries girl genuinely disconnects from the Scorpio woman's grasp. We are just only talking about sun signs here, mind you, so there could be an Aries girl who easily can just fit right into the palm of the hand of the Scorpio. And the Aries girl will do her rock and roll thing and just be blah and all over the place, but she could be completely dedicated and loyal to the Scorpio. And the Scorpio woman might not always be so exacting and stifling that it bums the Aries girl out. We always have to take these things into consideration, that this is just sun sign astrology that we're talking about. But sun sign astrology does describe legitimate psychosexual dynamics in the erotic psyche between individuals. It's just only it's only one dimension of it, and you can't be one-dimensional when it comes to the availability of sexual expression that you can have. Or else you're just going to miss out, I think, personally. But I digress. Let's have another little reading. This one comes from Sextrology, which is the book that we just read from, if you watch the start of the video. This is another little gumball. And then we're going to flesh out what Scorpio and Aries are like. Scorpio woman with Aries woman. Scorpio holds herself up as a prize, the role Aries ordinarily assumes. Tables turned, the ram is floored with feelings for the sultry scorpion sex pot. This all-consuming tie might not last, but it is damn lusty. Probably comes from the fact that they're in the 8th and 6th house from each other. So that was that little gumball, and we're going to get into more detail. Scorpio and Aries woman are both ruled by Mars. And I guess the more interesting thing that I wanted to say is that so Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. Scorpio is the 8th sign of the zodiac. So when you think about it, the Aries woman's sun, the Scorpio woman's sun is 8 houses away from the Scorpio woman's sun. So the houses can be enacted from any, this is like a bit of Vedic wisdom for you guys. Houses can be accorded from any position of any planet. Even the sun, we're used to counting the houses from the rising sign, but you can count the houses from the sun, and if a planet is there, it'll affect it in the house way. If your Mars is in the 8th house from your own sun, if you're an Aries sun and Mars is in Scorpio, then your Mars interacts with your sun in an 8th house way. You can do that with anything. The most common one to do it from is the moon. Like what's in the 5th house from the moon? It's going to give you 5th house things. So the Scorpio woman is in the 8th house position from the Aries woman's sun. And this gives the Scorpio woman a depth of power. It unlocks what is Scorpio to the Aries. Aries being the natural 1st house of the zodiac. This is always the thing with Aries, is that they always have a double emphasis on anything they interact with because they're the 1st sign and house of the zodiac, if that makes sense. So the Scorpio woman has a deep entryway of like hotness, of seductiveness, of like the Aries woman even probably has trouble holding themselves together under the hot energy that the Scorpio naturally has over them. And the Scorpio woman even interacts with them at a deep instinctive psychological level. The 8th house is a house of instinct, intrigue, sexual connection. In Vedic astrology, we consider that the 8th house is a house of financial partnership, which involves energy, which involves interaction, which involves emotional sentiment, and financial could just be translated to energy. So Scorpio naturally just wants to bring out an energy connection, and they do this especially for the Aries woman. And that's where a huge part of this deep lustiness comes from. Of course, we're probably also going to read that Aries is in the 6th house position from you, being the Scorpio. So Aries is in your 6th house, and this is a woman who this could be a beautiful combination because the Scorpio represents such an opening doorway of depth and dimension, and the Aries is otherwise chopped up small pieces life, where they just chop everything up and they're organized and they just interact with everything at a surface way they can. Not always. Aries can go very deeply, but then they go on to the next thing. Scorpio can be this open doorway to seeing past just this moment for the Aries. Seeing the depth and penetrating presence of love and ecstasy that can be available to the Aries in every moment. They feel that in the connection to the Scorpio in every moment. The Scorpio woman, on the other hand, gets Aries is in the 6th house from you as the Scorpio. So while you draw the Aries in on this long range energy that they're not all that used to, they, for you, often just feel instinctively inclined to serve in a 6th house way. They might want to be this sort of little soldier who you give them such security and such emotional closeness and coddling and even psychological help and therapy, so that the Aries completely clears out and understands their background of their psyche, understands who they are, feels empowered by you, the Scorpio woman, and through that they say, now what can I do for you? I can't give you this same therapeutic thing that you do for me, so how about I go and get a smoothie, or can I make you breakfast in bed, and what can I do for you at the end of work? Aries interacts with Scorpio in this sort of way, just wanting to be serviceful and useful as like the pit bull that the Scorpio woman can like, or like a sled dog. Aries woman is like the sled dog for the Scorpio woman whipping from the back. I think that's can be a hot combination. Now that's my interpretation of how this energy is going to play out. Ultimately, as we've read, that's why this lustiness can be all-consuming, because Scorpio feels that Aries kind of can want to serve, even though she has the respectability that Scorpio woman wants. But also, like, I mean, she's her own woman. She is respectable, and you can't push an Aries woman too much. She's going to do her own thing. But if you give her just enough leash and then kind of tell her what you want to do, the Aries woman will do it if she feels like she's doing it for the sake of her own desire to serve you. If you can make that magic happen, then the Aries will serve you. But you can't make them feel like they aren't acting by their own loving instinct, because then they'll just feel like they've been manipulated and there's a power play for the sake of a power play, and they won't be as into it. It's part of the beauty of Aries woman, is that she's autonomous. But she is autonomous and independent and yet so easily swayed. And she is. The Aries woman listens to her heart, and it's her heart that beats so fervently that makes them do their own thing. Fuck you, I'm my own person. But that fuck you, I'm my own person is the heart. And if that heart is connecting to you, then they will be like that to the rest of the world. Fuck you, this is the sweetheart that I've got to make time for, kind of thing. So that Aries fuck you mentality, that independence, that autonomy, because it's so autonomous, it deeply seeks. It's almost like Aries woman is like, Aries in general can very much be like this. It's like a dog that wants to feel the freedom that it's free on a central pole, that it has it'll only run around, and it can run as far as it wants. It can run 20 miles down, but they're still attached to this cord, and that they have to come back and kiss this lovely central pole that gives them some kind of feeling like they have something to stand on while they go and do their sailing around that they do. And they'll hope that the Scorpio woman can be that. Give them the freedom to run around, but a little bit of that cute sort of like, like where have you been? Can be like, it just shows that there's more of a deep connection than just another surface that Aries penetrates in the life of doing that. That's what Aries does. Penetrating veneers to get to a combative conquering of something or other. That's what Aries woman does. So that was my little wrap on these two. This reading is going to come from Cosmic Coupling, same authors as the Sextrology series. We're going to hear about Aries woman and Scorpio woman. The books give like a little title for each of these. This one's called The Rush. Let's hear about it. This is Aries woman and Scorpio woman. Chemistry. Scorpio inspires awe in the Aries, who generally doesn't defer to other women. They are both ruled by Mars, Scorpio being co-ruled by Pluto, the one who wants to win the war. And thus, they share an affinity based on that planet's principles, Mars. So the two of these both enjoy in each other and in themselves objectivity, courage, detachment, forthrightness, and its rule over ye old libido. Mars kind of ruling the libido, the hot, sexy, deeply passionate, penetrative, or receptive energy. Mars can be deeply, what's the word I'm trying? Not aggressively, but extrovertedly receptive, like fuck me already, that kind of thing. Like the power bottom, like, yeah, fuck me, baby. That's like, even though they're on the bottom, it's still this Mars directive, right? So Aries and Scorpio are both ruled by this power command of Mars. Aries suspects Scorpio has mastered all of the above. That's objectivity, courage, forthrightness, and the libido. While Aries herself, she acts out more rashly. Aries is bratty. And so the Spider-Woman Scorpio makes the ram, Aries, snap to, showing her, by example, how to keep a lid on emotions and achieve more by stressing less. The world waits for Scorpio, who is typically so nonplussed that Aries might be in relationship with one and not even know it. Scorpio slithers into a partnership, as if unnoticed, on what she assumes is an unspoken understanding, loath to talk about life while she is living it. Loath to talk about life while she is living it. Are we going out? I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know if I should say it like that, but like, there would probably be an aloofness if you ask Scorpio that question, at least early on. It does eventually get. But we love that about Scorpio. That passionate desire for you. Now, compatibility. The fact that Scorpio takes charge in this bond is almost beside the point, as she is in such a trance in all she does that she doesn't even notice that Aries, by contrast, is hitting all her marks day to day like a free-falling pinball. Bing, 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 bing. Scorpio is something of a friendly ghost in Aries' life. The ram, Aries, knows that the Scorpio woman is there, but they seem to operate in different dimensions. Of course, the story changes in their downtime, when they are blatantly on the same page. Scorpio will check in on Aries and offer her strong opinions and directives, and the ram enjoys a lover's interest in every detail of her busy life. At times, like something out of a growing teen, Aries will flare up and take Scorpio to task for being too controlling. The latter, Scorpio, often letting these tantrums pass without a fuss. Scorpio is a patient partner who nonetheless appreciates Aries' fiery temperament and outsized zest for life. Now, let's look at their carnality, the fun bedroom stuff. Seduction remains a constant here. Scorpio is the zodiac's femme fatale, who, at least to her mind, is the sultriest thing on two legs, between which lies an unceasing yen. In bed, she relinquishes all butch responsibilities to Aries, who is encouraged to execute them in the extreme. Scorpio, too, pulls out all stops to embody her lover's dream lady, constantly building her sexual repertoire on an ever-growing catalog of behaviors that elicit the most vivid Aries girl response. Double entendre intended. Scorpio desires deepest penetration, and Aries is a minor 69er who will become a dildo connoisseur in the process, for doubleheaders in particular. A naturalist herself, Aries will enjoy Scorpio's love of subtle flourishes, noirish stilettos, lipstick, nails, perfume, that help her release her inner succubus and have her devil way. Aries laps it up as best she can. Squirt can make a great nickname for a Scorpio. Just one of the many ways that sex between this pair is so in your face. Very cute. Super hot. I think that one's definitely probably one of the hotter combinations because it's Mars and Mars. And there's different, I'd say Aries and Scorpio probably have a more natural compatibility than Scorpio and Scorpio. The fact that Aries is exalted, it's the exalted sun position. Aries can do a lot, has a natural sense of a certain vitality, where Scorpio woman is such the slow leaning back, peering, cognizing, calculating, armchair thinker in a way that Scorpio can get rigid and crystallized even in their energy body. And there are times when the Scorpio will just, do this come serve me thing, and then they'll just do it. Just get me. And then like the Aries girl will just pour herself and stick her thigh right up into the Scorpio girl's pussy and rub and just completely like have the same Mars thing that Scorpio does. Scorpio can be very rigid and powerful muscularly and do the same too. But again, Scorpio is this broad strokes, these big strokes, whereas Aries is like chop, chop, chop. And Aries, the way that Aries moves and can get Scorpio out of a certain rigidity that Scorpio probably deeply appreciates. Deeply. No pun intended. Or pun intended. I don't know how I should say that. Hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm Dustin Cormier. This is How to Rock Astrology. I hope that was a sexy time. I love doing this stuff for you guys. And stay tuned for more because we always got more sextrology stuff happening. Thanks for watching. For those watching live, feel free to keep hanging out with me because we are going to be talking next about Scorpio woman with Taurus lesbian woman. My friend Hollywood Snow Bunny says, I love your hair, and I thank you so dearly, Hollywood Snow Bunny. I would let you eat my hair and many more things than just that. Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. So, for those watching live, as I always say, it is a live podcast, so you can hang out, ask any questions, talk about my hair, tell me that you want to eat it, and I will do my best to tell you that you can, because that's hot. Well, it's its own thing. If you're into it, I'm into it, baby. Okay. I feel like I should just jump right in and do this Taurus thing. Taurus woman and Scorpio woman. Lime face, ooh, lemon face, ooh, lime face, ooh. Greetings, folks. Nice to see you. My name's Dustin Cormier, and this is How to Rock Astrology. Today, I have the privilege of talking about Scorpio lesbian woman. Some ladies on my channel have requested that I do Scorpio gay woman. I'm a Scorpio myself, and I hope you guys enjoy. I guess I always like to say I'm transgender, I'm genderqueer. I feel like a lesbian on the inside, and I'm a Scorpio myself, very strongly Scorpio, biologically male. And I'm very thankful for the opportunity to transmit this data for any ladies watching. Thank you for the opportunity. So yeah, we are now talking about Scorpio woman with Taurus woman. This one should prove to be an interesting one because, of course, this is the 7th house relationship. Scorpio and Taurus are in the 7th house from each other. This one tends to be very odd. That's the best way to say it, because your opposite sign is very different from you in the same way as you. It's like the same archetypal energy in a different cosmic dimension. For Scorpio, it's her security in the relationship, looking at the couple. Whereas for Taurus, it's her security in the relationship, looking at her own energy and knowing how her own energy interacts with the energy of the other person. Venus, Taurus, is more about how it interacts, whereas Scorpio woman is about like what it is, and especially like what am I in this relationship? What do you bring to me? I mean, I know they seem very similar because they are. If there's a defining difference, I would say that Taurus is interested in how her own nature and comfort complements the relationship, and Scorpio is interested in how your behavior, your action brings me security and confidence. It's interestingly different and yet similar. So I'm going to start rapping about it so I don't just get stuck on the same idea in my head. First thing we're going to do is we are going to read from a few little gumdrops, a few little essences of this sign relationship from different books, and then we're finally eventually going to get into detail about it through Cosmic Coupling, the same authors who wrote the Sextrology book. So first reading we're going to have on this sign coupling is from Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. This is the sexual synergy of Scorpio with Taurus. And this is an archetypal energy. This is Scorpio and Taurus without considering gender or sexual orientation. This is just what is Scorpio like with Taurus. Astrologically, it's a 7th house interaction. Scorpio with Taurus. When the jealous scorpion and the possessive bull come together, the union can turn into an ongoing battle. I think it's a bit extreme, but we're only talking about sun signs here. But let's read what it says. When the jealous scorpion and the possessive bull come together, the union can turn into an ongoing battle. Despite the strong physical attraction, you can only achieve harmony through the exercise of tolerance and patience on both sides. If you overcome your differences, you may forge a bond strong enough to last a lifetime. It's because the nature is so similar, so familiar, so deeply rooted in a similar form that these two just deeply grip each other because they really need each other in such a deep way when they finally splinter out all the lead that comes from all the other interactions of all the other planets between them. They really can be very strong, powerful marriage partners for each other. They say about this, any opposite relationship, that it can go stale, especially Scorpio and Taurus, because they're both fixed signs and they're both falling down to earth, down to gravity. But this staleness, I always want to say, like, it's not staleness, but there are stale mates that can happen. Similar ways of looking at things, both being stubborn and not compatibly interacting outside of the fixed nature of both of their signs here. And now, what we have to consider is that we're talking about two women. So the sun signs are very different from women than they are from men. Men deeply project their sun sign. Women tend to kind of like seek their sun sign, no matter what your sexual orientation is. They kind of seek their sun sign in their partner a little bit in a certain way. So That being said, the sun is just not as powerful an influence for women. So, the women are more about the moon and the feeling of things, the feeling, the vessel, the relationship itself, the interaction. Less about like what comes from the relationship, but more about like how it feels, how good it is, and how it's functional for the relationship's sake. Lesbians tend to be more interested in the subjective experience of humans per se. I shouldn't necessarily say that as a generality per se, but as these are two women interacting, the sun signs are only going to be so dominant in this relationship. It'll really be more about the interaction between the two ladies' rising signs, the moon signs, and Jupiter. It's a secret Vedic secret that I've been trying to introduce to these videos, is that if you're a woman, if you're a woman of any orientation, look to your Jupiter, to what your Jupiter is, the sign, the angles to it, whatever, to show what kind of partner that you're really seeking. And especially if the Scorpio woman has Jupiter in an earth sign, or if the Taurus woman has Jupiter in a water sign, that means that someone's Jupiter is trying the other person's sun, and they will be best friends, and the relationship will bring a meaning, a spiritual meaning and richness that is more than just the comfort. That's more than just feeling good together, because women know who feels good with whom. They know between each other how good and how comfortable they feel with each other. I mean, just like any love relationship, it's hard to know how you're going to really get along with someone. But if your Jupiter is configured in a way that interacts with the other person's moon or their sun or their rising sign, then you will find a deep satisfaction out of the natural way that they are, the way they laugh. They make you laugh. What's funny to them is deeply, deeply endearing to you. So that's why these sun signs only say so much. That's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Always consider that when you're talking about sun sign dynamics. But that being said, the sun does, for everybody, it is the center, the Atma. It's the center of the solar system. It is the central figure around which all things spin. And it does represent a deeply important part of any relationship as well. So let's not discount this sun sign reading. You just need to consider, anytime you hear any broad, heavy statement made in sun sign astrology, that it's the strength of your own signs. When you hear about the jealousy of Scorpio, if you've got a good Venus and your Jupiter is working well with your other partner, then you're probably satisfied enough that you don't really need to grip them. Scorpio will always grip things in little ways, but it'll be easy and you won't have to worry about it. You'll make dinner for them at this time, or you'll get them to do something. You'll have some kind of sway that makes you both know that you don't need to be worried about it or insecure about it. And that jealousy thing won't come on as strong. That'll probably, again, this is a part of your psycho-erotic chemistry with anybody. Scorpio has these ways. You just got to always consider that you can't let your experience of your relationship with a Taurus be bound by the Scorpio-Taurus archetype. There's way more going on in every individual relationship's charts. Now, anyway, I shouldn't make these spiels that long. I'm figuring this out as I go. But now that I've said that caveat, let's get another little gumdrop piece of Scorpio and Taurus. Now, this is Scorpio and Taurus woman. This is a gumdrop picture of the relationship that is including the fact that they're both lesbians. What does being lesbians add to the interaction of Scorpio and Taurus? This is coming from the original Sextrology. After this reading, we're going to go into more detail. Scorpio woman with Taurus woman. Taurus sends a shockwave through Scorpio, who, in turn, takes the role of guru to the suggestible bull lady. A sexual relationship may develop ever so slowly. Months could pass before so much as a kiss is risked. It's because these two girls might find themselves falling into a quasi-marriage, 7th house, Libra, marriage. They might find themselves falling into a marriage vibe with this other person and not even, like, kind of see that, but just be like, that's not necessarily a marriage. I mean, we're just interacting very deeply, committedly to only each other. It's not necessarily a marriage. But that's how these two can fall into that. And then because they know that they love each other in the deep way they do, they might want to be friends, and they might not want to sully this good, beautiful friendship that we have with the possibility of the lust that we feel for each other unfurling into a deeper relationship. You know, maybe we shouldn't just yet. That's kind of what happens with this vibe. And then one day they're both drunk and having a girls' night and talking about past relationships and sex, and Scorpio woman beaming the Taurus with just like, so have you ever considered lesbian sex or something? Or well, if they're both lesbians anyway, then, you know, the Scorpio woman will draw out like, oh, so what'd you do for that girl's pussy, huh? What made her tick? Oh, and how did you, oh, you made that work? Is that what you're like? So the Scorpio woman will wax philosophic on all these things and then start to say little things like, I bet that's really nice. You know, like, oh, wow, so you can eat pussy for like, you know, 2 hours and you enjoy it? I bet that's really nice. You know, so one day that'll happen and it'll just be like, boom, kiss, nailed it, let it roll. But even then, there might be a sexual tension that these two got to work out before it finally mounts, so to speak. So I've been rapping for a while, so I feel like I just want to jump right in and start talking about Taurus woman with Scorpio woman. Our book gives each of these a tag. This couple is called The Limit. They always give these cryptic little, the same authors who did the original Sextrology book. Hopefully my computer just looked like it just stalled a little bit. Hopefully the audio tracking isn't off. I wonder if you guys can let me know. Is the audio tracking off for anybody watching? Is the voice lined up with the audio? Is my visual voice lined up with the audio? Let me know, because if it's not, then I might just have to call this like part 2 or something like that. Okay. Sorry about that, technical difficulties. This is Taurus woman with Scorpio woman. Our book calls this combination The Limit. Chemistry. Though so-called opposite signs, each of these ladies sees herself a mirror image in the other. Scorpio immediately kicks into mentor mode, viewing the Taurus as green, no matter the bull's age, and thus in need of direction on any given subject. Scorpio actually hides her insecurity behind bossiness, but it's often all she can do to not jump out of her skin with desire. Such is the Taurus's usual effect on her. The bull, who looks at the world askance, not trusting easily, will at least feign deference, willing to be guided and hopefully given a leg up in some sense in this would-be bond. That's funny. She sees Scorpio as a seasoned character, someone who has gained knowledge through the experience of being knocked down and always rising phoenix-like. Scorpio is naturally someone on whom Taurus models herself. That strength, that veracity, that integrity that Scorpio woman can express. feel like the Scorpio's toughness that she's always gone through is different from, there's a cuttingness that the Mars of Scorpio woman implies, that she is not often taking in her life because she's burrowing into the penetrating the things that she's got to penetrate in order to enact her will. Taurus has been spending all her time on the hedonic thing, on learning how to enjoy deeply for a long time. Baby, if you know, like, when was the last time you had a spa day, girl? Like, Taurus has been learning how to enjoy the pleasures of her own flesh. And Scorpio can probably learn a lesson on that because Scorpio has been learning all the harder dimensions of life. That's why Taurus can be such a deep release for Scorpio in a certain way. Although this relates to their incompatibility in a sense, when they are incompatible. When the fixed, stubborn natures of both sides come out, has something often to do with this stubborn way of Scorpio woman being the guru, and then the Taurus woman being the... I lost my train of thought, but I want to let's stick to our reading to try and get the seed of what we're talking about here. We're going to look at the compatibility between Scorpio woman and Taurus woman. Both creatures of habit, Taurus woman must bend to her Scorpio lady's control, getting in sync with her rhythms and allowing her alpha status. The bull is rather self-centered in this relationship, which Scorpio actually encourages, just as she is in the business of helping foster her mate, avoiding any self-examination. Right. Scorpio is looking at the relationship. Taurus is looking at what she adds to the relationship. So both of them are, in a way, dealing with how Taurus is. Because Taurus is like, I am this way. And Scorpio says, okay, now let's see how we can't move our mutual energies around to fit something that's best for both of us, and thus avoiding losing a bit of self-examination in the process. But that's just part of the selflessness that Scorpio tends to enjoy employing. There can be a surplus spinning of wheels, as inertia can be the combined enemy of these two. Security is a key factor for Taurus in relationships. So Scorpio makes it her top priority to provide for the good of the bond, and also because it is her best means of establishing control. Taurus is happy to relegate it. Sure, Scorpio is the authority, but the ongoing subject in the relationship is the bull and her needs. Of course, it's narcissism on the Scorpio's part too, as she is forever making her mate over in her image. Together, they are family-oriented, looking to settle and raise a brood. Kind of bring that out of each other in a certain way, although not everybody needs to have children. I mean, I love the idea of adopting. A lesbian couple adopting is probably one of the best things ever for the world, just because there's so many orphan kids, and if they've got the loving energy to transmit, that's a beautiful thing. Now, let's look at, now that we've taken a look at the compatibility between these two, let's get to the fun stuff and talk about the carnality. Scorpio is focused on Taurus's pleasure. The bull here can be passive in the extreme, and Scorpio will try to take this lover to her limits, physically and psychologically. Both women tend to bottle up their feelings, which then comes surging to the surface during lovemaking. They each like sex to be unhurried, while the more mental manipulations that excite Scorpio in the sack can be lost on Taurus, or leave her rather cold. The bull is a sensualist, a bodyist, and Scorpio may be more staccato in her movements, appreciating the application of pressure even as it borders on pain. Meanwhile, Taurus attempts to alleviate the proceedings, more subtly toying with Scorpio, often literally, with the use of some purchasable gadgets or another. In asserting her agenda, Scorpio may play a soft core dominatrix. One is reminded of Jean Genet's play, The Maids, as power is constantly shifting. Though Taurus is the so-called submissive, it is she who will ultimately give Scorpio the proverbial thumbs up or down. Taurus is the one that's interesting. It's usually really often... Well, yeah, no, this makes sense to me. Even it's like this in Taurus and Scorpio relationships. Although other genders bring out Scorpio being the pretty kitty and being the one who is like in control in the way. But Scorpio is doing this manipulating, and not manipulating, but jiving to what Taurus is putting out in order that it can better affect and do for the relationship for Taurus what is seeking to be done. So that is definitely an interesting one. There's a hot, this can be a very hot combination because the two are so fixed and so forward moving. It's Venus and Mars. It can definitely be a juicy energy. You would want to look to Mars and Venus and the moon and the rising sign and Jupiter especially. Again, Jupiter. Jupiter's our interaction with all those things, particularly Mars, moon, sun, and rising sign. This is what is going to bring out the deeper, juicy sensuality and sexuality and spirit of enjoyment between this essentially rather dually fixed and mutually heavy and rigid fixed sign energy of the sun. It's all the other things, the mutabilities and cardinal energies between the two that'll shake up and add dynamic interplay between these solidly fixed elements. And these are like two fixed suns for whom all the other energies between each other act as the mediators and interlocutors. And it can be very juicy. And again, I always like to say these things because it's easy for people to consider that this is a combination that can be stale and fixed and all these things, as we've kind of seen here. It can be very juicy. It just depends on your love for each other and all the other things going on. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm Dustin Cormier for How to Rock Astrology. Thank you so much for watching. Keep an eye out because I always got more stuff coming out, more of the sextrology things happening. We're going to try and do them for every sign combination possible. If you're a straight, or if you're a bisexual Scorpio, feel free to check out Scorpio Straight Woman for the straight combinations between these two and whatever other Scorpio stuff. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. For those of you watching live, feel free to hang out with me. We are going to go into Scorpio with Gemini Woman next. Thanks for watching. I'm probably just gonna, I don't know, I might just pour right into this one. My friend G is watching. Thanks for hanging out with me, G. I hope your wow was a positive wow. I hope you are enjoying the show. Hmm. Hmm. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see you today. Ladies and ladies, I guess I should say for this one. My name is Dustin Cormier, and this is How to Rock Astrology. Today, in this part of this episode, we are talking about Scorpio Gay lesbian woman with a lesbian Gemini lady. The fritzy, frilly, cute, go by her wits, go by her tra-la-la-la-la kind of energy. The Gemini has this sprightly, young, plucked, funky, fresh energy that Scorpio can often love very deeply. Gemini is in the 8th sign from Scorpio. So this is Scorpio's 8th house. Is that right? Yes. So it is the Gemini woman who's going to affect the most Scorpio-like energy on Scorpio woman. What's interesting is that Gemini is in the 8th house from Scorpio. So Gemini has a scorpionic come hither power play dynamic in a way with Scorpio. Gemini just being the flitzy what it is, wanting to have its own autonomy, has an era of instability and their own sense of power and being unleashed, being free to do whatever they want, which can frustrate the Scorpio, but also has a power dynamic that they lust for in an 8th house way. A frustratingly vague sense that I wish I could capture this person, but I'm also glad that I can't. What's interesting is that Scorpio is the 8th house, is the 6th house from Gemini, right? Gemini being the first. You can count any amount of signs from any position, and it'll be considered like a house. So let's say Gemini is the first house for the sun in this case. Cancer would be second, Leo would be third, Virgo would be fourth, Libra would be fifth, Scorpio would be the 6th position, the 6th house from Gemini. But Scorpio is the 8th sign. So it's got a scorpionic energy to it too. The Scorpio woman is just leaking Scorpio energy. So Scorpio is like this, they're both like Scorpio and they're both like Mercurial. 6th house and 8th house energy interacting in a very deep way here. That is to say that Scorpio will actually be serviceful to the Gemini just because of the way these two interact with each other. Gemini will probably be this ambitious or sort of on her own little windfall place in life and can be very ambitious and social, and she can be very on the surface, while Scorpio does a whole bunch of things in the background for them. And it'll be routine, habitual, keeping the Gemini energy, making her sandwiches and putting her shoes on and these sorts of things, like, I don't know, just things, 6th house things the Scorpio woman will do to kind of feel functionally useful and valuable, especially to the Gemini. Especially if the Gemini is very well to do and brings out a certain thing in the Scorpio. So let's get into it. Before we read from what we're ultimately going to read from, which is Cosmic Coupling, it's the same authors that do the Sextrology series. I'm going to read from a few things to wet our whistle and give us a little sense of how this couple relationship is going to pan out. First one we're going to read from is Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. This is Scorpio with Gemini. Already, I'm seeing that. Okay, so let's keep in mind that this is purely sun sign astrology in this book. It doesn't talk about whether you're a man or you're a woman or what your sexual orientation is. This book is just a pure glimpse at Scorpio interacting with Gemini in relationship. First thing we read off the bat, a difficult combination. I think that that's a bit silly to say because this is only sun sign astrology. So don't think that just because that says that your interaction with a Gemini won't necessarily be written in the stars. There's much more going on than just your sun sign. I'm going to talk a bit about that, but let's just see how the sun sign interaction works together, according to Phyllis Vega. She says that this is a difficult combination. Let's think about why. Scorpio is intense and emotional. Gemini, ruled by Mercury, is cool and easygoing. Scorpio has a jealous nature, an intensely seeking solid, familiar things in life, our favorite bar, our favorite outfits, our car, our home, our favorite outing. Scorpio likes to have our favorite this. And Gemini can be quite fickle. Scorpio doesn't like the sense that there isn't a firm security and fixedness. Although the Gemini mutability can be positive and can help the Scorpio adapt in certain windy ways. So, if the Scorpion holds the reins too tightly here, the Gemini might just bolt. Still, the twins, the Gemini girl, may find the Scorpion girls, it doesn't say girls, this is just pure archetypal energy. The Gemini may find the Scorpion's sexual aura to be compelling. Gemini enjoys differences, Scorpio does not. That's a huge one. It's very prudent to say. Mars just wants to get on with doing and wants to have a cohesion in order that we can have a conquest on what we're doing. Gemini is not like on a conquest to conquer the world of control and power and to grab the reins of nature and be their master. Gemini is just more interested in the hilariousness of this girl's nose. Can you believe that nose? You know, like Gemini is just can be on a very different wavelength and just wants to have a good time and enjoy good experiences, to be a tourist, to enjoy superficial things. Let's go on an outing. Let's go into the tunnel of love. Have a cute little moment there. Maybe that might even be more of a Scorpio thing. If these two went to an amusement park, Gemini would be like actually riding the rides. Like, have you gone on Top Gun yet? Or like the Canadian Mindbuster here in Canada. I'm in Toronto. The Canadian Mindbuster. Have you ridden it yet? And Gemini is kind of like, yeah, let's do it, and grabbing Scorpio by the hand. Come on, let's go. And the Scorpio is using all of this as a way to connect to the Gemini, whereas the Gemini is looking to add to her own library of experiences with the Scorpio. And just in general. Gemini just wants to have the good time for both of them. But what happens is that Scorpio ends up actually having a good time with Gemini because Gemini is so real. Gemini is in whatever she's talking about. Scorpio is one step behind, watching how I ought to be interacting with all this, whereas Gemini becomes one with it all. What are we doing? Where are we going? And that's an interesting dynamic between these two. But I understand that it can cause conflict because Gemini enjoys differences while Scorpio does not. Gemini enjoys talking about things, and even just when, you're like this, huh? Like Gemini likes talking about how we're different and we are compatible because of these differences. Where Scorpio would rather talk about why, how and why is it that we are similar? How is it that we are bonded together in our spirits and our souls and our nature and all these things? So I definitely get that. we're going to read another little gumball picture here before we get into detail on Scorpio and Gemini. This comes from Sextrology, the astrology of sex and the sexes. This is the original Sextrology book. They give these little blurbs on each sign combination. So this is Scorpio woman with Gemini woman. Two become one. From the start, they're happiest alone. Scorpio transforms jumpy Gemini into a serene sort, helping her with her psychology, just talking with her about how her behavior is, seeing the center of her behavior, asking her questions about where these behaviors would have started and is that your ideal personality that you want to be? You know, Gemini doesn't think about these behaviors, she just is them. The pressure to be everything to each other may overwhelm. Sexually, outsiders are off limits. These two can probably be rather jealous sorts between each other. Scorpio knowing the flittiness of Gemini, and Gemini just getting the same, because of what Scorpio is, Gemini, between each other, they get the 8th house and 6th house tightness that Gemini actually, they're flitty and flirty, and they might seem, you know, flitty and flirty, but Gemini actually likes to just have, kind of like Aries does, Gemini likes to have a central pole which they're tied to, and they can have all the freedom to run around and flirt and say hi to people and do all these fun things and have my own little hobbies and businesses and my job and all these things, but they like to actually have somebody who is solidly helping them organize it all, make sure it's all going through, and that they can have fun with in a light way throughout it all, and take things lightly with this one desirable lover in person. As long as that pole doesn't actually like stop them from going where they want to go. As long as that central pole doesn't obstruct their movement, which Scorpio has to be aware of and careful of. I mean, that's part of why we love Scorpio woman, is that she's looking, you know, she packs your lunch, and she's looking to make sure that you've got all your things in order, and that, you know, like, that we're still good, and that, like, you know, the continuing narrative of what we're becoming is burgeoning forth, and not being sidetracked and derailed from Gemini deciding to go to Milan for 2 weeks randomly on a Saturday when she's drunk. You know, like, I mean, I don't know, depending on Scorpio's things, if Scorpio's got a lot of air in her chart, then she can jive with that. You know, these are just sun signs, folks, and I always like to say, secret Vedic technique especially for lesbian women, but you know, this technique has everything to do with how women are affected by their lovers. Look to the Jupiter to see, because, you know, between lesbians, the sun is not it's not as central of a figure in a woman's life as it is for a man. A man expresses, the sun is a man's dick, and like they just what they are. It's how they project themselves in a lot of ways. Women really are more in tune with the moon, with their own moon, with their partner's moon, etc. And so for women, it's really about how the moon and the rising sign and the Mars interact with Jupiter. It's your Jupiter as a woman that you can really seek in the partner. See if the partner's like, you know, so if you're the Scorpio woman, if your Jupiter is in an air sign, Libra, Aquarius, or Gemini, then it'll probably be in trine or conjunct your Gemini partner's sun. And that will be deeply enriching. Jupiter is like a friendship planet, but it's deeper than friendship. It's like the feeling of the genuine enjoyment and laughter that gives you a belly laugh with anybody. It's when your Jupiter interacts with your partner's rising sign, with their moon sign, or with their sun sign. That especially. If you have any of that going on, then you will have a friendship vibe that can bring a deeper closeness in this relationship. Particularly, like, you might also want to look for ties of Venus to Saturn, or of Mercury, or of anything to Saturn in the other person's chart, because Saturn interactions will also help ground this flitty energy feeling that can happen between these two. Just that the fact that the Scorpio can't always rely on Gemini makes them make promises to each other. The Gemini likes to be so free and kind of light, caring about certain things, that Scorpio can't always rely and trust. They may trust that their intentions are good, but Scorpio woman can't actually always rely on Gemini, depending on how Gemini is, where their Mercury is, and where their own things are. And so that's part of the nature of this 8th house sexual magnetism that these two try to have between each other. But if there are things that can ground them between each other, if they have fixed signs, if either of them has fixed signs or a good Saturn, or interactions, again, between Jupiter and the Sun, especially because the Sun gives us a groundedness, a centrality, a constancy, then all of these vague thoughts of, you know, like, can I trust this person? Are they going to be with me in the long haul? Do they really make me happy? You know, these sort of thoughts will dissipate, because this is only sun sign astrology. It's the reason I'm saying this. It's part of what I want to share in these videos, from the Vedic concept especially, is that there's way more going on in your chart than just the sun signs. So that's my spiel on that. Let's take a little look at the actual reading for this chapter. It's a Gemini woman with Scorpio woman. Our book calls this the Wunderkind. I don't know what that is. The book always gives these cryptic little words at the start of every reading. This one is Wunderkind. Wunderkind. A German-looking word. It's almost like there's a wonder that they're similar. Let's see if the reading actually unfurls the meaning of that phrase. This is actually now coming from Cosmic Coupling by Starsky and Cox, same authors as this that did the Sextrology series. This is Gemini woman and Scorpio woman. Chemistry. These two upwardly mobile girls often meet in competitive settings where, being differently abled, they don't necessarily rival each other, but rather make a good team. Gemini amuses Scorpio, whom the twins turns to for counsel and confidence. Scorpio is comfortable in the role of wise woman, but her sphinx-like nature makes her intentions unclear to the Gemini, who will tap dance as fast as she can for Scorpio's attention and would-be affection. Scorpio looks upon Gemini as a shiny new toy, and she's immediately possessive should anyone else want to play with it. Scorpio is a measured person, and she is charmed by Gemini's spontaneous wit and actions. Gemini sees Scorpio as a calm, collected individual who seems to have the majority of life lessons down, and Gemini is eager to learn. Could probably be some very juicy, when I think about it, there could probably be some very cool, light role play that could happen here, if these two people are into that kind of kink. But usually Scorpio will she'll transmute and permeate her own deep psychological power plays onto the Gemini, while Gemini's just playing the fun part and kind of just into it for the erotic intrigue of it. Scorpio will probably actually be like a teacher, and maybe Gemini will be the student in a role play, and that teacher will be like, yeah, so this is just a fun role play, darling. You know, like holding a whip or something like that. Now let's look at the compatibility between these two. Scorpio woman has typically ruled the roost since she first began to speak. And should these two shack up, the Dragon Lady Scorpio is going to have any number of ground rules to lay down. Though popular astrology says Gemini is adaptable, just try telling her what to do and when to do it, or not. In some way, the twins is an incorrigible teenager, and she may do a good deal of whining in this bond, if not vividly rebel on occasion, probably very bratty to the Scorpio's tough mama. Scorpio is unruffled and waits for Gemini to come around to her way of thinking on any issue, large or small. Experience is forever heightened for Scorpio, and Gemini soon discovers that Miss Chill is actually rather tense and overly controlling, even internally, bottling up her own feelings. And Gemini starts to take on the role of panacea, providing comic relief and much-needed rub-downs, urging the notoriously dark Scorpio to lighten up. And that is a deep and probably a very endearing part of this combination. The Scorpio will probably, if these two ever unfurl in a deep relationship, and the Scorpio gets it, oh, I love her so much, like Scorpio will probably talk about, like I'm a Scorpio, and I get like that, just absorbed in sentimental appreciation for the other person. And the Scorpio in this case will probably say something to the degree that you are my light dove. You are the thing that makes my life easy, that makes me stop being so heavy and lets myself be light and let go in the bliss and love of life and all these sorts of things, the enjoyment of life. Scorpio will often admit that sentiment to Gemini after the long run of things. So, that was all quite a little bit on the compatibility between these two. Let's look up the carnality between Scorpio and Gemini woman. This is these two in bed. What Scorpio will never take lightly is sex, right? Whereas Gemini approaches lovemaking as a source of fun. For Scorpio, it is serious business. Even when kissing Gemini, Scorpio will have a loaded look in her eyes, which only causes the twins to get the giggles. Scorpio's expression suggests she wants to psychically as well as physically possess her giddier lover, or evidenced too by Scorpio's solemnly guttural sounds. Gemini feels almost literally dragged down, Scorpio pinching and probing her, riding a fine line between pleasure and pain, causing the twins to writhe in captive throes of mounting climax. Indeed, Scorpio will pin and mount the Gemini butterfly, entering her with multiple fingers, if not attempting to put up a duke. Certainly, Scorpio will strap on increasingly large apparate, forever steepening the sexual challenge for Gemini. The twins is a master with her tongue, and makes it her own personal goal to get Scorpio off faster and faster. Otherwise, Gemini would never get any sleep. That's cute. It's just something that the Gemini can put so much effort into, and the fixed nature of Scorpio gives it it brings depth to Gemini's way. I'm sure that the Gemini appreciates just as much as Scorpio does. So, I hope you guys are enjoying that. Enjoyed that. That was Scorpio woman with Gemini woman. I'm Dustin Cormier for How to Rock Astrology. If you guys enjoyed this, stay tuned. Well, if you're watching live, feel free to hang out with me because we're going to talk about Cancer Woman and Scorpio Woman next. For those who are just watching after the live performance, I hope you guys enjoyed. Check me out, subscribe, like, comment. Let me know what you thought because I love doing this stuff for you guys, and I hope that you dug it. Thanks for watching. And as I said, those watching live, we're going to do Cancer with Scorpio in just a moment or two, once I get it all settled. If you guys want to just give me one moment here. I've just got to work my computer out for just one moment. Thanks for your patience, folks. I'm just kind of like getting myself ready here for our next reading. My computer's a little bit overjuiced at the moment, so I'm deleting some things. But in just a moment, we're going to be talking about Cancer Woman with Scorpio Woman with Cancer Woman. If you guys are just going to give me one sec, I'm just going to go get some vitamin C juice, and I'll just be right back. Hey. Hello, folks. I can see I have 3 viewers hanging out with me. I am just getting myself a little bit more figured out. There we go. Now that's done. Bang, bang, bang. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for your patience. My name is Dustin Cormier, and welcome to How to Rock Astrology. Today, we have been talking about Scorpio, bisexual, and lesbian woman. Today, at this part of the episode, we are going to talk about what it's like when a Scorpio lady gets her tongue all up and involved with the lips of a Cancer lady. These two are bound to be one of Scorpio's better combinations because the suns are in trine here. They're both water signs, and so they are bound to incite between each other the best of their potential psychological nature based on the sun. Now, just because this is so doesn't mean that Scorpio can't have as good a combination or a relationship with other women of the zodiac. This is just sun sign astrology. It's a superficial layer, especially for lesbian women, because the sun is only one planet in astrology. You got to look at all the interactions with all the other things between each other's charts in order to truly get a picture of your energy field interaction. But as so far as sun sign combinations go, and they are important, for women don't project their sun, they don't identify with their sun. They are not as affected and influenced by the sun as much as they are by the moon. Women tend to jive with the moon energy that's more of what their consciousness is absorbed in. So it's your moons between each other. It's the moon of your moon with your partner's rising sign, your moon with your partner's sun sign, your moon especially in interaction with your partner's Jupiter. Secret Vedic astrology tip. I'm a Vedic astrologer as well as a Western astrologer. Something that is often said in the Vedic astrology is that Jupiter represents the partner of a woman. Women have an easy time feeling good with each other because that's part of their consciousness, is that they're more about like comfort, familiarity, working out the interpsychology between each other. And it's less about what you project, or it's less about the sun. It's more about the feelings between each other. And so that's why that Jupiter is a much more important figure for women in finding a partner. Jupiter, if your Jupiter does well with your partner's sun or your partner's Mars, if your Jupiter is in trine to your partner's, for example, we're talking about Cancer and Scorpio. So if either of you have a Jupiter in a water sign, it'll be interacting with each other's suns. And that'll be a beautiful thing, because then if your sun interacts with your partner's Jupiter, then the way that they laugh, the way that they feel inspired, just the natural way that they are, the music that they like, the movies that get them riveted, that they get excited about, will be the same as your deepest spirit. Whoever is the sun is like the deep spirit, and the Jupiter person challenges in the perfect way so that the two of you are satisfied spiritually. And you will get a friendship enjoyment out of each other that you can't get with any other planetary combination. So lesbian couples in particular have to look for the interaction of Jupiter with your partner's Jupiter, or more so with your Jupiter with your partner's rising sign, sun, and moon, and vice versa for her Jupiter. Top secret Vedic secret for you Western astrologers. With that being said, sun sign astrology is still important. It is a psycho-erotic layer of your psychology between each other, and it is fun to talk about. So let's actually get into it now. I guess I just like to start off with that little caveat. Maybe I'm not going to do it at the very beginning for each sign, but I just did it for this one. All things considered, the sun signs here are in trine, and it should turn out to be one of the better combinations for Scorpio woman. Why, you ask? Let's get into it. This is our first reading is Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. We're going to get a little gumball-sized picture of these two signs in combination, and then we're going to get into more detail when we get into our Cosmic Coupling book by the same authors that do the Sextrology series. For now, this is Phyllis Vega. Let's look at the sexual synergy of Scorpio and Cancer. Now, this is just archetypal astrology energy. This has nothing to do with being a woman. This has nothing to do with being a lesbian or sexual orientation. This is just Scorpio interacting with Cancer, astrologically. The attraction between these two water signs is typically strong and immediate. Because you two connect on so many levels, the chances of a long-lasting relationship are excellent. Still, there are some possible pitfalls along your road to happiness. Each of you is rather jealous, with a tendency to see rivals even when none exist. Overthinking about how you related to that person, and why don't you and I have that interaction, and why can't we? And you shouldn't have that interaction with that other person. How dare you interact so well with that other person? Which is, of course, is a silly and insecure thing to say, because your partner is your partner, and you shouldn't imagine frustrating, self-deprecating situations whenever your partner has a good interaction with somebody that you don't have. It doesn't say anything about you, because your partner can have blissful interactions in many ways with other people, but they're your partner for the reason of being your partner, for the enjoyment that you do give to them. And you got to trust that, that's how a good relationship unfolds. Ultimately, though, Scorpio and Cancer might be the types who kind of play on this with each other, and sort of like, oh, you bitch, what are you looking at her, kind of thing. And it's sort of like this sort of jealousy thing that they do for each other. And then they'll pull on each other's hair and say, you know that you're the one that I'm looking at. Like they'll do this sort of like, mama, I'm not looking any farther than this hot piece of ass that I got right here. They'll do that kind of thing. And it can be very cute, very kind of hot. It's like this territorial, possessive thing that they do for each other that's hot, definitely. As long as it doesn't get out of hand and become based on insecurity rather than a mutual enjoyment of sharing security in a joking way. So that was the first piece of our little gumballs of this combination. Now let's get a quick word from the original Sextrology series, the original Sextrology book, talking about a picture of Scorpio and Cancer woman. Okay? So this is Scorpio woman with Cancer woman. Hooking up means hitting partnership payload. Both of these two carry baggage, but togetherness treats old wounds. Trusting, loving togetherness. conflict may surround domestic duties. Sex seems always to involve the element of surprise. That's hot. Just kind of like showing up for each other in some certain way. Just jumping each other's bones. Just kind of bringing out that sort of surprise with like probably coming to into the room one day with this new piece of lingerie that, oh, I've never seen that piece of lingerie before. And it's like kind of like, what are you doing right now? You know, a sort of sexual intrigue there that can be very juicy. Cancer and Scorpio are ruled, Cancer is ruled by the moon, Scorpio is ruled by Mars, and these two can be friends with each other. They're closer to the soul than they are to the physical manifestation of the soul and this world around it. Mars is instinctive. The moon is psychologically instinctive towards its own nurturing and benefit and security. So the two of these are both looking to deeply blend into each other, to find a shared place to interact with the world from in a partner. And they both kind of find it in each other. They just got to hope that they enjoy and are responsible to their word, and all the things that relate to Mercury, Venus, and Saturn. Those are more like embodied relationship planets, and you've got to hope that these two have some kind of positive planets in at least one of those planets, so that they can have a proper relationship and communicate, and not just be obsessed with growing through each other for its own sake. Got to interact as in a relationship, and not be so absorbed in each other that they lose themselves. This kind of thing can happen with these water signs interacting with each other, but it really depends on your own Saturn to show whether you can be independent or not. It depends on the strength and position of your own Venus to show whether you can interact in a relationship without too much neediness. If you're fulfilled yourself, you won't depend in a toxic way on your lover. You won't have to try to manipulate your lover to satisfy you if you find your own satisfaction, right? So look to your own Venus to kind of define that. I digress. This is two feminine ladies, Cancer being the more feminine but yet cardinal water, whereas Scorpio woman is this fixed and sort of more looking for the seat of power sort of consciousness. They both do it with each other because they're in trine. I could talk about it, but I'd rather just read the book and see what it says. So this is Cancer woman with Scorpio woman. Our book gives each of these a cryptic word to symbolize how the relationship unfolds. This one is called the be-in. I wonder what that means. It's almost like they have to both just interact at a very deep, like they're both subsumed. They can't they can't look at the relationship at an arm's length, because no matter where they try to grip, the other person is somewhere in their energy field, being a part of the singularity that they become. Yeah. So this is Cancer woman plus Scorpio woman. This is called the be-in. Let's take a look at their chemistry. Oh, sorry. I should say this comes from Cosmic Coupling by Starsky and Cox. It's the same writers of the original Sextrology book. Let's look at the chemistry of Cancer and Scorpio lesbian woman. Attraction is often triggered over a shared pursuit of a creative or philosophical nature. Scorpio seeks to assert herself into a higher status position with Cancer, who, having none of it, diffuses the dynamic by begging off. Likewise, if the crab indulges in gossip or other petty dealings, Scorpio may just sniff in disapproval. Or something like that. It's as if they hold up a mirror to each other, empathetic to the other's emotional or psychological challenges, and typically having mastered them. So there's a sort of self-help symbiosis going on, but with these two internalized water signs, it mostly goes unspoken. Yet their influence on one another is noticeably ameliorative. For sure, there's less noise here as compared with other bonds. Each is grateful to have found someone with whom to simply coexist. That's very lovely. It's a very even keel sun sign, and this is the perfect, whenever you see a trine, it's very nice because the sun signs just work together. There's a domestic harmony. One is in the 5th from the other, one is in the 9th from the other. In this case, Scorpio is the 5th house from Cancer. Cancer is the 9th house from Scorpio. Yeah. So they bring out a trinal energy to each other, and with a combination like this, it's a perfect harmonic, peaceful place from which to find out and discover and employ the depth of a chart that comes from interacting with rising signs, moon signs, and Jupiter signs especially. Now let's take a look at the compatibility of Cancer and Scorpio. So, each is grateful to have found someone with whom to simply coexist. And blissfully, one might be hard-pressed to ascertain which of these ladies receives the most mentorship. They're mindful of creating a living environment for themselves that reflects their all-important water sign emotions. They are well aware that their approach to life isn't through doing or thinking, but is rather directed by feeling. Together, they turn that consciousness into an intuitive power in sussing out situations, new people, or could-be opportunities that less tuned-in ladies might miss out on. An intuitive power, a human, they might enjoy talking about people between each other. There's a Zen attitude that pervades this partnership, as Scorpio learns to strike a balance between beloved privacy and obsessive isolation, whilst Cancer practices patience and procuring healthy distance from her myriad moods. Self-awareness becomes a shared, overriding theme. And on their intersecting journeys, they meet any setbacks with increasing faith and love. That's lovely. That's a beautiful picture of these two. Now, all lovely, juicy romance aside, how do these two interact in carnality? As cultivating an inner life is their conscious effort, intimate relations will also evoke a certain spirituality. The glory that is physical contact aside, Scorpio is especially on the lookout for at least a glimmer of meaning in the bedroom, even if she can't put such glimpsed significance into words. Cancer finds Scorpio sexually charged in the extreme. Naturally receptive, Cancer can become viscerally overwhelmed by what Scorpio is putting out. Rarely is there a weak sexual link here, as electric heat ignites their kisses, moving to their loins from whence they grind each other to orgasm. In a 69, Cancer dives in and splashes around, while Scorpio plays target practices Tonguing a secret combination of erogenous zones she's uncovered, opening the door to Cancer's cacophonous climaxes. And then they'll do it again, this time with a serviceable double-headed device. Sex is serious business for these babes, the boudoir being a sacred temple where, for better or worse, there's little room for levity. Damn, that's a hot one. Fuck me. I always say I'm like a lesbian in a man's body, and I really get turned on by lesbian scenes, and I can tell that that one would be super juicy. But for me, I'm a Scorpio too, and I would love to be a woman who could enjoy that sentiment with a Cancer woman. That's really like a juicy, delicious one. Whew. Super hot. Thank you for watching, my friend Rhonda, and for everybody else who's checking this out live. This is a live stream, folks, so you can always feel free to make a comment, ask a question, I'll try to speak to it. That was Cancer Woman with Scorpio Woman. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm Dustin Cormier for How to Rock Astrology. For those watching the video, like, subscribe, comment, and let me know what you think, because I love doing this stuff for you guys. And for those watching live, feel free to continue watching the video, as we will be next delving into Scorpio Woman with Leo Woman. This is a much talked about combination. The lesbian combination can be an explosive one. Stay tuned if you want to check it out. Thanks for watching, folks. For those watching live, I'm going to get it ready right now, and then we'll watch the Leo thing. I've been doing these for a little bit, so I'm just gonna get some things ready here. Check out my things. I might do this next one, and maybe Virgo too, and then I might take a little bit of a break. I'm already 3 hours in, and I'm only at Leo. Story of my life. These ones are going long today, but I think I'm okay with that. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dustin Cormier, and welcome to How to Rock Astrology. It's a pleasure to have you today. We've been learning a little bit about Scorpio Lesbian Woman. It's been a juicy time. I'm a transgender person myself. I consider myself gender queer, basically. But I'm a man, and I have male genitals, and I love to interact as a man as well as a woman. I love to do both, and I really can understand identifying with feminine consciousness. I consider myself a lesbian in a man's body. So that's why I've done myself up in some makeup and tried to play a little bit of a part here. And I appreciate all of my fans watching who are enjoying and who've kind of given me the opportunity to explore my feminine side and kind of try this on. I appreciate it. So, thank you, my friend Rhonda. I can see you're watching, and I'm glad you're enjoying the videos. As usual, this is a live stream, folks, so make a comment, ask a question, and I'm going to periodically try to look at my comments and see if I can speak to your concerns. I don't know if I said it already, but today, right now, we are talking about Scorpio Woman in combination with Leo Woman. This one is a well-known interaction between these two. It's an interesting one because Leo is in the 10th house from Scorpio Woman. And Scorpio Woman likes to be the one in power. Ironically here, Leo has a more visceral command in certain ways sexually. There's a constant energetic, like Leo women are even like athletic. They always have those nice asses and wearing those like yoga pants. Leo women, well, not all of them, but the Leo woman has a real lived, visceral kind of connection to their physical bodies and to life. They're a fire sign. It's combustive and often athletic, like I said. And there's a bit of a capacity to constantly win every little battle. Scorpio woman is okay with this, and she can deal, and she's very intelligent, and she can battle with this, and they can be often just half and half on so many things often. And both of them want to feel like they've got a certain seat of power. Leo woman wants to be respected for what she is, what she does, and for her heart and for her genuine passion. Leo woman isn't nearly as like impersonal as Leo man can. I mean, Leo men, all Leo archetypes are the sun, and they're like the lion. They want to have their cubs. They want to have their people close to them who live for them. And Leo woman is a little bit less impersonal and detached. Like Leo guys is like, I don't know, there's lesbian videos, so maybe you don't care about men that much. But Leo guys can be very like, this is the line, baby. This is who I am, and you got to spin to me. And Leo women can be like that, but not as much. They're more open to kind of, what's the deal? What are we trying to do here together as a couple? They're a bit more amenable to communication in that sense. The Leo woman kind of probably plays off on the power play here. This is a classic power play interaction. Interestingly, as I was trying to say, Leo woman's sun is in the 10th house from the Scorpio woman. If you count 10 houses from Scorpio, you'll end at Leo, right? Scorpio being the first house. Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo. It's 10 houses, which means in the same way that Capricorn is like the house of like refinement, tough discernment, relegation, Leo does this to Scorpio. And Leo's in the 10th house position. Interestingly, what goes on is that Scorpio gets affected by that 10th house consciousness. And Scorpio, through the power play struggle that goes on with Leo, really stands out in her own ambition, in her own life, and becomes a real standalone power play, part of the power play combination by being the Spider Woman who's really observing the psyche of both of them, allowing the Leo to just do her thing, holding the space for when Leo has to erupt, or for when Leo erupts passionately, for when Leo pounces and has to just get some visceral animal thing out. The Scorpio woman endures. Scorpio woman endures and comes to the fore and takes it all and cries with her and gets mad with her and helps her do all the little things. And through this aid, through like interacting with the Leo, the Scorpio gains 10th house attributes of standing out in their field, of doing something good for others that is useful at a practical level, that makes the combo look good. Scorpio draws out an ambition that gets this couple to be a power couple. They become, Leo affects that to Scorpio. Now, what Scorpio affects to the Leo is a sense of domestication. If you count 4 houses from Leo, Leo being the first, Leo, Scorpio, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio. Scorpio is 4 signs away from Leo. And that's why this Scorpio woman shows through her psychological reckoning, you're a Scorpio woman, through your psychological reckoning, through kind of playing with the Leo at who's like the power player here, showing the Leo that we have to have happiness at home or else this isn't going to work. You have to be happy with me. You can't just be the bad boss bitch that you are at work with me. We have to mutually feel good at a home together. And if we want to be a power couple out in the world, we have to be a solid, secure relationship at the root of things. And these two will work out a lot at the bottom in order to work out what they do in the public, under the public eye as a power couple. There's a lot of power plays and struggles that these two need to work out, and it'll typically be the Scorpio's reflection. This Leo will just, blah, this is just something that the Leo will say something, and the Scorpio will absorb every stitch, every little piece. And the Leo will sense that, and the Leo is not used to just saying everything in a perfect communication way that it doesn't offend, that is not over the top. Leo just says it and does it. And Scorpio is so sensitive and won't always necessarily combat Leo. Scorpio will often just say, oh, I thought that we were this way. I thought that you would be like this in our relationship. And the Leo will stomp around, and the Scorpio will draw out a sympathy for the Scorpio. And that's the psychic power play of Scorpio versus the visceral, domineering power play of Leo. And it can come together very well. It can be a little bit explosive, but these are two fixed signs. They're fire and water, which work well together despite Western reckoning. In the Vedic sense, the sun, Leo is ruled by the sun, and Leo, the sun's best friend is Mars, and Scorpio is ruled by Mars. They're fire and water, and these two can be best friends with each other. They're both fixed signs. They relate very deeply to each other, even though they're square. In my opinion, there are no squares like the Western astrology talks about it. Vedic astrology talks about, it's more about the friendships between the planets. I digress. I talk more about that throughout my whole videos, but essentially the square factor doesn't make these as dynamic as most people say. What makes these two dynamic and come at each other is that they're both fixed, and that they're coming at each other very willfully, but this is just sun signs. And if there is more, like sun sign astrology is very minimal in the sense, especially for lesbian women. In particular, that's what I'm trying to say, is that women don't embody the sun. They embody their moon. They interact more with moon consciousness. So the sun isn't as important for them. But this erotic psychosexual dynamic of the sun, which powers the chart in a lot of way, it is important. And this dynamic is something that a couple will have to work through. It's just that with lesbian women, it's not for the sun sign that you fall in love. Ancient Vedic secret here, if you're listening. I'm a Vedic astrologer as well as a Western astrologer, and I often like to bring Vedic wisdom to the Western consciousness. If you really want to know who is the partner for a woman, you look to a woman's Jupiter. Jupiter is like different from the sun. The sun is what you want to do. Jupiter is how you want to do it. And that's very important because how you do it is just as important as the doing, especially for women, because women are the womb. Women are the walls. Women feel. Women permeate with sensation. And so the sensation has to be good. And that's why women interacting with each other as friends, it's the Jupiter between two women that makes them laugh. Do you ever see two women and they can hardly say a word without starting to get giddy? Like they know each other's humor, and then they just break out into laughter every time anything happens, and no one knows what they're laughing at, but it's just these two psychically in tune with the spirit of this one funny thing that they both caught on to. That's the kind of thing that happens when your Jupiter is in trine to your partner's sun, or when your partner's Jupiter is in trine to your sun. In this case, you being the Scorpio woman, if you have Jupiter in a fire sign, then this Leo woman will deeply enrich you by her being fiery, by her being visceral. You will, like, the power play dynamic between the suns will be there in the way, but you will be so endeared to the charm of the Leo girl, just being this visceral, explosive little fucking sexy little rocket that she is, that you'll just have so much room for forgiveness because you understand and appreciate them being outgoing and honest for the fire sign that they are. In the same way, if your lovely, sexy Leo lady has Jupiter in a water sign, then she will understand and really love, and she'll be explosive and bombastic, but she will, every time the two of you sit, when all the water's calm and you have the powwow and you talk about what I said then and what you said then and what does that mean, you will both deeply and deliciously enjoy the psychological power of you as the Scorpio woman. These are the kind of things that I like to talk about on my channel that you might not hear in the Western perspective. The West is obsessed with sun signs. For your sake, from my personal word as a Vedic astrologer, consider you as a lesbian woman, deeply consider the interaction of your Jupiter with your partner's moon, especially, even more than the sun. Consider your Jupiter enshrined to your partner's moon, sun, or rising sign, or in some interaction there. That will ensure, no matter what the sun signs are, that will ensure a depth that is spiritually fulfilling for the two of you. Whatever the sun sign is the vehicle. And, you know, like, just because the two of you are driving in a crappy car, it doesn't matter. What matters is the interaction between the driver and the passenger. This is an okay one, in my opinion. Leo and Scorpio. It's not as heavy as other texts might make it out to be. Oh, cool. So I've got a friend here, Claudia Paul. This is saying that I look absolutely stunning, and you're saying let me do your makeup one time. I would love that, Claudia. I kind of have been having fun just kind of doing it myself as best I can. Got to cut my hair too. I've got like COVID lion mane going on, but thank you for saying that you're enjoying and that you're digging what I've got going on. I would love for you to do my makeup one day. Let's talk about it. This is a live stream, folks. For anybody who wants to ask a question, make a comment, I'll speak to it as best I can. Now I've said my whole spiel about Leo and Scorpio. Let's start talking a little bit about what I like to do is give 2 readings before we get into detail, the greater detail about this couple. The first reading comes from Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. We're going to look at Scorpio and Leo from a purely astrological perspective. So this is like not considering that that there's 2 women, not considering that you're a lesbian or sexual orientation. This is purely the archetype of Leo and Scorpio interacting, okay? So this is Scorpio with Leo. The immediate and intense sexual attraction between these two often gives rise to an all or nothing relationship. Sunny Leo is outgoing and open, whereas the Scorpion is complex and secretive and leads by a need-to-know basis. To Leo, the Scorpio seems devious and manipulative, while Scorpio is likely to resent the Lion's attempts to dominate the union. Leo girl just says, like, why can't you just, like, comply? Like, this is a good idea. Like, why can't we, this is a good idea. Why don't we do this? And the Scorpio woman sees an intrigue and says, like, I know you thought of this idea, but I don't necessarily, you always do this. You always take the initiative, and you don't consider my thoughts. You don't even think about it. And, like, this is the kind of interaction that these two can have. Again, it's just sun signs, folks. This book always paints the heaviest negative tones of a sun sign interaction, but again, just because you're in a Chevrolet Cavalier doesn't mean that you can't have a juicy time with the person that's in the vehicle. This is like, some Western astrologers would call this a Chevrolet Cavalier because the sun and the 2 suns are square. In Vedic reckoning, I would say that this is a good combination. It's at least, I don't know my cars, but it's better than a Chevrolet Cavalier. Those things are whatever. I'm not a car guy. First thing we're going to do before we get into the big reading is we're going to read from Sextrology, the original Sextrology book by Starsky and Cox, just to get a little gumdrop picture of this relationship. And then we're going to delve into further detail into it on our last reading. So Scorpio woman with Leo woman. A shift. Leo's agenda is unalterable, so Scorpio's forced to face herself. Often, she'll simply lose interest. Sex is their way to recover from distress, because they're both very ambitious, work-away people. In the light of day, it's far more difficult to doctor. Because of this square, there's often such sparks that work between them that sex helps them at this visceral, primal, opening their heart energy and vulnerable between each other and just letting it all out and giving to each other and then just saying, I'm sorry and I love you and all this stuff. But then once the day comes, it's the next day, and you said all this stuff to me last night, but, you know, like, I really poured my heart out to you last night and I really showed you my vulnerable place. I would really love it if you would make me breakfast, though, while I, like, got ready. Or, you know, like, one of them will say something like that, and it's like, so we did all that. That's all cleaned up, but now, could you do this? Or, you know, some kind of power play things can open back up, even though it's so easy to work it out under the covers. Again, I think we're going to find that these Western astrology books might overemphasize this whole square thing. So let's see if that is a thing. This is this next part of our reading comes from Cosmic Coupling by Starsky and Cox, same authors as did the original Sextrology book. The book always comes with this little cryptic saying. For Leo and Scorpio woman, it's called the favor. It's interesting. Either they're doing a favor, maybe they did a favor for each other to come into the relationship. Now they've been finding that they're giving each other favors, and all of a sudden it becomes much deeper than whatever favor started it. I don't know, they always give these cryptic sayings. Let's read a little bit and see if we can decipher the code. This is Leo woman and Scorpio woman. Let's take a look at their mutual chemistry. There is immediate engagement here. Part respectful, part wary. These two power signs, Huntress Leo and Come Hither Scorpio, approach life completely differently. Leo is fiercely outgoing, sometimes showy, smart as a whip, but eternally fun-loving, a real man's woman. Scorpio's superiority is based on a belief in herself that precludes soliciting attention. She values playing it cool. Their seduction might smack of sisterly banter as early on as the second date, waiters and other strangers assuming they're siblings or lifelong friends. They debate everything, so it can feel like hard work. The reason this might not get off the ground if it never lifts above that. However, if there's enough affection here, especially between Jupiter, Moon, rising sign, and their quarrels are suffused with cajoling irony, then they might reach to the next level. Jupiter is a huge part of all that. So that was their chemistry. Let's take a look at their compatibility. I'm just realizing my friend Rhonda says you're Sag Moon. Mula, cool. And your best girlfriends are Scorpio and Leo. Oh, lovely. I'm actually a Sagittarius Moon myself, Rhonda. Are you a Scorpio with Sagittarius Moon? I would love to know that. But that's nice that your best girlfriends are Scorpio and Leo. I'm a Scorpio myself, and I love Leo. I'm a Leo rising, and I have a certain interaction with Leo just because it's my rising sign. But I love all things Leo. It's a darling energy in a lot of ways. That dandy sort of energy that they can have. Now, let's take a look at the compatibility of Leo and Scorpio. Together, these two rule the lesbian school, delivering a 1-2 punch to their community, if only of their community of friends. Leo is encouraged by Scorpio to answer callings. With a more passive partner, the lioness can be all too contented taking care of business, read busy work, and not go for brass rings. But Scorpio is just as much, if not more, of a control freak, and if they're living together, Scorpio will take up much slack while pursuing her own lofty ambitions. So Leo has no excuse not to realize her own dreams, which Scorpio's constant grilling helps to unearth. If Leo can't pinpoint her passions, Scorpio will assign her some. Interesting. Scorpio is the zodiac's infamous femme fatale, and she is genius at killing off impediments to a loved one achieving their true potential. She's got that psychological mind, can talk about her psychology, talk about her interaction with her father and her mother and her brothers, and why was it like that, and do you identify with what happened there, or can you get above it? Like Scorpio has done that phoenix-like rising herself and can always do it, help their lover get through that. It's part of what makes Scorpio, woman in particular, either the best, like potentially so good of a partner, but also so potentially heavy to deal with, because the Pluto is the planet par excellence of the deepest evolutionary growth possible and imaginable, especially to be envisioned. And a Scorpio woman knows what you need to evolve, and she might play puppeteer and manipulate the world around you and rub your nose into it so you can see and learn the lessons that you need to grow, just so long as the Scorpio woman is not getting lost in manipulation for manipulation's sake. That's just something that all Scorpios learn to find the balance in. You have the power to help people grow, but you don't want to use that. You want to be used by that power. You want to allow that power to come through you for positive reasons, and to not be used by that power. To use that power, but not be used by it. Leo is reticent to relegate her lover to the wind beneath her wings, not realizing that Scorpio will take full credit when it's done, when it's due. Right. So Scorpio will do all these things to help the Leo, and Leo doesn't want to depend on anybody in that way, especially if by the end of things, Leo can't say that she did it herself. Now, all sun sign disparages aside, let's take a look at the carnality between Scorpio and Leo, woman. The bedroom stuff. Scorpio makes it her mission to be as honest and upfront as possible. And Leo, too, is something of a moralist. So if these two are to make a love connection, it would be under the guidelines of strictest monogamy. Again, these are just sun signs, so it doesn't necessarily need to be the case, but that is, the sun sign here will fixate on fixed, secure relationships for both of them. Both of these two want to have a solid platform to stand on while they reach into their ambitions. And if the platform is shaky, then it's harder to reach into their ambitions. So that's why they want a security with a partner who's familiar, who they can rely on to help them mutually when needed. Scorpio makes it her mission to be as honest. So if these two are to make a love connection, it would be under the guidelines of strictest monogamy. They are both self-aware enough to know whether or not they can commit to that. If they can, their sex life becomes an inner sanctum, something they'll rarely discuss, even with close intimates. Given that scenario, there's nothing these two wouldn't do to please the other. even if something doesn't necessarily top their own list of favorite activities. Leo might want to restrain the Scorpio, whom she may also wish would indulge in some naughty lingerie. Giving up control as such doesn't come easily to Scorpio, but she couldn't put the responsibility for her pleasure in better hands. Leo likes to take her time playing with her prey until she begs for mercy. Giving is almost more enjoyable than getting for Leo, who knows she's done her duty when insatiable Scorpio says uncle. Then and only then will the Leo finally wrench the lion body back and say, oh good, I'm glad you're satisfied. Now I'm satisfied. And Scorpio, being quite the tight ass herself, really trying to hold things together in the relationship and just in her own life, when she can be so, like, Leos are athletic and they have the will to just go, 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 go. And Scorpio wants to have someone who can just keep pushing, but ultimately when Scorpio can lie back and be like, okay, fuck, I can't control myself, and just be washed over by the fiery column of Leo's athletic, willful energy, there's probably no better release in the world for the Scorpio lady. Quite a hot damn combination, I would say so myself. These two just probably are fixed signs that have deep, long lovemaking sessions, and they probably work out a lot through each other. In the particular unique way that they do. So, I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was Leo woman with Scorpio woman. A hot lesbian coupling. I think it's I think it's a good one. I think it's better than most Western books would give it credit, coming from a Vedic perspective. Scorpio being ruled by Mars, Leo being ruled by the Sun, Mars and the Sun being best friends. Notice that the Sun is exalted in Aries, which is also ruled by Mars. So these two can have a good shared desire to conquer the world through their ambitious energy, and to fall into each other, fall into the moon that is the lover, and the service and love that they give to each other, the vulnerability they provide for each other as mutual soldiers, crying in each other's arms for the energy they've put out that does or doesn't go the right way, crying with each other, recycling it, transmuting it, fucking it out, and then licking each other's wounds as they help each other continue the conquering of their mutual universe. Power couple. Hot vibe, I think, personally. I would love to see that kind of thing in action. I hope you guys dug that. That was Leo and Scorpio lady. I'm Dustin Cormier for How to Rock Astrology. Keep me in mind, like, subscribe, do all the fun things, because I always got lots more stuff coming out in the world of Dustin Cormier and How to Rock Astrology. And for those watching live, hang out with me. I'm going to have a little snack, and then we're going to go through Scorpio woman with the sexy, servile Virgo woman. Thanks for watching. So if you're watching live, hang out with me on the video. You don't have to leave. I'm just going to eat something so I don't die, because I've been here since 4 o'clock. Maybe I'll just turn this off for That was fucking delicious. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, folks, and then we're gonna do Scorpio lady with hot little sexy slut Virgo lady. They're not all slutty on the surface. They usually are under the surface. We'll talk about it. Greetings, folks. Nice to see you today. Am I on? Are we live? We're live. I'm Dustin Cormier, and you're watching How to Rock Astrology. Today's episode has been all about pretty sassy, sexy, serpentine, Scorpio lesbian woman. In this episode, we're going to be talking about what it's like when you combine this serpentine, tough, willful, Scorpio woman with the servile, ready to roll, often tough and autonomous in her own regard, but still can be flirty, quite flowery, feminine, quirky, and sexy when she wants to be. Virgo lady. Scorpio woman with Virgo woman. So yeah, my name's Dustin Cormier. I am a biological dude. I got the dick and nuts and stuff. But some women on my channel have requested that I do these videos talking about lesbian sextrology because I'm an astrologer and I like to be able to. I really just love being able to talk about astrology in general, but in particular, I'm a gender queer man, and I really relate with the transgender thing. I often feel like a woman myself. I consider myself to be like a lesbian in a man's body, and the lesbian in me is just like this. My hair right now is just being a little bit whack. I'm gonna see if I can make it work without being too crazy. Whatever, we'll make it happen. So I guess what I wanted to say is that I'm very happy to be doing these videos, speaking the lesbian consciousness of two women coming together in this way. Honestly, I get really hot about it. I fucking love doing this for you guys. And I'm very appreciative that everybody here allows me to express the feminine dimension of my consciousness. So thank you for being with me and providing me the opportunity. So, Virgo woman with Scorpio woman. First thing we're going to do a few readings about Scorpio and Virgo coming together. And then we're going to get into detail about this particular couple and all its kinks through Cosmic Coupling by Starsky and Cox. First thing I like to do is do these little gumballs to get our minds rolling about the archetypes of Scorpio and Virgo and how they interact with each other. So this first reading comes from Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. This is Scorpio with Virgo, not considering gender. Don't consider gender in this reading. This is purely the archetype of Scorpio interacting with the archetype of Virgo, not considering that you're a woman or a man or gay or sexual orientation. Scorpio with Virgo. Scorpio's possessiveness scares Virgo, but it also gives the Virgin a sense of being loved and protected. You know, this dimension is always going to kind of like happen. It doesn't always necessarily need to be this way. This is only sun sign astrology as we're talking about. I'm going to say more on that, but let's go through. Virgo's propensity for handing out unsolicited advice does not sit well with bossy Lady Scorpio. And if these two are to get along, Virgo must realize that the Scorpion won't put up with nagging or criticism. I could see the fact, A, of this being women consciousness, two women, but also that they're like lesbian women interacting with each other. I could see this really altering that reading. But that reading gives the general Western sun sign synopsis of these two in combination. What I like to say is that sun signs are only one part, one dimension, one ray in the interacting energy field of two people coming together. And as such, it's not as prudent, it's not as important as most people give it, because it's two women we're talking about. Men are the ones who project and embody and live in the energy body of their sun sign. Women live in the energy body of their moon sign. That's a much deeper and instantly relatable thing for them. Sorry about my roommates being loud and noisy. Hopefully that won't last for too long. If I have to bug them, then I will. Sounds like we're okay. So what I've been saying in all these videos is that this is a Vedic secret. I'm a Vedic astrologer as well as a Western astrologer. And if you're watching, here's a deep secret that you won't hear in the Western camp. Especially for lesbian consciousness in particular, but this is why. If you really want to know the partner of a woman, in the same way that men find their partner through their Venus, the placement of Venus in their chart, women find their partner not through Mars, but through Jupiter. Jupiter is the ancient descriptor of the woman's husband. But in this case, for a lesbian couple, it's Jupiter's interaction with the partner's sun, rising sign, and moon that brings out a spiritedness, a shared kinship of purpose and meaning in the relationship that brings out a meaning to the relationship, which is more than just feeling good together. Women have their own Venus and moon kind of figured out. It's the sun that they want to get through meaning and application and conquering themselves, conquering their ambitions and dreams and desires. Lesbian women in particular want to do this while also feeling good with each other. And if they get into the way of their spiritual expression, that's when they get frustrated between each other, because they can usually make each other feel good. Women have periods, and they have ways of getting the anger thing out, and then they have like their chill again, and then they have the anger thing, and then they have the chill thing. And this is a natural mood regulator, at least in the ideal, natural archetypal sense. So women can get out their own internal emotions, and they do it with each other. Once they come together, they start getting their periods in sync and this sort of thing. So that being the case, for women, I mean, if you have someone who's like, if your Venuses are really not interacting with each other properly, that'll show or whatever. But the enjoyment that women get, the deep, meaningful soul mate vibe, tends to come when one person's Jupiter interacts in trine or by conjunction or opposition. One person's Jupiter interacts with the other person's moon especially, but also to their sun and to their rising sign. If your rising sign, your moon, or your sun is in trine with the partner's moon, this is what gives the deepest connection for women in the sense of having meaning. I mean, other things are also important, like Saturn for a sense of bondedness and endurance, Mercury and Venus for the sake of communication. Deeply, though, it's really the Jupiter that is going to give a shared sense of bliss and of meaning in the relationship that is more than just each other feeling good. It's like a best friend. It's who you can laugh with. You ever see two women where something happens, they laugh so hysterically before they don't even say anything to each other. They just say some muttered word that they both are in tune with and laugh into oblivion while everyone else is watching them. Like, what are they even laughing at? That's Jupiter. Jupiter interacting with the other's sun or moon, usually. So that's the real deep depth that lesbians in particular you want to look for in a lesbian relationship. So the sun signs between each other are like how I describe them for lesbian couples is it's like a car. You can be driving a convertible that's like, trines, sun sign trines, and that's like, a Scorpio woman with Pisces and Cancer. That's when the sun is in trine, same element, and there's a deep harmony there that's, at least for the sun signs. But again, it's only sun signs, although it is important. The sun is kind of like the vehicle, and the vehicle you're driving says a lot about the interaction between each other. But, if you're driving a convertible or you're driving a Chevrolet Cavalier, it's still going to be about the two people in the car interacting. The spirit of the two people in the car is what counts. The meaning of the trip, not just how it expresses through the sun signs, right? That's what I'm trying to say. So I always give that spiel, and it's an important one. It's my Vedic secret that I'm imparting to Western astrologers. My friend Rhonda's asking if we got any Virgos watching the video with us. I'm curious. I've got a lot of Virgo in me. In my astrology, Venus is like my ruling planet. It's like a Vedic technique, but I'm deeply ruled by Venus, and I have Venus debilitated in Virgo. So I express, and I also have Jupiter in Virgo, so I have a lot of Virgo energy coming through me, and I'm also Scorpio as well. Anyway, I don't know, I just wanted to say that. My Jupiter is in trine to Virgo, or bleh. My Jupiter is in Virgo. So maybe anybody who's watching who is Virgo Sun, you might get something out of the way I express. You might deeply relate with it. In fact, I've got a girlfriend right now who is a Virgo Sun, and her sun is where my Jupiter is, right? Very interesting. Although her Jupiter would be what you would want to look for. Her Jupiter is conjunct my 7th Lord Saturn. It's just an example of the kind of bonds that deeply bond people. I digress. You guys came here for Virgo and Scorpio, so let's start rapping about it. Our next little reading is going to come from the original Sextrology book, Astrology of Sex and the Sexes. The original Sextrology book has a little blurb, a little gumball picture of Scorpio woman with Leo woman in a lesbian relationship. Now we're adding gender and sexual identity to the picture. This is just a little picture, and then after this, we're going to actually go into detail about this couple. So this is Scorpio woman with Virgo woman. If I said Leo, my apologies, I meant Virgo. Scorpio with Virgo. With bewitching Scorpio, Virgo must learn to brandish her own power. Otherwise, Scorpio's strength will destabilize. Virgo must learn to brandish her own power. Otherwise, Scorpio's strength will destabilize. Scorpio wants a submissive partner who will let Scorpio get in the power seat, by being a functional, useful, loving, passionate, caring, tender lover that Scorpio does. But this gives them a seat of power. They're useful. They're needed by the partner. And Scorpio seeks that. But while they seek a subby bottom lover in a lot of ways, they want to respect the lover. And if Virgo feels too coddled, and if Virgo starts to feel like, wow, this Scorpio person deeply loves me and seems to want to give me these things and is kind of obsessive with me, maybe she seems to like me, the Virgo might get like, feel like the Scorpio is the one who's doing all the movement in the relationship, and so I can't do anything, and she wants me to be a servile, reliable little slut in high heels for my Scorpio lady, so I'll do that. But if that happens so much that Virgo loses her own self-esteem, then the Scorpio will start to feel like her partner is just this kitty that she's giving all her time to, and the Scorpio wants a respectable lover who is a bottom for her, even more in control power plays. That's how Scorpio wants it. Scorpio doesn't want to throw her pearls before swine, as it were. Scorpio doesn't want to just wrangle somebody who is easy or who is like not worthy of her, right? So Virgo must learn to brandish her own power, but otherwise Scorpio's strength will destabilize. Scorpio's strength will destabilize the Virgo if that is allowed to happen. Both of these two risk losing their footing. In bed, Virgo accepts the mentoring that she has missed. Right. So Virgo will probably be in a way, Virgo is in the 11th house from Scorpio. Virgo will help Scorpio's ambitions, will help Scorpio do the things that Scorpio needs to do to get the gains, to get the life that Scorpio seeks. Virgo helps Scorpio get the life, the attainment, the glory, the job even that Scorpio seeks. Virgo's reliable and can even connect Scorpio to friend groups and to people and to networks, the 11th house things that help draw influence to the Scorpio and make the Scorpio feel satisfied with what she's doing with her life. Virgo is reliable and useful and functional in this way. And Scorpio, on the other hand, is the one dealing with their mutual psychology, communicating, learning how to communicate between each other. The Scorpio is the Scorpio is in the 3rd house from Virgo. So Scorpio brings more expression to Virgo, brings more it's just of a constant sensory enjoyment to the Virgo in a lot of ways. And in bed, Virgo accepts the mentoring she has missed. So Scorpio is going to kind of play guru, psychological, internal guru for the two of them, planner, organizer. Like, what are we doing together? Are we going to get a house at the end of things? Are we going to just rent here for forever? Are we going to employ our mutual money to get this thing for our social group? This place where we can have these parties and these dildos and these sexy things that we love or whatever. That might be more of like the Virgo end of things. Scorpio's more about like, what's the house going to look like in like the big picture. Scorpio's manifesting a big picture, and Virgo's the one spinning the wheels on the front. Like, okay, so you said that you need this kind of house with this kind of vibe so that these kind of people can come in and enjoy it in this way with us. Well, I have found a Kijiji ad in Oshawa on Drew Street where there's this apartment complex that has this price for this value, and it's in contrast to this place over here in Whitby, which has this house and this apartment, but it's close to this thing. All these little details Virgo runs around with, while Scorpio is trying to discern if that's the best for their thing, for their mutual psychology, their mutual design and interest. Although Virgo is always refurbishing Scorpio's idea and vice versa. It can be very powerful, darling couple. Like I said, I'm a Scorpio, and my girlfriend is a Virgo. And I often relate as the girly Scorpio in this way, who has so many ambitions and desires, but I can get in my own head and I can judge myself in these different things. She is this Virgo who communicates Mercury to me. What is the immediate need? What is the immediate reality that can fit your desired Mars, your desired ploy or tactic? What are the materials and things at our disposal that can bring out the best of this hard, lovely, tough Scorpio lady? Virgo's thinking about these things, right? So, without further ado, let's get into it. This is Virgo Woman with Scorpio Woman, coming from Cosmic Coupling by Starsky and Cox. It's the same couple that did the original Sextrology book that we've been reading from. They took this book and gave a little detailed descriptions of all the couplings. This is Scorpio Woman with Virgo Woman. The book has these little cryptic code language for each combination. For the lesbian, Virgo, and Scorpio, it's called the scandal. Interesting. I guess it's like maybe they have these friend groups and they've always interacted with each other in a certain way and provided functional things for each of their friend groups. And when they talk to each other, it's like no one ever thought that they would come together. And there's a real mixing of friend groups here because both of them are in air sign houses from each other. Scorpio is the third house from Virgo. Virgo being the first house, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, right? So Scorpio's in the third house position from Virgo. It's Gemini-ish, flitty, flighty, doing spontaneous little interludes and things that the Virgo would never think of. Just to put this pressure on the Virgo of a constant, sexy overpouring of, I bet you never thought. So Virgo is kind of enjoyably making friends out of the connection between the Scorpio and the Virgo's group of friends, and vice versa. They create a mutual social sphere with each other. So to call it the scandal is an interesting thought. It's like, oh, maybe people never thought these two would get together, and then they do, and everyone's like, oh my god. I don't know. They always give these... Let's see if by reading this, we get a little bit more intuition on what they mean by this scandal. So this is Virgo Woman and Scorpio Woman. Let's take a look at their chemistry together. Scorpio is notoriously drawn to Virgo, can confirm, over whom the spider lady, Scorpio, imagines she can have ultimate sway, the perfect little subby bottom. Virgo is bowled over by Scorpio's swagger, and she defers to her from the start of their burgeoning relationship. The Virgin may be unaware that this strong, assertive woman is pouring on extra confidence to mask the fact that the Virgin actually makes her nervous. Scorpio wants what she wants when she wants it, and fear of not sweeping Virgo off her feet causes anxiety. Virgo seems the perfect match, someone whom Scorpio can lovingly boss around and lustily seduce. It often happens that Virgo meets Scorpio at a time when she, the Virgo, is at a crossroads in her sexual identity, and Scorpio is none too subtle, dragging an object of affection off the fence to show her the ropes. Damn, that's juicy. What's the word for that? It's like gay lighting? Gay flagging? Something like that? There's a word for it. Gay baiting, I think. I just think it's hot to think of a woman just being like, you can always try it. Scorpio being like, I mean, baby, like you'll never know unless you try. Showing her like little bits of titty at the same time. Who wouldn't jump off the fence after seeing that? So let's take a look at the compatibility between these two. Virgo is the personification of adaptability. And Scorpio, more than any other woman, expects a partner to conform to her way of thinking and her lifestyle choices. And the Virgo adapts it and adapts to it. The spider lady might actually be aware of her tendency to rush into commitments here, as she gets so little resistance, a dynamic she's not used to. She may wonder why Virgo is so compliant, putting Scorpio on alert for being used. Virgo might play the role of Marcy here to Scorpio's Peppermint Patty, not to mention having to call her Sir in the sack. Scorpio will have a tendency to make Virgo over in her own image, urging her to more readily stand up for herself. Yeah, so Scorpio is in the third house from Virgo. The third house, Gemini, has a Mars quality to it in the Vedic sense. There's an aggressiveness. There's a standing up for yourself and for your beliefs, and be a dynamic competitor amongst sexual competitors. Even though, don't worry, baby, wink, wink, you're my lovey-dove, and you're always going to be with me, and I'm always, Scorpio has this way of just submitting to how deeply fucking functional and sexy and submissive the Virgo is. And Scorpio will have this way of like, darling, you're such a sweet little slut for me, but you can compete, and you're just as good and just as deserving and earnest as anybody else. Even though Scorpio will still be on top of things. So, Virgo must indeed learn to brandish in her own power. Otherwise, Scorpio will overwhelm her, and the relationship can become destabilized. Because then, it becomes, it's like if Virgo just starfishes and just puts herself out, splays herself out, legs open, and it's just like, okay, do what you want with me. I'm going to close my eyes. And the Scorpio is like, would definitely do that at least for a night or 3 or 5. But eventually, the Scorpio is going to hope that that this isn't just all it is. Come on, baby, give me something. Pull my hair, or just give me something. I mean, Virgo is not always going to just start. Virgos do not just really starfish like that. What I'm trying to say it is a metaphor. If the Virgo lets go of her grip on the sexual chemistry and on the visceral dealing with remaining Scorpio's lover, then the Scorpio might just feel like there's not enough of a tug and a push and pull and a respectability in her partner. So, mentoring will always be an element of this relationship. But Virgo does need to take pride in her own accomplishments for both their sakes. Her own spiritual sake, as well as for Scorpio's checking for worthiness and value in their partner. Not just the value of being a functional little slut who just does whatever I say, but also has some kind of value, some kind of power, something that just makes her a contributor, an equal contributor, on top of the natural power dynamic. So, that was the compatibility between these two. Let's take a little look at the carnality that these two express. The fun bedroom stuff. Scorpio likes to put this woman especially through her paces. There's nothing sexier to Scorpio than a lover being slightly out of her element, her limits being expanded, her tolerance being tested. Virgo might find Scorpio is more forceful and indignant a lover than she's used to, surprised at herself by just how much this turns her on. Scorpio will hold Virgo's head down on her. She will rub and pinch her trigger points a little too insistently and grind the virgin into orgasm in a way that leaves them both a bit sore. Something to remember each other by until next time, which may be just hours away. Fuck, that's so hot. You ever hear what sore is spelled backwards? I fucked it. Ever hear what eros is spelled backwards? Sore. Would have been great if I said it right. Anyway. Fingering may border on a full knuckle sandwich, and Scorpio won't want to ignore Virgo's rump for penetration either. Not to mention have her own go unnoticed during oral sex. Oh, sorry, that was confusing. Scorpio won't want to ignore Virgo's rump for penetration. Not to mention to have her own desire for penetration go unnoticed during oral sex. Nipple play can be particularly predicated on finding the fine line between pleasure and pain. I've noticed this with my Virgo girlfriend's breasts, is that she loves, like I can lick my Virgo girlfriend's like nipple and her titty and all around it. She's actually kind of shown me that she enjoys me licking all around the breast and slightly the lightest feather touch all around until you finally make it, and just teasing up to that nipple. And then once you get to the nipple, it's all completely soft. Tune in that radio. And then eventually she's gonna start to tell you to fucking bite it. harder, and that whole thing. Whew. And that can be a good time for Scorpio. Scorpio is focused on making Virgo climax with a vengeance, resulting in real and figurative outpourings of emotion on the Virgin's part. Of emotion is in brackets here. So without me saying that part, let's just say Scorpio is focused on making Virgo climax with a vengeance, resulting in real and figurative outpourings on the Virgin's part. Good times. I always think it's hot to read through these things. Especially when we get to Virgo and Scorpio. Each time we get to that, I always like to just bring it out. I'm a Scorpio and my girlfriend's a Virgo. Seems to be a good time on my end of things, I would say. But I digress. That has been Virgo Woman with Scorpio Woman. I hope this worked out for you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Let me know what you think. Like, comment, subscribe, and all that fun stuff. And keep your eyes peeled, because I always got more stuff coming out in the world of How to Rock Astrology. Now, for those watching live, stay tuned, because we're just going to keep rolling. I'm going to pour right into Scorpio Woman with Libra Woman. The tough, hot, athletic, mastermind Scorpio, getting in touch with the relationship-oriented, etheric, aesthetic Libra woman. A little bit of lace, a little bit of leather. Let's see how it works, folks. So if you're watching live, keep watching. We're going to jump on that just as soon as I have another snack. We're halfway through our reading today, so I think that it's a good time for me to have a little snacky poo. So keep watching with me, folks. Should I do Libra first and then have a snacky poo, since I just had a snacky poo? I'm gonna have a bite, folks, and then I'm gonna be right back. So just hang out for me for like 3 minutes. hot in here. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see you today. My name is Dustin Cormier, and you are watching How to Rock Astrology. Welcome. It's a pleasure to see you today. Today we've been talking about the sextrology, the sexual and erotic psyche of Scorpio Lesbian woman. In this part of our episode, we're going to talk about the combination, the coupling of the seductress Scorpio woman with the etheric, artsy Libra woman as a lesbian couple. I've been saying in all these videos, as I said, my name's Dustin Cormier. I'm a biological male. I got the dick and nuts, the meat and two veg, but I'm genderqueer. I identify as really genderqueer. And I enjoy, I don't consider myself non-binary per se. I love to employ both male and female energies. And I deeply relate with the feminine experience. For a long time, identified as female and as trans. But now I've come to enjoy both, and I deeply relate. I consider myself like a lesbian in a man's body. I deeply relate with the feminine experience, and so, some ladies on my channel have requested that I do these videos, so that's why I'm here talking about lesbian couples, even though I am a biological man. I hope you understand that. I hope it comes off the right way, and I thank you very deeply for giving me the opportunity to explore my feminine side. So thank you so much for that, and thank you for watching. Now, Libra and Scorpio woman. Cool. I'm just noticing, this is a live stream, of course, folks, so you can always ask a question, make a comment, and I'll try to do what I can to answer as best I can. My friend Marcelo Ficino says, Jupiter is your man in the chart. Its placement indicates soul progression, like the proverbial hot for teacher. Like having the hots for someone. Hot for teacher. That's a good one. Because there's the guru vibe mixed in with the teacher consciousness. Very good, Marcelo. Jupiter, especially for women, is your man. That is how they've said it in Vedic astrology, and I'm going to add that secret. I'm going to pepper it in. But essentially, for women, Jupiter is the sign of your partner, more than Mars. Women seek their partner in their Jupiter. We'll get to that. For now, what we're going to do today is we're going to talk about from 3 different writings. The first one comes from Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. The next one comes from the original Sextrology book. And then eventually, we're going to go into detail talking about Libra and Scorpio woman from the Cosmic Coupling series, where the same authors who did the Sextrology book went into detail about each relationship combination and their sexuality, and how being a woman and being a lesbian alters the reading of Scorpio and Libra. So, first thing I want to do is I'm going to start off with erotic astrology, and this is going to give us a sense of the purely archetypal astrology energy of Scorpio and Libra, not thinking about gender or sexual orientation. This is purely about the astrological archetypes. So it's the sexual synastry of Scorpio with Libra. In this union, Scorpio leads the way in most things, and gentle Libra appears to follow. However, Librans usually find a way of getting others, even intractable Scorpions, to do their bidding. This is going to be very different with Scorpio woman, for sure. Cardinal air of Libra and fixed water of Scorpio have little in common. Yeah, I get that. In a way, although air and water both have a way of falling into whatever's most harmonious, just in different ways. Yet, if this relationship can get past the initial courtship, it may very well last a lifetime. And there is some interesting reasons for that we could talk about. Scorpio is the second house for Libra. So it is through the interaction of relationship that these two have. Libra, since Libra deals with others, Scorpio is the second house from Libra. So Scorpio fixates on the resources of a relationship, the resources that they put into a relationship, their investment in this or that business or this or that ambition or what have you. By doing that, Scorpio is providing the second house. Because Libra is all about other people, Scorpio, being the second sign from Libra, holds Libra's financial wealth and holds and attracts abundance through which Libra can do what it wants to do and what it identifies with, which is essentially others and their partner especially. Libra really deeply lives through their partner, and by Scorpio doing what it does, it manifests and builds a mutual entrepreneurial ground, a foundation, a financial foundation, as well as an emotional value sharing between the two of them. And Libra does something for Scorpio that Scorpio usually does for others. Libra is in the 12th house position from Scorpio. The 12th house is a mystical, past life, subconscious attunement. So Libra really just does a lot of just subtle ear tickling and little things in the soft way that Libra does usually to try to tell Scorpio things that could help them loosen up, let go of their deep, hard activity that they employ for the both of them. So Scorpio is this very ambitious person who works really hard for the two of them, gets seen, gets somewhere in their career, or does something that gives them both a kind of a financial backbone. The Libra probably has her own job and can do her own thing, but she really is focused on making a lovely environment for the two of them to coexist in, to help reduce the tension and relieve the stresses of the Scorpio woman in all the many little ways that Libra likes to be able to do that. Not just through her action and her service, but more so from providing a beautiful social atmosphere for the two of them, as well as lovely environment, Venusian water, soft ice insulating things that insulates Scorpio from the pain of being this person who attacks reality with broad strokes like Scorpio does. And we might read a little bit about how it might take some air signs in the Scorpio for them to get the social inquisition, the social interaction that Libra kind of wants to deeply base herself on. Libra loves aesthetics. Every little moment is an opportunity for Libra to get what she wants out of life's experience here on Earth. And so she's going to really deeply value a partner who can cater to Libra's personal, social importance and aesthetics and niceness. If you got to say something to me, honey, say it nicely. It doesn't even matter what it is. Just say it nicely. Whereas Scorpio just wants to get it out fast. And it's like, honey, it's not a matter of how I say it. It's fucking what I say. Look at this thing that's happening. The Libra says, ship, that, bleh. Say it nice. You know, that's the kind of thing that can happen with these two. And I think that it can end up in a good relationship. This can end up, because of that, the Libra taking off the hard, barbed edges of Scorpio's neurological sphere that they just get so wrapped up in, and for the both of them. And then Scorpio does this hard work for the both of them that develops a second house between the two of them, a mutual shared wealth structure that they can both enjoy, resources for the Scorpio's self that is employed to their mutual benefit financially and security-wise. And it also grants monetary security. You should really check on the Venus of the Libra. Hopefully, if she has a strong, good Venus, which she might not, because if the Sun, Venus never goes 2 signs further than 2 signs from the Sun. So the Libra girl here could have Venus in Virgo, which is the worst possible place. If it's in Libra, if the Libra girl's Venus is in Libra, then the Sun is burning it out. It's also not a great place. And the Sun, Venus in Leo is not that good either. It's once Venus gets into Scorpio and Sagittarius that it's looking a little bit better for this girl in particular, because this monetary financial thing that she builds up with a Scorpio ought to be based on security and material security as a symbol of a deeper union of mutual spiritual fulfillment and compassion and love. And that can be material grounding can be a worthwhile, satisfying statement of the connection if it's rooted in that lovingness, and if it's not just the grasping of security for its own sake. Because Libra here can easily use Scorpio for her second house without really... It's like you're developing on the second house on material security for its sake and not really seeing the struggles and trials of the person doing it. Libra can do that sort of thing just like anybody can, really, but they're particularly viable to that when Scorpio is in the mix. Just sort of using the Scorpio for stability, whether it's emotional or financial, or just comfort-wise, which the Scorpio will eventually catch on to and not deal with. So, you know, that can lead to some bitter, gross things, but this is just sun sign astrology, folks. So this is why I'm saying it. The Venus of the Libra will show whether gets her own personal fulfillment. If her Venus is close to the 4th house cusp, it gains strength. If it's closer to Pisces, it gains strength. If it's got positive aspects from other benefics like Jupiter or a positive moon or Mercury, then it gains strength and it gains communication ability, and it can get its fulfillment so that it doesn't manipulate the Scorpio. These are the kind of things you got to think about, you know? What I should say on the big picture, I've already rapped a lot about extraneous things, but I'm a Vedic astrologer as well as a Western one, and this is a secret Vedic technique that I've been saying in each one of these videos to kind of give Westerners a sense of it, especially in these lesbian videos in particular. For those lesbians watching this video, consider that in ancient times, it has always been considered that Jupiter is your partner as a woman. The same way they say that a man can see his partner in the placement of his Venus. Where's the Venus by sign? Where is it by house? What is aspecting Venus? This will tell you about a man's partner that he's bound to manifest. And in the same way, look at a woman's Jupiter. Look at its sign, whether it's close to its exaltation in Cancer, what house it's in. That will deeply show you the nature of a woman's partner that she kind of seeks. So Scorpio and Libra have this interaction as their solar vehicle of interaction between each other's energy field. But it is just a vehicle. I like to say that it's like a vehicle. You know, if you could drive in a convertible, which would be like a trine, Scorpio with a Cancer woman, or Scorpio with a Pisces woman. That's like a convertible. And it's a really nice ride. It's a good solar vessel, sun vessel, for driving a relationship. But really, it's not about the car. It's about the soul karmic love that is being shared transdimensionally between these two, lifetime after lifetime, coming together again in this time, finding the love that they seek each other through other things. Then, you know, whatever the sun signs are is the vessel for that deeper love. And for women in particular, because women don't live in their sun sign like men do. Women are more about the moon. Women are more about feelings. They can, between each other, they can make each other feel good. They have periods, and they Not like men. Men don't get periods, so men need women to fluctuate their emotions. Women get periods and they fluctuate their own emotions. So when they're hanging out with each other, they know that I'm in a bad mood, but I'm going to be in a good mood. You're in a good mood, but you're going to be in a bad mood at some point, and we're just doing this cycling emotional thing. Women can make that work between each other because they've been doing it all their lives. What lesbians seek between each other is not necessarily to feel good at a comfort level, because their own Venus and Moon can kind of spin that, hopefully if they got a good Venus and Moon. If they don't, then their partner might help them to supply that, although they should seek it in themselves. But because women can feel good in their own circadian rhythm, they don't need to grip that as hard. They've been in that. What they seek is meaning between each other's interaction. What they seek is that the journey was the destination all along. For them, if they are just going to a destination together, if they're ambitious to get a house or a family or just anything, but they don't enjoy it along the way, then it was kind of a waste of time in a certain way. Unless that was the karma that is your karma. But generally speaking, the fulfillment that lesbian women seek in relationship has to do with one woman's Jupiter interacting with the other woman's rising sign, sun, or moon, especially the moon. So, you're a Scorpio woman, and you're dealing with a Libra woman. If your Jupiter is in an air sign, then your Jupiter will be trine to her sun. And then you will enjoy the social lightness and the not being too deep all the time, and not being too reflective, and dropping things for the sake of social concourse. Not getting into fights in front of people, because Libra can't stand that. Libra can't stand when her partner is being brutish and making them both look like not suave. Libra wants there to be a groovy social suaveness. So if your Jupiter is in an air sign, then you'll naturally do that for her. And in the same way, if her Jupiter is in a water sign, then she will understand more deeply when you get into your moods and your quiet, isolating times, and when you want to have a sit down and be serious and talk about this thing that you did that hurt my feelings, and now I don't feel like you love me like you usually do. If the Libra has Jupiter in a water sign, then she will deeply listen to where the Scorpio is going with all her thoughts and appreciate and respect them. And this is a best friend energy. When a woman's Jupiter is in trine with another woman's sun, the kind of thing happens where it's like, you ever meet two women who get absorbed in laughter over something that happens that only they know? It's like, the thing's just like and they start laughing their asses off, and everyone around them doesn't even know what the hell they're laughing at, but they're in stitches. This is what happens when Jupiter is in trine for a woman. A woman's Jupiter is a trine to the other woman's moon or sun or rising sign, or some strong combination there. So it's a message that I've been delivering on all these videos. It's taking a lot of time, but it's part of my thing that I want to do. I see my friend Rhonda never thought that Scorpio and Virgo would be a good match. I think any sun signs can potentially be a good match, as long as the other things in the chart also have a moving sway, so that the vehicle, whatever the vehicle is, the sun signs is just this vehicle that love has to work itself out through. But it can be any vehicle. It could be a Corvette, it could be a Chevrolet Cavalier. It's still going to be the vessel through which love experiences itself. And for women, the sun sign combinations aren't that influential in the relationship. Not as influential as man and woman and man and man. So, that was my own sort of spiel. Let's take a look at Sextrology, the original Sextrology book, because they give a little tidbit about each of the sign combinations. That's what we're going to read from here. This is Scorpio woman with Libra woman. The Sextrology. These two are at cross purposes One only tolerates the other, secretly feeling superior. It's interesting. Again, this is just sun signs. Westerners really emphasize these things, and got to take it with a grain of salt. So, jealousy is the culprit. So let's say this again. These two are at cross purposes. One only tolerates the other, secretly feeling superior. Jealousy is the culprit, causing them to misbehave. Again, I would say that if they have good Venuses in their individual chart, if a woman has a good Venus and or a good strong moon, it's well placed, got positive aspects to it, then they will feel fulfilled outside of their relationship. They won't depend on the relationship for their own happiness, and then they might not get so much of this jealousy thing going on. Although it could be possible between just Libra and Scorpio as they are. Disloyalty is their default action when this kind of thing can happen. Just like, oh yeah, you did that? Well, guess what? It doesn't typically happen, but it can in unevolved people, shall we say. In bed, with this combination, the scales girl, Libra, is uncharacteristically worshipful. That's hot. Sounds like we got something juicy cooking, folks. I'm a Scorpio myself, as I said, and I always love when someone wants to be my pretty kitty. I will be the ring bearer and hold the hoop for you to jump through. That's, I guess, Scorpio. How Scorpio thinks, I suppose. Kink and BDSM can be fun, in my opinion, as long as there's not too much ill dignity being implied. You know, I love being someone being my little pet, as long as they're a human first and a pet second, right? In my personal opinion. I don't know, some people like to get thicker than that. I digress. So, so this next reading comes from Cosmic Coupling by Starsky and Cox. Again, these guys are the same couple, same authorship duo that wrote the original Sextrology book that we've been reading from today. Each combination in this book has like a little word about it, a little code, a cryptic code. This one's called the epilogue. I wonder if what they're implying there is that these two might come together as like a be-all, end-all combination for these two in relationship. Maybe they end up either kind of flitting around or whatever, but this is one combination that could end up being the last couple after having gone through many lovers. This is the last. These two land on each other at the end of life as old best friends. I don't know. I never know the cryptic meaning of these little codes, the epilogue. So let's read through and let's see if the nature of the text unveils what they were trying to say with this cryptic code. This is Scorpio woman with Libra woman. Let's take a look at their chemistry. Like their gay brothers, these female signs may be edgy with each other in their youth, but as adults, they have a better chance of outlasting other couples in their circle. I knew it. That's why it's called the epilogue. Bingo. We figured it out, folks. At first, there is tension. Libra striking Scorpio as uncooperative for its own sake. Most evident if interacting in a career or community dynamic. Scorpio might not realize that Libra is simply of a different mind than Scorpio when it comes to decision making. The scales typically opting for progressive, idealistic solutions, and Scorpio being more traditional and pragmatic. Cool. Libra is generally soft-spoken, but carries a big stick. That's an interesting way to put it. Scorpio comes on strong, but easily demurs. Okay, baby, whatever. If you're going to fight me on it, it's not a big fucking deal. Fuck it. In the end, they realize they are two sides of the same coin and begin to celebrate their differences, each growing through making the effort to see the other's point of view. Lovely. I could definitely see these two as being strangely different, yet strangely similar. In astrology, we often talk about how there are these quadrants, right? Libra starts the end of the year. It's the autumn equinox, where harvest time is coming and we're pushing into the cold of winter. And so Libra and Scorpio share that quadrant, the 7th house, 8th house, 9th house quadrant. So in that sense, they're similar. But in the other sense, these two are as different as Aries and Taurus, or as Taurus and Gemini. They are, the signs coming one after the other are very noticeably different. Scorpio and Libra are way different archetypally than, say, like Scorpio and Cancer. Because Scorpio and Cancer are both water signs. Scorpio and Libra are very different, but they're in the same quadrant. So in that way, there is a similarity, a shared sense of the end of things, of the fruit of life, the enjoyment of people and interaction and these sorts of things. After Libra, things tend to be less about the self and more about other. And Libra and Scorpio are both obsessed with relationships in this way. So, let's take a look at Scorpio and Libra's compatibility. Libra tends to be up and at 'em, not naturally inclined to self-examine. She wants to impress herself and her ideas upon the world. Scorpio moves at her own pace, and her brand of intellect is internal and metaphorical. Both women gravitate towards creative careers, Libra taking inspiration from external forces, while Scorpio awaits word from her inner voices. Scorpio is best working for herself or leapfrogging into a position where she can be the boss. Otherwise, she risks alienating higher-ups who might not realize the powerhouse of her personality. Libra is generally not comfortable in charge, but rather likes her autonomy, coming and going at will. It's the same in their shared household. Scorpio notoriously holds down the fort, often working from home, and quite successfully, while Libra will require independence and in her social life as well, which might very well be somewhat of a sticking point. So what, honey, says Scorpio, like, I work my ass off and I do all this stuff for the two of us and I work at home and I do all that I can and I finally get the chance to hang out with you, but you want to go out and hang with your own social existence and just leave me in the dirt to just, like, make our mutual money? Like, what the heck are we doing here? It is a sticking point because Libra should be able to relate with whoever she wants, whenever she wants, in a lot of ways. It might be just a tough thing for the Libra. She's going to have to learn to allow Scorpio to be a part of the foundation that she tries to build with her social life. That's second house people that are her resources and close connections and chosen family, chosen tribe, as it were. Libra's got to let Scorpio in there at some point. Not fully give him the reins, or, Scorpio will just do this thing where it's like, oh, so now I'm playing watchdog because we've seemed to have agreed to that, and so, well, who are you hanging out with today? Like, Libra does not want that. Libra is basically wants to be able to say, darling, I'm going and doing these things with these people, but don't worry because tomorrow or the day after, I've planned on doing this with you. As long as Scorpio sees that there's equilibrium, Scorpio will be okay with it. If the Scorpio's evolved. There's always an optimal expression of these sign energies coming together. Now that we've talked about the compatibility, let's get to the fun part and talk about the carnality. Libra recognizes that need Scorpio has for control. And in bed at least, Libra says, bring it on. Scorpio intends to show Libra how it's done, if only to turn around and say, okay, now me, now do it to me. The scales can be uncharacteristically worshipful here, as Scorpio's sense of superiority is most justifiable in the boudoir. The more androgynous Libra may adopt a bit of a tomboy role, barely containing her excitement with so womanly a specimen as Scorpio, who, even when presenting a butch role to the world, can't help but take on an iconic womanly, the power woman status in the bedroom. Still, it will be she who will express the dominant behavior in bondage and discipline, and even some light S&M scenarios and role-play scenarios. She will want Libra to strap one on and pleasure her, and then turn the tables and do likewise, but with more of an edge, discerning fine lines between pleasure and pain, actively engaging in anal play as well. Despite her signature independence, Libra finds sex with Scorpio nothing less than addictive and wholesomely all-encompassing. That is a good one. Every Scorpio likes when their lady is going to be bound by the seductive, obliterating, visceral, tough, firm energy that they find in the Scorpio. Scorpios are so Mars, so soldiers, so like one leg cocked and ready to tumble in battle. And that's a juicy thing for Libra to be able to include that as a part of her solid material foundation emotional existence in the Scorpio. Adds a vitality, a primalness that the Libra just loves, and of course, needless to say, so does the Scorpio. So, I think that's that for this one, folks. That was Scorpio Woman with Libra Woman. I hope you guys deeply enjoyed that. I'm Dustin Cormier for How to Rock Astrology. I love doing this thing for you guys. Let me know what you think in the comments. Like, subscribe, all that fun shit. And I hope you guys dug. I'm just going to check our comments for a moment. My friend Marcelo is mentioning that the nakshatras are as good tools in determining how sexuality is manifesting. I completely agree with you, Marcelo. Nakshatras, for our Western viewers, are a Vedic technique where you divide the zodiac into 27 signs. It's a very old mystical conception of nakshatras. I believe means like the moon's mansions, the homes of the moon. And every day the moon visits a new mansion because it travels 1/27th of the zodiac every day, because it takes 28 days-ish to make up a month, right? So the nakshatras are a deeply revealing expression of our sexuality, especially where our Mars is, where our sun signs are, etc. It would probably be more about the moon in terms of the nakshatras. And that's a whole relationship sign compatibility paradigm that I need to get into myself. It's very deep, very ancient, very true. I'm Jesta moon myself. I've got Sagittarius moon. It's in Jesta according to tropical Vedic astrology. And it is a huge part of something that I really do look for in a partner. I've got an old Vedic book that has these compatibilities, and maybe I'll whip that out one day. So thank you, Marcelo, for your comment about the nakshatras. That's a very important one. For Westerners, it's just a very important Vedic technique just to show you a glimpse of how much more there is to astrology than just the sun sign. However, I like to do the sun sign thing as well, right? So yeah, hope you guys dug that. I'm Dustin Cormier. Stay tuned if you've been watching live, because in just about a moment, we're going to go into Scorpio woman with another Scorpio woman. Hope you guys enjoy. I'm just going to do cell phone things for a moment and chill. Greetings, folks. How you doing today? My name is Dustin Cormier. Welcome to How to Rock Astrology. In this part of today's episode, we've been talking about the sexuality of a lesbian, gay, bisexual Scorpio woman. In this part of our episode, we're going to be talking about Scorpio woman in combination with another Scorpio woman. So it's going to play on a lot of the same archetypes we've been talking about. The spider woman seeking control of some sort. Must be an interesting thing to see this play out with two Scorpios. Sorry about my neighbors, they're being a little bit loud. I might have to bother them if they get too much, just to ask to be quiet. It happens. So, this is a combination of two Scorpio women. I'm not going to lie, I'm excited for this one. It sounds like it's going to be hot. I'm a Scorpio myself. I have Mars and Pluto in the Sun, all conjunct in Scorpio. I'm a Leo rising, and I can't wait to show you guys. I just love all things Scorpio, so it's a double Scorpio. Let's see how it rolls. Yeah, so I guess we'll just start rolling with things here, folks. Oh, I guess I should say, I've been saying this in every little section here. As I said, my name is Dustin Cormier. I am a gender... Sorry about the loudness. I'm a genderqueer, transgender identifying person. I'm a man. I've got like the dick and nuts and the meat and two veg. But I consider myself to be like a lesbian in a man's body. I consider myself, I'm very deeply enamored by the feminine experience. I relate to it deeply. And so that's why I'm, some ladies were on my channel and requested that I do videos talking about lesbian, gay, zodiac sign energy, gay women energy. First, I didn't feel like it would be right because I am a guy, but I do identify as transgender, and that's why I guess I should say that I'm thankful that you folks are allowing me to try on my feminine side and to explore my own feminine side with you guys through talking about these hot fucking lesbian zodiac scenes happening. Talking about how the zodiac signs come together, the expression of their sexuality and the psychology of being a female and being a lesbian, what that adds to the zodiac sign. It's really doing good for me, and I appreciate you guys providing the space for me to do that. So thanks for watching. I hope you guys enjoy. So, we are looking at Scorpio with Scorpio. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to read a little excerpt from two different books. One of them is Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. Another one is the original Sextrology book. Just they give these little pictures of the sign combinations. And at the very end, we're going to read from a detailed description of the sexuality of these two signs, of these two women, two Scorpio women, coming together, and what happens when they do come together. So, first thing we're going to read, to get a picture of what we're dealing with, is Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. This book is going to give us an archetypal relationship between Scorpio and Scorpio, meaning that it's not considering gender. This is not female Scorpio. This is not lesbian or any sexual orientation. This is purely the astrological energy of Scorpio meeting with Scorpio. A love match between two Scorpions can be interesting, and you two actually get along surprisingly well together. I get this too. I think that Scorpio is one sign who has enough femininity and enough masculinity, enough mutual desire for a strategic expression of their energy together, a very instinctive sense of how to blend energies in relationship, that they both jive possibly better than any double zodiac combination, right? Better than a Leo with a Leo, better than a Virgo with a Virgo. I think that's my just spontaneous thought. A Scorpio and a Scorpio are able to read each other's minds and have the same likes and dislikes. Problems may arise if either of you tries to run the show. Shared power and responsibility is the only way for a happy union. I would say that is the case. These two should both feel like they're in a mutual place of dignity, even though one might do something, like they'll both feel like they're doing something for the other in a compatible way. And it'll usually involve other things in the chart. This is just sun sign astrology, right? So there's only going to be so much that can be said just with the sun. What I have been saying in all these videos is that if you want to have the secret key to how to really relate with a partner in astrology, especially as a woman, this is two women interacting, and the sun doesn't really have that much to do with women. Women express more of themselves and project themselves through the lunar energy, through their moon energy, more than their sun. The moon in particular. But this is a Vedic secret. I'm going to give you guys, I've been saying it in all these videos and all these little combinations. The ancient Vedic secret for a woman is that they used to say that a woman's partner, in the same way that a man's partner is reflected where in the position of his Venus. Where a man's Venus is, where it is by sign, where it is by house, where it is by things aspecting his Venus, those are the qualities that he's probably going to find in his partner. For women, it's Jupiter. That's right, folks. Cat's out of the bag. It's not Mars. And it's not the sun. Well, it's the sun in certain ways. Women seek their partner in the sun. But Jupiter for a woman is really what it's all about. Jupiter, the sun for a woman shows the destination that they want to manifest. Jupiter in a woman shows the journey, shows the meaning of the destination, the meaning of the life, and the mutual feeling of having enjoyed the experience of life. So when the sun signs connect really well, that shows that these two have a destination in mind together. It's like when the sun signs are trine. But again, like the sun is only it has less to do for women than the moon, okay? Especially for women. Women seek their Jupiter, their own Jupiter, in their partner. And they especially want to find, you especially as a woman, want to find if your Jupiter is trine to your partner's moon, first of all. Your Jupiter trine to your partner's moon is the best thing. It's really a deep combination. Whatever sign your Jupiter is in, look for that element in your partner's moon. It's a huge statement of shared kinship and spiritual cohesion. As well as Jupiter to your partner's sun, as well as your Jupiter in aspect to your partner's rising sign. If the Jupiter is in trine to the cusp of the first house, or if it's in the first house of the partner, that sort of thing. When you get combinations like that, this is where the women, these two women, laugh and find deep meaning in all the little in-betweens and find joy in whatever happens between them. You know, have you ever seen two women who like laugh at like something happens or someone walks in with a shirt and it relates to an inside joke that they have between them, and they're like, oh, that's the thing, and then they just start obliterating themselves with laughter and they're just chuckling and no one knows what the hell they're even laughing at because it was this inside joke shared between the two that they constantly are drawing out of each other. That's what you get when you have one's Jupiter in trine, like to the other sun. That's when you get that like laughter and that kind of level of enjoyment. You know, it's this meaning of life, the enjoyment of the comfort, the enjoyment of being together, of the journey. That's what women seek. The reason is because women have periods. Women don't have, like, men don't have periods, so they can't work out their emotions. So they need a woman to work out their emotions for them and to help them feel good while men do the ambitious going and getting thing that men do. Women are forced to observe and circulate and find ventilation for their emotional and like visceral bodily energies and emotional energies, and they just purge it out, whether between each other. Sexually, they can very easily just like fucking rub each other's pussies into each other so that they can just ventilate and get this energy and dissipate it. But, you know, it's one thing for women to have a good sexual chemistry between each other. It's one thing for them to get their emotions cleared through each other and help on that. It's probably a very natural and easy thing for them to do. What's less natural for them is to find a spiritual kinship, a hilarious, deep, meaningful friendship in between all of that and surrounding and permeating all of that. Because women do circulate their emotions. They don't, I mean, it's a thing that sucks. I don't experience periods personally, but women, because they have periods and they just, they get it out, I know that you're going to be in a good mood soon, and I'm in a bad mood, and you can understand me being in a bad mood, and I'm going to be in a good mood soon. When you're in a bad mood, you know, they even link up their periods, so they're both in bad moods together. They purge it out, then they both get into a good mood with each other in this sort of thing. They don't have trouble emotionally finding equilibrium because they do it within themselves. So that's why women don't seek that. What they seek is Jupiter, and in Jupiter in trine to each other's sun. And really any combinations of their sun. The sun does play a part, but it's not just sun-to-sun astrology that is going to define the dynamic. What I always say is that, like, you know, the sun's interacting is like a vehicle. It's like a vessel. It's a car. And, you know, you could be driving a convertible. That's like Scorpio Sun with Cancer or with Pisces. Those are the trines. Those are the best sun sign combinations. Or you could drive in a Cavalier, which is like the opposite signs, or like, you know, squares or whatever, incompatible sun signs, quote unquote. But it doesn't, the vehicle doesn't matter. The destination doesn't matter. What matters is the fun that you have in the vehicle with the person. The sun sign, you know, your erotic psychosexual chemistry does come through the sun sign. It is important, but it's only the vessel. The spiritual meaning that comes through the solar vessels is really what's important, especially for women and lesbians in relationship. So that was a whole lot. I've been explaining that for all these videos, but I enjoyed doing it. So that was the big Vedic secret. If you're a lesbian, look to Jupiter. Jupiter in aspect to your partner's rising sign, moon especially, or their sun, or even their Mars, to see if there's a deep natural enjoyment from their instinctive spirit, noblest spiritual intentions, noblest ambitions, to see if you guys both crack up at enjoying the spirit of each other on all the in-betweens. So with that being said, that was my kind of whole spiel. Let's look into sextrology. The original sextrology book, they give a little gumball, a little picture of Scorpio and Scorpio in combination. And then from there, we are going to read about, go into more detail about this combination. So, we have a Scorpio woman with Scorpio woman. Scorpio is always the most captivating woman in the room. So who wins the distinction here? Right. This is part of what I was trying to say, is that especially with this couple, it's two sun signs interacting. You might think that you're too similar or something like that, but not necessarily. One of you can have this planet or that planet interacting so that, you know, like one of you is like a Leo rising, for example, while the other is like a Pisces rising. And the Leo Scorpio, I'm a Leo rising with Scorpio Sun. And I'm all like blah, and I'm really like, I take, and like I'm a very pushy, forceful Leo energy on like within, peering through the Scorpio Sun. Whereas a Pisces rising, if I was a Scorpio meeting with another Scorpio, but she had a Pisces rising, then it would be I would be much more the oppressor, the aggressor, and she would be the psychologist and the person in the background watching that I'm okay, through the mutual Scorpio ego, right? So there's lots of things that can define where the power dynamic might come through if it needs to come through. Like two powerful magnets, these two can repel. For a forever bond, if there is to be one, they'll seek a less fierce female. But just sex suits both of these two in combination. So basically these two can just come together and just you know, start rubbing legs and start driving their thighs into each other's hoo-haws, and might just get some real juicy friction and fire sort of going on, and that might just need to be all it is. It's this one chick who I can just always relate with in this way. It'll take other combinations, other meaningful things to define whether these women will be further enriched by their combination. Because this is just sun sign astrology after all, folks. So if you got a lady Scorpio, if you're a Scorpio and you got a lady Scorpio, and you read all about these two being similar and butting heads in the way that they can, and having a way that they have to figure it out, you can always figure it out if there's a love within each other that's deep enough, and if you can find self-fulfillment so you don't depend on your love too much. Then you can make just about any love combination work, especially through the sun signs. You can make any sun sign combination work, as long as there's other things to support it. Now, this is Scorpio Woman and Scorpio Woman. The book that we're about to read, I guess I should say that. This is Cosmic Coupling by Starsky and Cox. Same dual authorship of the original Sextrology series. This book always gives us cryptic code that encapsulates the combination being spoken of. The book calls this combination the peak. Let's see how it rolls, folks. So, I guess I should just take a peek at my comments here. Oh, poor Rhonda. Rhonda says that when people find out I'm a moon, they have a look on their face. And I think, again, Rhonda, you know, any combination, the moon can be anywhere. Even if the moon is debilitated in Scorpio, the moon will still, anybody, as any lover, can still find the right person who jives with them. And it would be silly for anyone to look at you and give you a sour face just because you have Mula moon. That's like astral racism in a weird quasi way. At least for it to be generalized like that. I mean, if somebody, like I'm Giesta moon, and I know that I wouldn't work well with an Ardra moon, right? So if someone told me they were Ardra moon, I wouldn't like stink eye them or nothing like that, but I would be very wary. That's for sure. It probably wouldn't even happen, because that's a particularly ideally bad combination. And you might have your own personal preferences and whatever, but for someone to just look at you and be like, ew, Mula, just because of that sake, I think that's silly. And you seem really nice too, Rhonda. I don't believe anybody could give you that sour face. So this is cosmic coupling. Let's read into the sextrology of Scorpio and Scorpio woman coming together. This is called the peak. Perhaps this is like the peak of each other's erotic romps coming together into this peak, or maybe it just means that these two are bound to elicit some kind of deep sexual romp with each other. I'm fucking so expressive. Sexpressive. Let's take a look at the chemistry between Scorpio and Scorpio woman. This coven of two can form more easily than the other double Scorpio combinations. Scorpio and Scorpio, like I said, can usually work out pretty good, but it's particularly, this book is saying, two Scorpio lesbian women can really do good together. There is an immediate electricity between these two. Scorpio woman thinks very highly of herself, and she's typically proud of her astrological sign, purposefully bonding with other spider women. Of course, she's bought into the myth that Scorpio is the sexiest of signs, and chicken or the egg, she bears out that assignation. The seduction scene that goes on between these women is worthy of film noir. They trade loaded one-liners that lead straight to one or the other's bedroom. Yet, yes, here, sex happens first, and it would be friendship second. It's like they fuck the hell out of each other, get some kind of visceral fucking thing going on that they just see it in both of them, and they just get enveloped in it. And it's while they're rubbing their pussies together that they're looking at each other and saying, you know, this is really nice. This is really nice. Often, that one-night stand lasts forever, if it's a true love at first sight type thing. These are a highly opinionated pair, bonding over likes and dislikes of all that they survey. Nobody escapes their censure and their discerning insight and conversation. These two are people watchers, and they love to just cackle away at all the ironic, bitter, true things in life. Now let's take a look at the compatibility between two Scorpio women. Entering the shared abode of these surreptitious ladies, one might be filled with dread. They are so intense, ganging up on friends and family alike, determined as they are to fix everyone's problems. And if you don't think you have any, they'll be happy to prove you wrong. Of course, they have no issues because they are perfect. On one level, all of us could learn a lesson in self-regard from these two. On another, they seem completely deluded and utter strangers to the notion of irony. Sometimes, when others aren't looking, they turn their agony aunt routines on each other. Then, watch out. These two can get their stingers in a twist, but instead of rowing, they give each other the big freeze out. But they'll warm up again, typically when a third party stumbles in, at which point they either credit themselves for picking them up or gleefully kick them while they're down. Interesting. So, now that we've talked a little bit about the compatibility of these two, let's delve into the carnality of Scorpio woman with Scorpio woman. Nobody in the history of womankind has ever had better sex. This is not their opinion. This is an indisputable fact. Back to reality. If there's one subject on which they fancy themselves sexperts, forever mouthing off about it, it's doing the nasty. These latter-day Sheerhites, the original was, of course, a Scorpio, have an almost clinical take on sex. In the bedroom, they don't generally let nature take its course. Instead, they open their shared goodie drawer and exchange a look that says, "What'll it be tonight?" Even whilst applying their favorite vibes to each other's V's, they'll offer commentary, critiquing how it stacks up to the toy they used that morning. Bondage will likely play a big part in their relationship, and neither will blink at the other's suggestion of inviting a third girl into the mix, because they know what they have between each other, and romping around some third chick, putting on a strap on and fucking her brains out between each other might be a real hot psychological trip for these two fucking, it's a hot thing to think about, the power dynamics that they get between each other, and it's like, okay, let's just put this somewhere else. God, I would love to be that third party. Doing so provides the opportunity to prove an outside party just how surpassing sex can be with a Scorpio. And they will typically seek to overpower a pretty young thing, attacking from both ends. Whether that's two strap-ons, or whether that's the one girl being behind, pulling the third girl down, grabbing her hair, pushing her back, putting her down, getting on her knees and fucking her hard, and then having the Scorpio down on the ground while this poor girl just fucking has a face full of pussy and a pussy full of strap-on. Blah. Hot stuff. Like, so if anybody is like a double Scorpio, I live in Ontario, you can ask for my number. If you ever need a third unicorn to be that person, give me a call. I'm here. So anyway, that was super hot. I knew it would be hot with the two Scorpio chicks. Probably the sexiest, because it's two chicks especially. Probably one of the sexiest combinations that we'll read about. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm Dustin Cormier for How to Rock Astrology. That was a turn on for me. I've got a bit of a boner. And I hope you guys enjoyed that as well. So if you enjoyed this, like, comment, subscribe. Let me know what you think in the comments. And I hope you enjoyed. For those watching live, feel free to hang out with me. I'm going to probably take another food snacky poo. And yeah, at some point I gotta have a decent meal. Maybe have a smokiola. But I want to just keep this wheel spinning because I have 4 viewers right now who are hanging out with me diligently. So I won't keep you waiting too long, folks. For now, I'm going to chill out for a little bit. I'm going to go water my plants. Let's meet back here at about 9:40, 9:45-ish. Hopefully not much more than that. Thanks, folks. Feel free to just hang out. I won't be too long. Hello, is this thing on? How's it going, folks? Nice to see you. I've got 2 people still watching me, and I appreciate all the viewership I can get. This is How to Rock Astrology. Thank you guys so much for coming. Today we've been learning about Scorpio, bisexual or gay woman, and how her erotic psychology works. Today we are going to be talking about, in this part of the episode, we're going to be talking about Scorpio woman with Sagittarius woman. I'm learning not to touch my face with this makeup on. I appreciate you guys coming today. I guess I always like to say before I start, my name is Dustin Cormier. I consider myself to be a transgender. I guess genderqueer is probably the better word to use. I'm a guy. I got the physical dick and nuts and stuff. But I deeply relate to the feminine experience. I kind of consider myself to be like a lesbian in a man's body. The feminine experience of all its ways and sorts deeply excites me, and I kind of deeply identify in that place. So this video is for anybody who, identifies as feminine and is oriented towards women. It's the kind of energy that comes out from that. Some of the ladies on my channel requested that since they saw me do the sexuality of the straight signs, they asked if I would do Scorpio Gay woman. And I appreciate them for asking, and I appreciate having the place here to tap into my own feminine side, because I love to do that. I think it's good for anybody to do, but it's especially good for me. So I hope you guys enjoy. Like I said, today we were talking about Scorpio woman with Sagittarius woman. Now, this is a live stream, ladies and gentlemen, so if anybody's watching live, feel free to ask a question, make a comment, and I will speak to it as best fits the conversation at hand. As I always say, getting some of these lines down. Now that I've been doing this live thing, I can just lick them. So, Scorpio woman with Sagittarius woman. This is just sun sign astrology, as you know. I'm going to talk a little bit about a Vedic secret regarding Jupiter in finding a woman's partner in love. First thing I want to do is talk a little bit about Scorpio and Sagittarius from a few given readings. Basically, Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega, the original Sextrology book, and then eventually after that we're going to get into detail about the sexual chemistry and carnality of a Scorpio woman meeting up with a Sagittarius woman. So anyway, blah blah blah. This first reading is going to come from Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. This is more purely an astrological reading. So we're not including gender, we're not including the fact that you're a woman or the fact that you're a lesbian or sexual orientation in this. This is just purely the sign of Scorpio mixing with Sagittarius. It's pure sexual attraction at first sight when the Archer and the Scorpion meet. But Scorpio cools down pretty fast when hit with the realization that Sagittarius is just out for fun and games. The freewheeling Archer won't stand for Scorpio's jealousy, whereas Scorpio views Sagittarius's flighty ways as acts of disloyalty. I always like to say that these are just sun signs. Western signs always really deeply emphasize these certain things. And, truth be told, I find this book is always useful because it really gives you a deep picture of the critical things that can happen in the behavior of two people interacting in a relationship. But I always find that it comes off as rather negative. And there's always a positive way Let me just squash this bug. Ugh, I got mosquitoes in here. There's always a positive way to spin the energy of any sign combination, really. You know, love is experienced first, and then compatibility kind of. I mean, it's interesting to say whether love is inherently necessarily expressed through compatibility. Sometimes we just fall in love with people and interact with people based on a circumstance that might have a thing, an astrology chart that we never cared to read or would care to read or whatever. Sometimes just love happens and love is. And that feeling of connection just kind of pours through no matter what the astrology. So you can always make any combos work. But there are better and worse combinations. What I will say is that this is just sun sign astrology. And so when we read Scorpio with Sagittarius having these characteristics, especially for women, because a pair of two women in particular are only going to have so much. I mean, the sun is important to everybody, is the centrifugal thing in the chart. It's the thing that all the planets revolve around. But it is only one planet among the many parts of the energy field that we have to deal with as human beings. So the sun usually is expressed through males more. Males, in a male to male and in a male to female relationship, the sun is really more drastic, more important, and the interaction between the man's sun really is an important thing. Although it is for the woman too. But that is to say that, like, in sun sign astrology, a woman does seek her sun. That's what they say. But she doesn't, like, exactly project her sun. So this is two women projecting each other's energy at each other in this certain way that leads to a destination. They want to manifest this kind of life, and they have to interact with each other through this solar vessel of Scorpio and Sagittarius in order to get there. What's really important for women, I'm just messing with my hair here. What's really important for women, and especially for, well, let's just say women in general, there's an ancient Vedic technique that I've been sharing in all these videos, which suggests that a woman's partner, in the same way that a man is said, a man's partner can be seen in his Venus, whereas Venus is by sign, by house, by aspect. The implications of the way that Venus would manifest in him is essentially the partner that he finds, that he attracts. And for women, it was anciently considered to be not Mars, Jupiter, actually. So that's your Vedic secret for the day. You as two women, gosh, my hair is just ridiculous today. You as two women interact with each other through Scorpio and through Sagittarius, and you know, it's its own, the sun relationship and interaction is important, but it's not as important as the for women. That's like the destination, and feeling good and doing what you do, and like, you know, the sun signs are important. Their chemistry, if it's positive, it can be a good thing. I think Scorpio and Sagittarius actually have a very positive chemistry, to be honest with you. We're going to see it unfold through these signs because Mars and Jupiter work well together. They're best friends. But essentially for a woman who's a lesbian, I wanted to stick to this point. For a lesbian woman, you seek your Jupiter in your partner. Jupiter is the thing that makes you like have you ever seen a pair of women laugh together and they just, like, something happens and they both point at, oh, that's the thing that was, and then they start laughing hysterically because they both are in on this inside joke between each other about that thing that's in a context that no one understands but them. That's what it's Jupiter, is this shared way of laughing, this shared way of joy and expressing and carrying on with expression, with existence. Jupiter is our inner expression that we seek to express through. And when somebody's inner expression, like as Jupiter, meets with our sun and is in trine with our sun, then their natural inherent inner expression, like their philosophical expression, I mean, Mercury is about how we communicate, the words that we use, how we build and construct and think of the words that we use and lay these facts down. Jupiter is about expression, What is my inner way of like expressing deep, funny joy? You know, and depending on where a woman's Jupiter is, this is the kind of thing that she seeks in her partner, whatever is the character of that Jupiter. So, you know, you as a Scorpio woman, if you have Jupiter in any of the fire signs, then a Sagittarius Sun person, your Jupiter would have this expression, this way of being in, like, you know, Leo. It's got this gargantuan performance, dramatic sort of Jupiter, and you are faithfully pushed towards things related to the sun in a way that makes a Sagittarius woman deeply feel like the way you are enriches everything that they're trying to do, everything they're trying to build. That energy that you express faithfully and optimistically is meaningful. So, long story short, for you as a woman, look for connections of your Jupiter to your partner's rising sign, moon sign especially, and her sun sign. Mars to a lesser degree as well. Trines, opposites, and conjunctions to their Jupiter. Read about what it is and where it is and what it's all about, in combination with the sun sign thing and the sun to the moon and sun and rising sign, etc. The Jupiter holds a deep secret of true compatibility. And so the reason I'm saying this is because whenever you read about anything in the sun signs, you got to dig that it's only sun sign astrology. It'll say what it is. It's a vessel. It's a vehicle. Just like when you're driving in a car, you know, like it could be a convertible, which would be like the sun's in trine, like Scorpio woman with Pisces woman, or Cancer or something like that. You know, that's their trine and they're harmonious in the sense. So that's like driving in a convertible. But it doesn't matter how cozy the vehicle is. What matters is the love that's being shared between the people in the vehicle. Do you listen to the same music? Are you going to laugh when the one person starts singing and going off in a place and you're going to get where they're going with it? And it's like, oh, geez, it's the way you are. That's what women get from a love experience. It's the way you are that I'm attracted to. And that's Jupiter. Jupiter is what we all kind of come through. It's like the open door that we have for our expression. I could think of different ways of describing Jupiter. It's a mystical thing to Westerners. It makes more experiential sense in the Vedic, I think. But I digress. So this is interesting because Sagittarius woman in particular is going to have a heavy emphasis on her Jupiter in finding a partner, because Jupiter is also related to her self-expression. So her expression, wherever her Jupiter is going to be a deep key connector to the energy of the partner, because Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter. So this sun is really jiving to the tone of wherever that Jupiter is. So again, if the Sagittarius girl's Jupiter is in a water sign, like Cancer, Pisces, or Scorpio, then this will deeply enrich you as a Scorpio sun, trying to be appreciated for your psychological depth and endurance and control. You know, if the Sagittarius girl has a water moon, then she'll connect with you in that. And she'll even enjoy it and employ it and appreciate it. And the two of you will enrich each other's lives deeply if that's the case. You know, so these are the things you got to think about in astrology when you're dealing with sun sign astrology. I could go on about it, but I feel like I should just keep talking about the subject that we came for today. Let's start getting a little word on Scorpio and Sagittarius. Oh, Laura McGee. My friend Laura McGee has said that I'm beautiful either or, and I deeply appreciate it. Hi, Marwa Mira. Glad you guys are hanging out with me. As usual, like I like to say, this is a live stream, so if anybody has any questions, comments, concerns, send me a message, send me a comment, say hi, and I'll do what I can to, I mean, you know, right now I don't have that many viewers on this channel, so I can just be like, hey, what's up? But we want to keep it spinning to the thread of the theme of the video today. So, let's continue. This is a little excerpt from Sextrology, the original Sextrology book that we've been reading today. They have these little excerpts of each coupling. It's like a little gumball that is like the essence of this couple. and then we're going to expand on it in the next reading. This is Scorpio woman with Sagittarius woman. Scorpio is always the most captivating woman in the room. So who wins the distinction here? Like two powerful magnets, Scorpio woman and... Oh, shit, I'm reading the wrong one. Sorry, guys. That's embarrassing. Let's try and just take a moment. Get that chunk out of our heads. I hate, like, assigning this data is given this label, and then we listen to it and it's the wrong label. Ugh, gross. Sorry about that. This reading is Scorpio woman with Sagittarius woman. What their sextrology is, what the book says. Scorpio woman and Sagittarius woman. They are a cloistered couple who will often relocate to a remote locale. Together, it's a life of learning. Self-concerns are the focus. Very interesting. Both of these two are erotically accessed, especially together. They bond best in bed. Scorpio and Sagittarius are leaning towards winter now, the bottom of the zodiac, where it's less, it's the nighttime dimension of the sky. Sagittarius kind of relates to like the later hours past, like around like 9 o'clock type area, p.m. And the nighttime is the right time. So these two, a combination like these two, I mean, any of the signs that are swarthing in this area tend to enjoy the external material expression and lean on it, the senses and nighttime energies anyway. They lean on these nighttime sort of energies to really express themselves at the best. So anyway, I digress. Scorpio woman and Sag. Self-concerns are the focus. It's interesting that Scorpio is in the 12th house from Sagittarius. So Scorpio has this like there's this isolating energy. The two of them are isolating. Like Scorpio would be maybe finding some refuge to isolate the often globetrotter Sagittarius. But that's more of like Scorpio just reads Sagittarius's mind. And the action of Sagittarius reacting to Scorpio is that Sagittarius just builds an identity for the two as a relationship, as compatible, a mutual resource. This could be like a power couple. These two, since Sagittarius is in the 2nd house from Scorpio, these two might show an interest in each other, in perhaps Scorpio acting like his psychological tension release mistress, where Sagittarius is like practical, functional, getting all the little running around done and out of the way, and expressing and networking with people and doing these buoyant things, while Scorpio secretly does things kind of underneath that and behind that and within the structure of that. So, that's what I was trying to get at with this self-concerns or the focus. I think that this is bound to be a good combination because Scorpio is ruled by Mars and Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter. Especially if like the Mars of Scorpio and the Jupiter of Sagittarius like get along well, then there would be a good like expression anyway. I mean, again, it's really more about like Jupiter to the moon and stuff like that when it comes to lesbians coming together. But by the sun arc, Scorpio and its mechanical nature and its ennobled, ambitious nature finds a friend in the optimism of Sagittarius, who can go through, like Sagittarius can endure a lot. And they can keep having the high energy to keep performing, whether it's in bed or whether it's some kind of mutual exploit that the two are building on together. Some kind of entrepreneurial venture between the two of them. A life, a set of values, and resources. It's the second house thing of Sagittarius, in this case. So I've said quite a bit about all of this so far. Oh, Marwa Mira, thanks for being here. I can see that you're hanging out with me, and you don't need to be a bother. I'm glad that you're here and hanging out. I do a lot of talking, and then I look at questions at some point. Oh, you bugger. Come on. Oh, I'm going to squash this mosquito. Ah, darn. Oh, sorry, that was probably loud. So, sorry. Should probably focus on what's going on here. So, that was my personal rendition of the Scorpio and Sagittarius woman energy. Let's take a look at what Starsky and Cox say about this combination. As I said, these two are the same dual authorship that wrote the original Sextrology book. This looks like in deeper detail at all the couplings. Deeper detail. This is a Scorpio woman with Sagittarius woman. These books give these little cryptic titles to each coupling. I always try to decode it and think about it. This one's called The Study. Perhaps the study of each other and thereby the study of themselves in relationship to each other. Both of these signs are kind of in the relationship area of signs. Once you go past Libra to evening, we're talking about the other, 7th house, interaction with others. Even Scorpio is like the resources we build with others. Sagittarius is our experience of what happens when we interact with others. Scorpio is like a past life for Sagittarius. So Sagittarius already has experienced Scorpios grouping together with people. And when Scorpio does its thing, which is grouping together with people based on a shared interest in merging for merging's sake, Sagittarius learns about itself. When the Scorpio lady just does what she does, connects with fusion and passionate ardor for passion and ardor and connection's sake, Sagittarius sees herself in the Scorpio girl, in this submission and in this like fusion thing. And so maybe that's where the study is coming from. The study, the observation of each other's very primal instinctive energy. Anyway, that's my take on it. Let's read through. If you guys have any other thoughts, maybe this is something I'll start doing while we're doing a live stream. What do you think the study means in reference to Scorpio woman and Sagittarius woman coming together as a lesbian couple? Feel free to let me know in the comments if you have an idea. So let's check out the chemistry between Scorpio and Sagittarius woman. Though astrological neighbors, these ladies seem to be on opposite ends of every spectrum. No two women are more opinionated, while it may irk Scorpio to no end that the centaur lady puts her own well-heeled foot down with a disarming beauty pageant smile. Indeed, Scorpio may wonder what this woman is on, as Sag seems to be alarmingly happy so much of the time and a bit patronizing. Aww. The thing that Sagittarius does. Aww. In the face of Scorpio's standard icy glare, which Sag sees as a frown which she would turn upside down. This is my best seductive come hither look, Scorpio thinks. Why isn't it working? She might console herself in knowing that Sag is no creature of subtlety, and she can simply miss such nuance. She is drawn to happy, peppy people, and Scorpio, quite simply, is not often counted in that number. Yeah, I guess I get that. There should be an expressiveness in any good partner for a Sagittarius. I would say that this really depends, again, on like if Scorpio's moon or Mars is in trine to Sagittarius's Jupiter. Then the Scorpio's moodiness or whatever it is will find a proper channel in a convergence with the Sagittarius's Jupiter. Because Scorpio is not always that moody. Scorpio's moodiness can come out in the wrong ways to certain people. For Sagittarius, it won't necessarily be like Scorpio can have a biting, psychological, to-the-knife sarcasm that Sagittarius can get a deep, deep belly laugh out of if the Sag's Jupiter is somewhere that can meet the Scorpio in the type of cynicism that she has. It's, you know, the point is that Scorpio's way is not as antagonistic to Sagittarius's character as this book makes it out to be, I think. Personal opinion. Now let's check out the compatibility of these two. To approach the possibility of a relationship, adjustments need to be made here. Refusing to believe Sag is so half-full a person, Scorpio launches an investigation into what may have flipped the permanent Pollyanna switch in Sag's life. In full disclosure, Sag readily relates the triumphs and disappointments in her life with deadpan delivery, which is typically as downtrodden as she'll allow herself to appear. And Scorpio comes away inspired by the signature Sag pluck that entails the eternal ability to pull herself up by the bootstraps, the instant version of Scorpio's own more dramatic and drawn-out phoenix-like rising from the ashes of otherwise regrettable experience. It's the moralism, the experience, the readiness to hit the hard reality of life that Sagittarius has. So, Scorpio may think, we're not so unalike after all, and there might be something to this put on a happy face jazz. Though she realizes that attempting anything more strenuous than her signature Mona Lisa smile causes her facial cramping. Very funny. Sometimes this book just makes fun of the signs like that. Now that we've talked a little bit about the compatibility of these two, let's see what this book says about the carnality, the fun, juicy bedroom stuff between Scorpio woman and Sagittarius woman. As the bond deepens, which it does slowly, these women spend an increasing amount of time alone together. Sex isn't automatic, as neither of them is certain it's the correct course for their friendship. Soon they are almost always in each other's exclusive company. And even so, that big question mark hangs in the air. Often they need a change of scenery to seal the deal, if just a quick overnight somewhere unfamiliar. Thus removed, they take the other in with fresh eyes, then fresh lips, tongues, and probing fingers. Scorpio is a deeply sensual lover who touches real and metaphoric places in the Sag that might trigger emotion in unexpected ways. Is she crying? Scorpio thinks. It figures now that she is finally in a position to deliver Sag true pleasure. She only ends up activating trauma. That's the 12th house thing. I get it. I don't think it's that heavy, though. But, the story goes on, not so, says the Sag. Sag will readily concede that she must have been sitting on a bottled-up brew of all kinds of crazy emotion that no other lover before has ever come close to excavating. That's cool. That's pretty sweet. I mean, like, that was cool that they put that way. It's just like, usually they go into sexier details, and I think that they could have, but they were hearkening to Scorpio being the 12th house position from Sagittarius, doing that past life thing that I was talking about. Just being what Scorpio is just brings the full encompassment of everything that Sagittarius has ever done, because that's what Scorpio is the 12th house, the past. Makes Sagittarius just think about whether they're satisfied with everything that they've done. But imagine how positive that can be if Sagittarius and Scorpio have led a long, deep, true, rich, fulfilling life together. Scorpio, just being what Scorpio is, will just send ripples of their lifetime of joy together, if that's how it ends up being. The 12th house is a neutral house. It can be good or it can be bad. It can be a reminder of regrettable things, or it can be a reminder of the positive bliss that we experience that's worth holding on to in this life or the next one. Damn, these mosquitoes suck. So that was cool. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Hope you guys enjoy my little philosophical ramblings once in a while. My name is Dustin Cormier. My friend Rhonda says that Scorpios bring out the best in her. And thank you, Laura, for enjoying and watching with me. So, yeah. And I hope you guys enjoyed that as well. As usual, it's a live stream. Ask questions, comments, all the things. For those watching the video, thanks for watching. Like, comment, subscribe, whatever. Do the thing. The social media thing if you feel like it. It always sounds... That's such a delicate thing. Whenever it's like, comment, subscribe, I try to treat it light. You can sound like such an asshole if you don't do it right. And let me know what you think about this video. You know, I'm always learning more about these signs, and I'm getting better at my expression of this whole lesbian and everything thing. So I hope you guys are digging. Yeah, let me know what you think, and for those watching live, keep your eye out in about like a moment or so. Basically, I'm just going to get this ready, and I think tonight I'm just going to crunch the rest of this. This has been a super long video. Too long. Much too long. So, we got to keep rolling. On to Scorpio woman with Capricorn woman. Something like that. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see you. My name is Dustin Cormier, and welcome to How to Rock Astrology. Today, we've been talking about Scorpio, bisexual, and gay woman. In this particular episode, at part of the episode, we are going to be talking about what it's like when a Scorpion lesbian woman meets with the classic crocodile, deep depth sensuality of Capricorn woman as a lesbian couple. Scorpio and Capricorn. And I hope you guys enjoy. I always say at the start of each of these that I'm biologically male, but I kind of have been exploring this whole transgender queer trip. I'm gender queer. I really can slip into both genders quite fluidly, apt word to use. And I've always really deeply related to the feminine experience. In fact, like at a deep level, I consider myself to be a lesbian in a man's body. So, with that being said, basically some of the ladies on my channel asked me to do a lesbian Scorpio woman sextrology reading. And I just want to say that I appreciate the opportunity to tap into my own feminine side by rapping with you guys on these subjects. So thank you for providing the space, or to being a part of the space. Now, Scorpio and Capricorn. This is probably one of my favorite combinations. I'm a Scorpio myself. I have lots of Scorpio energy. And I have had a Capricorn woman in the past. She was much younger than me. And it was a really great time. I think that there's something about the Scorpio in me really can deeply, deeply enjoy the stability, the pragmatism, the kind of like honesty of a Capricorn. I mean, they're conservative and they don't always say everything right off the cusp. They're not always that spontaneously spoken. But when they do say something, it's functional, and it's so often dry and right on and clever in the funniest ways that Capricorn can be. Gosh, they can be so just dry and to the point. And this, I got like Rahu in Capricorn, and somebody else might have their Jupiter in Capricorn, and that might give a deep resonance with the Capricorn Sun of this partner. So, there's many ways to define how two sun signs are going to come together. I'm thinking about the fact right now that we are talking about Mars and Saturn coming together in a way. This Scorpio being ruled by Mars and Capricorn being ruled by Saturn. So when the sun energies of Mars and Saturn come together, it kind of like disciplines Mars in a certain way, and it can kind of like embarrass Saturn in a way with the toughness or with the spontaneous, hot, directive expression that the Scorpio has. The Capricorn woman is a slower to digest person and likes things like they can react spontaneously and they can roll and they can be responsible and active. In fact, they're quite like that. But it's just the fact that the way Scorpio is, can make the Capricorn feel bad for am I not being enough because of the way you're expressing this? The Capricorn woman can really listen and deeply respect and find a mutual ambitious respect for the soul of the Scorpio. Like this is a deep respect combination where Scorpio will deeply respect the way of Capricorn, and Capricorn will deeply respect the power of Scorpio, if that makes sense. Because the Capricorn has a certain way, a certain expression, a certain instinct and listening, and a capacity to listen and understand to certain things that the Scorpio is expressing. And Scorpio has the power, the initiative, the ambition, the thought process, the logic, the mechanical mind with which to build a plan, a schema, a mutual regard that can build any combination into a perfectly well-oiled, psychologically sound machine. Towards some kind of power or directive for the Capricorn girl. Even though the Capricorn girl is probably autonomous and skillful and has her own ways and means. Both of these two probably are. So, what I often like to do in these readings is I start off with a little reading from several things. This first one's going to be from Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. This is like a purely sun sign reading, meaning that it's less about like gender or sexual orientation. This is just really more strictly about the sun signs coming together. So don't consider the fact that you're a woman or the fact that you're a lesbian or your sexual orientation in this reading. This is Scorpio with Capricorn. Sexually, you're very well matched. Yeah, I can confirm there's a deep chemistry between Scorpio and Capricorn. The power plays, the psychic enjoyment of those power plays with no guilt or anything like that. Like a mutual understanding on exactly what's going on at those subtle ways and gestures. So, even though you're sexually well matched, Scorpio feels things deeply, while Capricorn is cool and unemotional, at least in their expression and in their energy body. But their seventh is Cancer, and they do, in relationship, have a sentimentality. Both of these two are ambitious, and each likes being in charge. So your powerful personalities may clash. However, this union works because you two understand each other better than most, and they're naturally kind of compatible with each other. Yeah, that's a good reading. I agree with everything being said here. Both are ambitious and like being in charge. Powerful personalities may clash, but the union works because you two understand each other better than most understand you individually. Which is a beautiful statement to be said. It's just for some reason they just work together. Their minds go towards the right things together. I've known Capricorns in my life whom I deeply respect where their minds are. They have such a true to life experience or conception or even readiness to conceive. They got good brain arguing power. And every Capricorn that I meet deeply respects my capacity to swarm into a vast intuitive space of reckoning beyond reasoning and then grounding it in a reason to go to that place and to consider and configure that. And then the Capricorn always grounds it with like, so what's the point? It's a good combination for something that Scorpios and Capricorns both love, which is like the enjoyment of talking to each other, the enjoyment of the experience of talking with each other, and the intercourse of dealing through and with each other, and all that implies. This would be especially the case if the Jupiter of the one or the other person is in trine or conjunct or opposite to the sun, the moon, or the rising sign of the other. This is a secret Vedic technique or consideration that I always like to describe to everybody on these Western readings. Secret Vedic technique, and what it is that Jupiter is the partner planet for a woman. You know, they say that a man can see his partner in his Venus sign, what it is by sign, by house, and by the aspects to it. That's the kind of woman he's bound to attract. Same thing with Jupiter for a woman. And the reason is because Jupiter gives us all, it's our inner expression, and women in particular want to connect to somebody else's inner expression. It's what you are. You know, it's like women love when somebody will do something and they'll act and then they'll do a certain thing and the other one will like laugh because she just finds the particular way, the way of a person's expression to be funny. That's usually what happens when two women have Jupiter with either rising sign, sun, or moon in trine or in some kind of strong aspect. Even just by sign, it helps a lot. The reason is because, as I've been saying in all these videos, women, they work out their own emotional cycles, sort of like organically with having periods. You know, men don't get periods, so they don't have this purging process where they're happy and then they're, having a harder time because of the period process and the excreting emotional and everything process. Their emotions, women's emotions are involved in that. And then when they get back to the peak of their circadian rhythm, they're happy again. And this thing works out the emotional sphere for women, whereas men are more used to either doing like physical things or some kind of job where like they just don't have that cycle, and they need women to bring them in and down and to make them have the experiences that they lack naturally in their body, emotional. So for women, though, they get this shit out just naturally, and it's important for them. They're very sensitive to it. They know how to get through a hard, tough emotional experience without fucking killing themselves, because they do it all the time. So they know what anchors them, what sensual things, what ice cream, what like person to talk to about what's the ills in their lives. They know how to ventilate all this shit. So between each other, especially if their Venus and Moon is well placed, they can keep themselves happy. What they want is more than, they can keep themselves emotionally equalized. I mean, we need more than just like Venus to like keep us emotionally equalized, you know? If you have self-realization and if you have some ways of connecting you to your own capacities and skills in your own moon, then you'll be able to deal with a lot of what life throws at you anyway. What women, though, between each other in relationship, what they really seek is not somebody who will connect and help them work out their emotions per se, but it's the nature of their personality coming into contact with the other's inherent expression of Jupiter. It's what makes them laugh. It's like, have you ever seen two women? This is the example I keep using. It's like two women who, like, something happens or someone is wearing something or someone does something where they both have this like inside joke and they're like, aha, it's the thing, and they're laughing their guts out, and no one understands what the hell they're laughing at. It's because this certain funniness, like what's funny to them, is meeting. There's like a funny bone meeting that just is a vibe. And this is the kind of thing that happens when one woman's Jupiter is conjunct or in trine to another woman's rising, sun, or moon. So this is the spiel that I've been giving in all these videos. That's what women really look for, is the meaning, is the laughter and the expression and honesty and clarity and working out of dreams and ambitions along the way to the mutual destination that is each other's sun signs. So Scorpio and Capricorn, I'd say, are a pretty good vibe together. The Western books usually give them a good description of each other coming together, and it is just sun signs. I wouldn't say that it's the energetically best sharing combination, because Saturn and Mars don't always get along per se. I think that Mars is an enemy to Saturn, and that's just by planets. That doesn't mean Scorpio is an enemy to Capricorn per se. But I digress. I think that any sun sign figure, no matter what, is just sun signs. It's the other intermixing things in astrology that really bring out true compatibility and true meaning and significance in a relationship. Don't let the whole obsession with sun signs in the West make you think that that's all. Make you think that anything that's said about a sun sign is going to be the be-all, end-all of a relationship. So, I've been wrapping that whole wrap in all these videos. Let's start getting into the specifics of a Scorpio and Capricorn woman. This is Sextrology, Astrology of Sex and the Sexes by Starsky and Cox. The classic book written around the year 2000, talking about all of the psychology, as we've read from the start of this video. It contains a little snippet of each coupling for Scorpio woman. So this is now we are including gender and lesbians, lesbian coupling. What does being lesbians add to the alchemy of Scorpio and Capricorn Sun? Scorpio woman and Capricorn woman. A mutual interest in women's issues or human rights will often draw these two together. As a couple, they clash continually. But fascination, even obsession, finds them forever connected. In bed, they keep it simple. Probably more about vanilla, like mentally they keep it simple, but the simpler it is, the more pure an open, narrow gate is to their real animal, visceral expression. Simple might also mean raw. I think that's a good word to use for this couple too. Fascination, yeah. As a couple, they clash constantly. That's just them thinking about things in two different ways. Mars looks up nobly towards the ambition of problems that they want to move forward to. Solving problems for the world nobly as a useful thing that they can contribute productively and constructively, and to look forward and higher in an inspired way. Let's be our best. Let's go and do these things. Where Capricorn is more fatalistic and brutal and does things because they need to be done, and will skip noble intentions to meet the highest possible practical value for life experience. And these two can work together for that reason, because it's the Saturn, the Capricorn, living to have the best practical, pragmatic experience of what's happening right now, mixes well as a ground control and reality checker for Scorpio, who is living kind of in the future towards where we want to go as a couple, the house that we want to get, the city we want to live in, the people we want to connect with. Capricorn is the one that's grounding the rent and like having a car, and Scorpio, they might be very individual people actually coming together as a couple. But I digress. So, that was my sort of rendition of this couple. Well, coming from sextrology as well. I think these two are a good couple. Like I said, I've had the experience of being with a Capricorn woman. Let's read a little bit into it. Maybe I'll say what I can say about it. This reading now is going to come from Cosmic Coupling by Starsky and Cox. I guess I'll check for questions or comments. Sharon is asking, do you have any suggestions on the best book that describes each sign in detail? Probably my favorite for Western readers is Isabel Hickey's Astrology, A Cosmic Science by Isabel M. Hickey. I like to recommend. This is my first book, but it is like a deep part of my backbone. It's got a lot of cookbook stuff, like if Mars is in Scorpio, what's it like? But it does give a good starting description of what the signs mean psychically. There's lots of good books like that for starting astrologers. Like the only astrology book you'll ever need is also a good one. I hope that answers your question, Rhonda. I could think of more. But I also, Sextrology is really good too, because it connects your sexuality to it. I highly recommend these books. These, as a Scorpio, I read the first thing I ever read is an astrology thing. I read about Scorpio man in sextrology, and I deeply, deeply, deeply related to it. I also related to the woman one as well, I would find out later. But I digress. I highly recommend the Sextrology book as well to learn about yourself and how your energy comes off. So, I've rapped quite a bit about all the things. Now we are going to read our excerpt from Cosmic Coupling, Scorpio Woman and Capricorn Woman. This book always has a code, like a cryptic line that is supposed to represent the couple in a nutshell, including the fact that they're lesbians again, right? So the book calls this The Control. It's a very interesting little cryptic tidbit. I imagine that there will definitely be some kind of power struggle for control, for who's doing the important thing here. It's like, well, I'm Scorpio Mars looking upwards at the sky of our possibilities. If it weren't for me, we would just be in the same old place. This Capricorn woman says, yeah, well, I'm looking down at immediate problems. If it wasn't for me, we wouldn't be here at all. Chicken or the egg, you know, like they can pass it off between each other. So, let's see how this experience plays out in more interpersonal connections. This is the chemistry of Scorpio woman and Capricorn woman. There have rarely been two strong women who have gotten along so readily and easily as these power femmes. Perhaps first appreciating each other from afar. Once they strike up a conversation, they find they've got so much family, career, love life sagas in common. And as jealous and judging as they both might be of their own sex, they feel no rivalry here, despite the fact that they prize each other so highly. True friendship is what they both perceive as the inevitable outcome until one of them, okay, Scorpio, boldly breaks the ice. Cap might pretend not to notice she's suddenly dirty dancing with the Spider-Woman devil, who really should stick to more geometric forms like the foxtrot. The only problem is both will try to lead. Not to say this suggests shades of things to come. Cryptic. True friendship. There's something to be said about the fact for astrology's education's purposes, I'll say that Capricorn is in the third house from Scorpio. So these two are in they're in mutual air houses from each other. Capricorn is the third house, counting from Scorpio. Scorpio being the first, Sagittarius being the second. Capricorn is the third. So Capricorn, the sun being in Capricorn would ignite a Gemini-like relationship with the sun's identity, which is like spontaneous expression, communication, and the opening up of Scorpio's second house, which is Sagittarius. Capricorn brings out the honest and earnest expression of Scorpio at its fullest capacity and capabilities and mentality and ability to stand up for what Scorpio believes in and wants to express. And there's a friendship there, a mutuality of things that Capricorn expresses through immediate language for Scorpio, where Scorpio brings it out in Capricorn's, Scorpio relates deeply to the group that Capricorn inherently implies. The type of gains and friend group that Capricorn inherently enjoys, the intellectual, ideological values and groupings that Capricorn has, because Scorpio is in the 11th house from Capricorn. It's the Aquarius house from Capricorn being the first house, right? Yeah, you guys know what I mean. I don't have to count all the way around. So Scorpio brings out this friendship based on shared values of gains and desired goals and desired reputation and respect. Capricorn draws out its respect from Scorpio by her expression. Scorpio draws out respect from Capricorn by her values, by her ambitions, by her goals, dreams, and desires. That's the best way to say it. So now that we've talked about the chemistry between these two, let's talk a little bit about their compatibility. The book goes on. Can two adult, self-actualized women live together without driving each other crazy? Resounding yes. Scorpio can be her micromanaging self, as Cap remains the one prima individual on whom Scorpio has no designs to direct. Cap is totally predictable, carving out a simple, roomy agenda that ensures total oversight of both individual and or career and or creative pursuits. Oh, but with the least amount of effort. It takes the goat, Capricorn, time to climb to her desired vista, whilst Scorpio, that proverbial Persephone, queen of the underworld, seeks to get to the bottom of experience. Should they live together, Scorp is the lady of the house and sometime major domo to Cap, the lordess of the manor, who slips in, not unlikely in a smoking jacket, yet never infringes on Scorpio's domestic rule. She is a rare breed who keeps faith in Cap's sleeper ticket to success, never being disappointed. Very cool. They have both this mutual individuality and this quiet ambition, and yet when they meet each other, they deeply get each other and have a deep respect. I think that's sexy. These two, like, broads that are looking for respectability and value and worthiness in each other and testing each other with it, finding that it's there and getting a friendship just based on this appreciated thing that they're doing for each other. Very cool. So, once these two finally do connect, what is it like in the boudoir where they unleash their carnality? Quality takes priority over quantity in this bond, which, granted, might not be the globally warmest pussy planet in orbit, but when stars align, it erotically explodes, sex becoming a means for regularly validating the relationship. The nature of their lovemaking is characterized by neither sentimental kisses nor by angry bumping of beauties. Instead, there's a lot of gazing into each other's eyes, that ultimate expression of soul fucking, a goodly pursing of lips, and then purposeful sexing up. These are no-nonsense broads, and they don't need dime store doodads to get their girly gonads off. Scorpio spends a fair amount of time diving, and the way she splashes around, she might use a snorkel. Capricorn is more mannered, sampling Scorpio's spread as one would a fine canapé. Still, she expects to be the one more catered to in bed. Scorpio's sultry intensity makes her feel desired in the extreme, as the Spider Woman is intent on addicting her Capricorn lover to her exclusive touch. Her special, mechanically, perfectly passionate touch that can light the Capricorn girl on fire. That is a juicy combo. I knew that it would be. Something about the sultry sexiness of both of them. It's a quiet, dignified, earnest lovingness. The fact that they're in the air pockets, air position between each other must be so refreshing, especially for two lesbian girls who are just trying to relate with each other in a pleasant way. Very delicious. And I hope you guys thought so too. Let's see. Hello, my friend. I just had somebody. Rhonda, I'm glad my answer worked for you. Hello, my friend from Korea who has just joined us. And so, yeah, thanks for watching, folks. I'm Dustin Cormier. This is How to Rock Astrology. Thank you for enjoying, or at least watching, this segment today. Like, comment, subscribe. Let me know in the comments what you think about this, because I always love seeing what you guys think. Love seeing the feedback. And I hope you enjoyed. For those who are watching live still got a few people hanging out with me. Feel free to keep watching and checking it out. next up on the docket, we have Scorpio woman with Aquarius woman. Thanks for watching, folks. I'm just gonna like chill out for like a moment. Check out what this phone stuff's all about. Greetings, folks. Nice to see you. My name is Dustin Cormier. Welcome to How to Rock Astrology. Today we have been talking about Scorpio Lesbian woman and her relationships with all of the zodiac signs. And I try to get into the juicy character of it. Today we're going to be talking about Scorpio woman with Aquarius woman. So strap on and strap in. You know, I get pretty juicy at the pretty much kind of once we start talking about the actual combination. And I always like to say that I consider myself as a transgender person. I'm genderqueer, and I very deeply relate to the feminine experience. I often consider myself to be a lesbian in a man's body. So for me to do these videos is a deeply enjoyable thing. I really love doing it. It's hot, sexy story time for me. Some of the ladies on my channel, they saw that I was doing gay guy videos, and I thought, you know, me being a guy, I can relate to that experience more than I would the feminine. And I am a guy. I do got the dick and nuts and stuff like that. But like I said, I've always felt very deeply inclined as a woman. And so when the ladies on my channel asked that I do the lesbian woman series, I jumped right on it. And with that being said, I appreciate everybody giving me, joining me and hanging out with me while I get the space to tap into my own feminine side. It's really enriching for me, and I appreciate it. So, this is Scorpio woman with Aquarius woman. First thing I like to do is, well, let me just think. I guess I'll rap a little bit on my own. Scorpio and Aquarius are a square, which I don't think is as huge a deal. I'm going to talk about how, I don't think that's as huge a deal as it might be described as in the Western literature. I'm a Vedic astrologer, but my roots are in Western astrology. And these are all Western readings that we're going to be reading, but I like to lace in my own Vedic conception of how the planets kind of work. In Vedic astrology, the sun does not have a square aspect. It only has trine aspects. Amongst most of the planets are like that. The real damage that can be caused is when the sun is trine an enemy, like Saturn, or when Saturn is aspecting the sun through its own funky aspects that it has in Vedic sense. So the fact that these two suns are square to each other, there is going to be a similarity of modality. They are both fixed in their ways in different directions, different cosmic directions, different neurological spheres, different wavelengths. But there's a fixation on these different wavelengths for Aquarius and Scorpio. Aquarius is ruled by Saturn, Scorpio is ruled by Mars, so there is a it's not the best sort of combination per se, because Saturn is neutral to Mars. Saturn's, what it does, like Mars can take, it kind of refines and just sort of even disciplines the Mars a little bit in a way that Mars can deal with. But Mars can be, I might have just messed up my makeup. Mars can be kind of detrimental to Saturn in a certain way, just with the way the hard, rough, ruthless, moving forward and upward criticism Mars often employs on Saturn can just seem personal, where Aquarius, ruled by Saturn, is kind of pointing the finger at just sort of things around them and how the Scorpio is not relating properly to immediate needs and functional needs in the community and the social sphere, and in how they look to others in relationship, as a relationship. Scorpio's criticism hits the person in Aquarius, and Aquarius has a hard time dealing with their internal emotions and psychological complexes per se. They don't relate to it as readily as Scorpio does typically. So this is what happens when Mars and Saturn vibes kind of come together. But with all that being said, it's not, there are worse combinations, at least by planetary relationship. And this is also just sun signs, folks. I don't think that the square, my whole point there is that I don't think that the square of these two sun signs is as heavy as it is described in Western literature, including what we're probably going to read. But there is something to be said about it. There is something to be said about the fact that they're both fixed, one being water intuition, the other being like mental reasoning and ideological intuition, and also practical reasoning intuition and expression. So this is just sun signs, folks. As I'm going to explain as we go along, sun signs only show so much of what astrology is really all about. You got to see the whole chart in context with the other person. Moon signs, rising signs. So, with all that being said, let's start digging into the combination of Scorpio with Aquarius. Nice. Rhonda's an Aquarius. It's a live stream, folks, so if anybody feels like making a comment, please feel free. This is Scorpio with Aquarius. This first reading, we're going to do 3 readings today. This first one comes from Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. This is a description of Scorpio and Aquarius without considering gender, without involving gender or sexuality or sexual orientation. Scorpio purely with Aquarius. Not a man, not a woman, just the archetype. So, Aquarius is the airy, absent-minded, freedom-loving, and airy, absent-minded, freedom-loving Aquarius, an intense, possessive Scorpio, make a rather odd couple. Aquarius, intensely ventilates and moves and harmonizes and pushes away conflict, gets conflict dealt with, whereas Mars actually lives for conflict in a certain way, which can obviously propose an ego, a clash of psychologies until they understand this dynamic is in play. Yet, despite all your differences, or perhaps because of them, Scorpio and Aquarius often find each other totally fascinating, and a successful love affair or even marriage between you is possible, because they're both fixed. Cool. I'm glad that they actually put that in a positive sense, that there is, usually they consider the square to have dynamic tension, and obviously it says it there because, again, they're 2 fixed signs, but they might, Scorpio and Aquarius, they kind of jive with the fact that they're both fixed, opinionated, but they let other people be opinionated because what you are is what you are, because I got my own thing going on. They're both like that. They both respect that they kind of they can disagree. And it's like, are you telling me that you believe that this is this and this is this? I can't believe this. Do you want me to get us another beer? All right, I'll go get one. Goes, gets a beer, come back. So you're telling me that this is they'll disagree with each other like that, but they can probably get off on it in a certain way. You know, like, I think that there is a possibility of this being a very good, deep, rich combination in the way that this book says it as well. They're in a 4th and 10th house relationship from each other. Aquarius is the 4th house from Scorpio, so Aquarius has a domesticating energy for Scorpio, making Scorpio feel like they can finally kind of settle with this one person, feel committed in a disciplining, like, moral, securing way, in a way that is security for security's sake, and this deeply gives Scorpio the ability to have a foundation through which they can do all the things in their lives, even the 10th house thing. Scorpio can better deal with their 10th house when Aquarius is helping them domesticate and build a foundation for themselves in their 4th for themselves. Scorpio opens up the 10th house from the sun's expression of Aquarius. So Scorpio helps them to refine themselves, to up their presentation, to connect with others. That's what Scorpio really does for Aquarius, and is the connecting with others based on, like, shared fusion and mutual inspiration and involvement and investment in relationship and in partnership. This brings out the best, and this is what brings the potentialities of Aquarius to the public sphere, the 10th from themselves. It is through other people, connecting with others, having fun with the boys, or with the girls in this case, having fun with the girls, doing some crazy adventurous trip. Scorpio is connected with other people who can bring it and richly give Aquarius a platform upon which all of them can see how cool and how interesting Aquarius can be. It's through this involvement, through their fusion, through the way that Scorpio is the principle of fusion and incarnate, and is just beckoning you to open the doors to your own to your own platform, to your own limelight, to your own best expression of your abilities in yourself. It's through the fusion way that Scorpio is that Aquarius refines it herself in this way. Scorpio's in the 10th house position from Aquarius. So that's like a cool mutual ambition vibe that gives these two the potential for a power couple thing. And that can be conducive to, like, marriage and satisfaction for a lesbian couple, for sure. But what really, in my opinion, these are just sun signs. This is something I've been saying in all these videos so far, is that sun signs is just like one part of astrology. It's a smaller part than people think. It is important, but for women in particular, women don't really even necessarily embody their sun sign as much as men do. For men, between each other, in gay men and heterosexual couplings, that's really where the sun more deeply comes into play, the interaction of a woman with a man's sun. For women, there's really a different schema at play, because women can, between each other, two women can be living together and domestic together, and they have periods, and through their periods, through your period, you as a woman sort of recycle emotional energy automatically and organically. Men can't do that. That's why men are the way they are. They're just very stubborn and fixated, and they put all their energy outside themselves. Women just, their body does this thing to them, where they have to have an awareness and a ventilation of the energy that's coming through their bodies and through their emotions. So between each other, women can figure out how to get through a hard time, what to grip on, what comfort food, what type of ice cream, what friend that they can cry to, what movies they can watch, whatever comfort gets them through the hard parts of life. Venus and the moon in a woman, they're perpetuating that constantly, and will get through that with each other. So for women, for two women coming together, the sun is less important and active than Venus and the moon and the emotional sphere. And what women really seek this is a Vedic secret that Vedic astrology talks about, but the West doesn't really say as much. Most people in the West think that in the same way that a man can find out about his lover through Venus. They say a man's Venus by sign, by house, by the aspects, all those things show what his lover, his partner, would be like. For a woman, a woman's lover, a woman's partner is Jupiter. It's because a woman's Jupiter is for all of us, Jupiter is our inner expression. And this is what women deeply seek to ground themselves in, is the expression, the faith, the buoyant optimism of a partner, the natural way of buoyant expression and optimism. This is what brings out an enjoyment between two. It's a spiritual enjoyment. Jupiter is like our deep internal spiritual way of expressing ourselves through faith. It's different from Mercury. Mercury is the way we break down language in order to transmit the inner expression that we seek to express. Jupiter is the vibe. Jupiter is the intention, the motive, the inspiration, even the erotic juiciness and funny and humor. So for women, you ever see two chicks like where something happens and they're like, oh my God, that's that thing. And then they start laughing their guts out because something happened that's a mutual inside joke that only they would understand. And they're just deeply purging each other through their enormous bursts of laughter. This is the kind of thing that you find when one woman's Jupiter is meeting with the other woman's rising sign, moon sign especially, or their sun sign. When your Jupiter interacts with any one of those, then the natural instinctive reaction of that person is going to jive with your Jupiter. And it's about that expression. It's the journey along the way. The sun is about the destination. It's what we're manifesting through each other. And the sun signs together are a vehicle. They're a vessel that you have to communicate your energy through. But it's a mutually shared, built manifestation. They're both manifesting and building on their mutual sun signs, which is part of the whole thing, but it's the destination. For women, it's not necessarily about finding the destination together. It's about the enjoyment of the journey. It's about it's about the journey. It's about the shared experience of getting to where they want to go, to what they want to manifest together, to the enjoyment, the spirit, the reflection of their own spirit in the spontaneous expression of their partner. This is when one woman's Jupiter matches with the other woman's rising sign, moon, and sun, and or sun. So consider this as a lesbian woman in particular, because for two women, the sun, again, it's a vessel. It's like when you're driving you could drive in a convertible, which would be like, Scorpio with another water sign, for example. You could be driving in a convertible. It's the solar vessel. Certain things are easier between the two of you. But if there's no sharing of Jupiter, if there's no enjoyment of the people in the car, if you don't just get excited and giddy just by the way that your female partner does some silly thing and starts laughing to herself, telling a funny story that you both know you're going to laugh at and just deeply enrich each other with that inspired laughter, that's what makes the journey, the car ride, is what makes it meaningful. And meaning, purpose, this is all Jupiter things that represent the true significance of any woman in relationship with somebody else. So consider this as a woman trying to find partners. It's really about your Jupiter mixing in with those three things, rising, sun, moon, or their Jupiter mixing with you. We're talking about Scorpio woman with Aquarius woman, okay? If you're a Scorpio woman, if your Jupiter is in an air sign, then you are going to be Mrs. Watery, deep Scorpio, but you're going to put a value on your expression is going to find joyous value and inspiration in social circles, in relating with others through harmonious ways and means. And of course, the Aquarius woman's sun is going to be in trine to your Jupiter at that point. In the social reckoning, the way we look to others is going to be important to the Scorpio, and it's going to jive with the Aquarius chick. On the other way, if the Aquarius girl has Jupiter in the water sign, then she is going to, although she will enjoy social, and awarenesses and merging with others just based on shared ideas and beliefs and things, if she has Jupiter in a water sign, then she deeply understands and is excited about the sharing of emotional and passionate, deep energies between each other and the sharing of energy. She's going to, in other words, her Jupiter, as an Aquarius woman, her Jupiter is going to be in trine to your Scorpio Sun, and that is going to deeply ground the true inspiration, the feeling of meaning in a relationship. The sun signs are just sun signs. That's just how you're going to relate to your energy fields. Right? So this is something to think about that I've been saying in all these videos. But all that being said, Scorpio and Aquarius do make a pretty good vehicle. Might be a bit shaky at first as they start to learn each other and knowing that they're both fixed, passionate, stubborn in their ways. These two will eventually come to find that they can, in the way that they're fixed, they become deeply familiar with each other. They are different enough. It's not like Scorpio and Taurus. That's like opposite. Although that can actually be a positive in its own way when two sun signs are opposite each other, because the sun is enlivened by the sun. But this is a little bit more dynamic. It's earth, it's air and water, and it's sun signs. And as sun signs, this coupling can make for a good combination, even a juicy one, as we're going to start to see. The way that these two interact can have a mutual respect. Getting back to the subject of Scorpio and Aquarius, there's a mutual respect coming from the fact of Mars and Saturn both looking at problems, looking to have a respect for each other. And this is what we're going to find. But there's a giddiness that comes from Aquarius that Scorpio likes, and there's a serious psychological realness that Aquarius can ultimately enjoy in Scorpio. Although Scorpio should be careful of it being too critical, too much, because Aquarius doesn't like to feel stifled. These are my little interpretations of this sign combination. Now, let's see what Sextrology says on the subject. It's the original Sextrology book. Let's take a reading so this book has little snippets of each combination. This is Scorpio woman with Aquarius woman. What does it mean? This is a little picture of what happens when we add gender of females and the lesbian element to the Scorpio-Aquarius relationship. This is an unusual sexual liaison that soon turns serious. Assuming a maternal role, Scorpio nurtures the Aquarian's ambitions. With the water bearer, Scorpio finally gets some respect. In bed, one or the other feels eclipsed. With the water bearer, Scorpio finally gets some respect, especially because Scorpio is in the 10th house place. Aquarius just deeply respects what Scorpio is and does and how she operates, how functional and logical and disciplined she is just for its own sake. She's looking up. And Aquarius respects Scorpio woman genuinely for just what she is, loving just the goddess warrior spirit in the Scorpio. And it even brings this out of Scorpio too. Whereas Aquarius is rather domesticating to Scorpio. In bed, one or the other feels eclipsed for one of the other reasons. Depends on the interaction of Jupiters again, because these two are very similarly fixed and matched in their solar energies coming together. They feel probably very similar in an odd sort of way. And an energy, if it's like if one of them wants to take the reins and push their energy in one direction, for Scorpio, it being perhaps some kind of kink that involves a power play dynamic or a deep, raw, visceral passion. Whereas for Aquarius, it might be more of a fun, laughy thing. This is the kind of combination where Aquarius and Scorpio might be just kind of rogering and having fun, and Aquarius just might start laughing and breaking the intensity and just being silly and letting it go and dropping the weight that Scorpio's holding in this visceral intensity for Aquarius's sake, just to, Aquarius doesn't like things to be that heavy and hot and heavy per se, although they can do it in little bites, especially if there's water in the Aquarius's chart. So, but my point is that, it's the sway of the other things surrounding this chart that's going to define who gets eclipsed by whom, and whether this one person directing and initiating things rather than the other is going to cause an annoying dynamic. Ultimately, again, it's the other things in the chart. This is just the sun signs. The other things in the chart that's going to define the true depth of this surface relationship. So that's my whole personal take on a lot of all that. So now that we've kind of got ourselves to that point, this is coming from Cosmic Coupling. This is the same authors that wrote the Sextrology series. This part of the book always comes with a little title. This is Scorpio and Aquarius Woman. The title is The Accident. It's like a cryptic code. This one's interesting because I can see, I guess, that Scorpio and Aquarius are often, again, on different wavelengths, meeting in perhaps the same places, though. Scorpio being ambitious to be glorified for doing something noble. Aquarius just wanting to actually fix the world's problems for its own sake. And they meet together perhaps in humanitarian things, but in very different parts of some shared ideological grouping or thing, right? And so maybe that's why they're called The Accident. I always like to try and think about what the code means for the couple. It's like they come together by accident, but when they do, there's a lightning spark of fascination between the two of them. Let's take a look at the chemistry between Scorpio and Aquarius woman. This would-be relationship could call into question these women's issues surrounding private versus a more social, professional, or indeed public life. The domestication of the 4th house versus public life of the 10th house. Aquarius tends to make the first move here, but Scorpio will credit herself for sweeping the water bearer off her feet. The serpent likes to nest, and Aquarius is the hostess with the mostess. The dating process can be a bit of a tug-of-war. Scorpio wanting private time alone, almost exclusively. But Aquarius, not the kind of girl who ditches all her friends the second she finds a would-be mate. Scorpio may have a difficult time adjusting to Aquarius's world, underestimating just how many people solely rely upon being in contact with the water bearer on any given day. Scorpio feels claustrophobic being given so narrow an inroad. I can relate to that experience. I've felt that with I'm a Scorpio myself, and I felt that with my connection to Aquarius people. I can see my friends. Terrell Jabbar, a Cancer, is asking what are my pronouns. My pronouns is him, he, or her, she, or they. I mean, I call myself a guy, if anybody asks. But if somebody calls me a woman, I will be delighted. Oh, gee, thank you. Because I really do employ both. I'm gender fluid. I'm gender queer in those sorts of ways. So if somebody calls me a guy, I roll with it. And if somebody calls me a girl, I also very much roll with it. Whatever you call me, whatever you want. How does that go? Call me whatever you want. Just don't call me late for dinner. So I hope that makes sense, Terrell. Let me know if I can clarify that for you at all. And thank you for asking. That's very sweet of you. I'm sure you're probably going to comment and say something, but for the sake of the video, I'm going to keep rolling. So feel free to keep asking questions, and I'll periodically try to answer them. Now, let's look at the compatibility between Scorpio and Aquarius woman. The way Aquarius sees it, if Scorpio wants to get to know her, she, Scorpio, will meet her, Aquarius, on her own turf, her own friend, emotional, her own domestic scene. 4th house. Besides, she thinks, most bonds don't work out, so why invest a surplus of energy up front when she's saving that for the real McCoy? And if Scorpio puts in the effort, and this does become a steady thing, personal space will continue to be an issue, as will ego. Neither sign is one to bicker, typically, but they end up pushing each other's buttons, and Scorpio may often go one step too far. Scorpio's criticism, like I said, Mars kind of burning Saturn. Aquarius will forgive and forget. Then comes a time when a switch gets flipped, and Scorpio, assuming they're just having one of their rows, will see nothing more of Aquarius than her head getting smaller and smaller as she storms out for good. Listen, it's Scorpio assuming they're just having one of their rows. Right, so the Aquarius will eventually just dip one day. The Scorpio this Scorpio girl is just holding this annoying consciousness that, and she's not trying to get through it with me. I got no time for that kind of thing. There's never any warning with the water bearer, and no post-mortem, leaving Scorpio emotionally scrambling. Right, that's Aquarius girl. And Scorpio does get deeply attached. And Aquarius just says, this is no longer working. Scalpel, cut that out. See you later. Nice to friggin' know ya. Aquarius being ruled by Saturn can have that detachment for what her mind understands to be the best thing for her own brain's survival. Scorpio is deeply committed to the relationship. It doesn't care about her own brain's survival. She latches first, thinks about the possible consequences after. Aquarius is very careful, calculated, thinks about the vibe the whole time. And when Scorpio finally doesn't get the psychic clue that Aquarius doesn't like too much fidgeting and, like criticism, gone. Not even thinking about the statement is made in my nervous system. Could have fixed it before, could have had it, if you haven't fixed it now on your own, I don't want to be your mother and tell you about every time you're being too mean to me. See you later. I could see Aquarius definitely doing that to a Scorpio girl if these two don't ultimately have something in their charts besides the sun signs that grips them into a deeper karmic bond. If they do have such a thing, then these little blips between each other might happen, but they'll ultimately be absolved in that deeper connection, that deeper karmic bond, if it exists. Now, let's take a look at the carnality. Finally, the juicy stuff. What is the carnal experience of Scorpio and Aquarius woman in bed? This book is so hard sometimes. Nice while it lasts, These women are equally uninhibited in the bedroom. Aquarius is unmeasured and untethered, while Scorpio does maintain a certain level of control, directing the action or calling cut. The water bearer is thoroughly giving, and Scorpio might ultimately spend more time lying back in rapture than she allows herself with other women, giving the Aquarius girl a spot to perform. Something of a tomboy, courtesy of her co-ruler, Mars, Scorpio will easily end up being the passive character here to the big mama Aquarian. Interesting. A typically voluptuous figure who will engulf the Scorpio, much to that girl's delight. If Scorpio is the younger of the two, the bond typically fares better in the bedroom and out. That's interesting. A serpent less set in her ways might not find fending off the masses in Aquarius's life, or she may move right in and become a part of the pandemonium that might allow for some devilish dalliances with other pretty minions in the young Scorpio's midst. Though hurt, the Aquarian will overlook a young Scorpio in lust. It's like, I wonder what they mean by that. I wonder if they mean that an Aquarian will understand and give the Scorpio and forgive them at that time. I mean, hopefully that's the idea. Forgiveness is always the ideal thing. Again, these books often make very precise statements about these signs interacting together that I'm always wary of, or I guess I should say just always consider. This is just these people's descriptions of sun signs, right? Homie or homette. I'm just looking at my comments here. Pretty sweet, bro. Love it, Terrell. Good night, Laura McGee. So, yeah. That was the combination of Scorpio and Aquarius woman. Good, sexy, juicy, pussy-looking times. I hope you guys dug it too. I'm Dustin Cormier for How to Rock Astrology. I'm getting to the end of my rope here, folks. I've been doing this since like 4 p.m. It's 11:34. Scorpio, go, go, go. I'm like I said, I'm a Scorpio myself, and I love doing this stuff with you guys. I hope you guys dig hanging it with me and watching me do it. So, for those watching the video, like, comment, subscribe. Let me know what you thought. I always love to just hear what's being said, what the community thinks. And for those watching live, stay tuned because we're going to get the last one out of the way here. Thank you so much for all of you who have been watching so far, tuning in and tuning out and checking things out. Thanks for watching, guys. Keep watching because we got one more to go right now. As soon as I chill out for a moment. I might want to go pee. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'll be right back. Lord, it is too fucking hot in here. God damn it. Oh yeah. Okay, one more to go. Almost there, folks. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dustin Cormier. It's a pleasure to see you today. Welcome to How to Rock Astrology. Today, I have a fun video. We've been talking about gay and bisexual Scorpio woman, and we've been talking about all the combinations of Scorpio woman with all the sexy ladies of the zodiac. I'm excited about this one. This is possibly one of the deeper relationships that Scorpio can get in, of course, of a Scorpio of any sort, because these are in trine. This is Scorpio woman with Pisces woman, a lesbian couple. There's lots that can be said positively about this combination. Before I do, I always like to say, yeah, so my name's Dustin. I identify as, well, I shouldn't say mostly. I am biologically male. I got the male parts. But I have been genderqueer and quite kind of transgender oriented for a long time. I really very deeply relate with the feminine experience. It's very hot for me. It's a deep kink for me, and it's a part of who I am. Anyone who knows me from all of my creative art that I've done, there's always a shade of this feminine oyster consciousness. And so, I've been saying in all these parts of these videos that these videos are kind of a good way for me to tap into my feminine side. And I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to talk with you guys about this stuff, to get excited and to get hot and to express my feminine energy with you guys. It's been very healing for me, and, some of the ladies on my channel asked me to do this, and that's why I was doing the gay combinations, gay male combinations, and I was asked to do the woman combinations. And anyway, long story short, I'm glad that I get the ability to tap into my feminine side with you guys. So thank you very much, and thank you for being a part of that. So anyway, the reason I'm saying all that is because we're going to get into sextrology today, and we're going to get into the juicy consciousness of lesbians coming together and rubbing their pussies in each other's faces, and it's going to be great. I identify as a lesbian in a man's body. That's what I meant to say in that whole spiel. So that's why it's so meaningful. I digress. So, Scorpio and Pisces woman coming together. This is obviously a trine. The suns here are legitimately in trine together by sign, and if they're in trine by orb, that's even better, an even deeper, close, soulful reception of each other's energies. There's lots that can between the charts that really lock in the deeper connection of any sign combination. This is one of those Cadillac vehicles for expression between two people. If the sun signs are in trine, then Scorpio and Pisces deeply get each other. They're looking to build the same thing, and that's deeply useful for the sun signs together. They don't burn each other out. They jive to the same explorative, watery, reflective philosophical tune, to the tune of meaning, to the tune of noble purpose and inspiration and intention and glory. These two are really seeking that in their own quiet, subtle ways, however they've got to find it and express it, especially between each other. There can be a deep, rich, soulful expression between these two ladies, which is very good because it's this rich, soulful sharing that women really seek in relationship. Women don't necessarily express their suns to each other per se. What's really more important for women is the secret Vedic technique of love that I've been sharing to all of these in all these videos. For you Westerners, I'm a Westerner myself. I live in Canada, but I've recently been obsessed with Vedic astrology, and I've been bringing my Vedic wisdom out as much as I can, adding it, peppering it in within these essentially Western readings. And what I will say is that the secret, an ancient told secret, in the same way that a man can find his partner through Venus, anyone who identifies as the gender of man can look at the Venus in his chart by sign, by house, and by aspects. And that'll paint a picture of what his partner, his ideal partner, or a partner that comes to him in life, those are qualities that they're bound to express. And for a woman, the same can be said about Mars. Nope. In the West, it's always considered that Mars is the counter. For a woman, Mars is the counterpart of Venus for a man. But it's actually Jupiter for a woman. That's something that the West doesn't really consider. And especially for any woman, Jupiter speaks to the true expression that she seeks to enjoy in and through their partner. Jupiter is our inner expression, our thought, our intention, our inspiration, our constant mode of seeking joyous thought and expression, our artistic capacities. It's the creative excellence planet. Like Mercury is not about expression per se, it's more about the way that we conceive of the language that we use to organize and manage our reality. It's more linguistic in that sense, whereas Jupiter is more like philosophical. It's not about the words so much as about the message behind the words. And the expression, the character, it's an inherent deep sense of our wellspring of character, and that's why we get a belly laugh whenever our Jupiter interacts with another person's sun, rising sign, or moon, or anything in particular. But for you as a woman, the ancient secret to discovering a close connection between yourself and your partner, the sun signs are just a vehicle, they're just a vessel. The true interaction between the people in the vehicle is your Jupiter being in trine or opposition or conjunct your partner's moon sign, especially their rising sign or their sun. So, the sun signs are already naturally good here. So if either of the two of you has Jupiter in any of the water signs, it's going to deeply, deeply bond this relationship in particular, especially if it's the Pisces. Lord knows if this is a Pisces sun with Cancer, with Jupiter in Cancer, where it's exalted and it's trine to the two suns, these two women can find the deepest soul-reaching spiritual depths of soul, sentimental affection, satisfaction, completion, and bliss between each other in very deep ways. But this also has to do with moons and the rising sign. If one person's ascendant cusp is trine to the other girl's Jupiter, then the way they express is the real deep, rich meaning of fulfillment that women seek between each other. So my whole point in saying this is that just because you're a Scorpio and your chick is a Pisces doesn't mean that it's going to be the best relationship imaginable. The sun signs is just one part of astrology. That's what I'm trying to teach. The sun signs are like a vehicle. And when you're driving with your girlfriend through Utah on your way to California, whether you're in a convertible that's got like air conditioning and like a holder for your fucking squishy or something like that, that's like a Sun trine combination, which is what this is. You could be in that car in the convertible, or you can be in a Chevrolet Cavalier. I always say that. I always say that particular car because I had one, and I loved it, but it's not as good as a Cadillac. I don't even know cars. I don't know why I'm saying this shit, but no matter what the solar vehicle is, the solar vehicle being in trine make things easier, and it is cool, and it is very good, actually. It is good, but it's not the whole picture. You could be a Scorpio, and you should be more discerning when you consider all of the interactions that you read in these sun sign things about the problems and the good ways and everything. You always have to consider this is just sun sign astrology, and the true depth of relationship, especially between women who don't relate to their sun as much. It's really much more about the moon and the rising sign and Jupiter and the sun and the interaction of these four things for women in particular. These are the things that give the relationship, that vessel, this good vessel, true meaning. But I digress. This is a good vessel. Now that I've given my whole spiel, let's start talking about these signs actually in combination. Thank you for your patience, folks. I am trying to teach astrology, and I kind of use these videos as like bait to give people a deeper depth and grasp and sense of astrology. And but then we have fun and actually get into the juicy stuff, and that's what we're doing right now. I'm reading from like 3 different books in this session. The first one I'm going to read from is Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. This is a reading of Scorpio with Pisces without considering gender. This is not sextrology. This is not man and woman. This is not man and man, not woman and woman. No sexual orientation. Purely the archetype of Scorpio meeting with Pisces. Both Scorpio and Pisces are sensitive, feeling, and compassionate individuals. And together you have a depth of intimacy and emotional union that you will find with few others. Moreover, you share a deep psychic link that typifies true soulmates. This is a good match as long as you can put up with each other's dark moods. When you can't grip what you're wanting, or just, both of these two can just be visceral when it comes to dark moods because they're so used to being noble and looking up at noble ideals and ambitions and motivations. They're so used to just pulling each other upwards, and when one of them has to go down to bum out the party in the conquest that they're both enjoying, the sentimental rapture upwards, it's like, oh, it sucks, and they feel embarrassed. It's like, I'm sorry, what? Can't I have a bad moment? These kind of things it's like the brightness of the sun between these two makes any dark mode shade, it casts a tall shadow when either of the two have a bummer moment. But ultimately, it's so optimistic that it's way more of a good thing than anything, these two coming together. There's a depth of intimacy and emotional union, a deep psychic link that typifies true soulmates. Very lovely. So, that's really what I do, is I like to give us these small gumball impressions of this sign combination. And before we go into detail from another book, this is basically, the next 2 readings are sextrology. And sextrology includes gender and sexual orientation into its concept of 2 sun signs relating together. So this is from the original sextrology book. It's a little taste tester of what we're going to read in greater detail in the Cosmic Coupling book. This is Scorpio woman with Pisces woman sextrology. What does being lesbians add to the alchemy of Scorpio and Pisces? It's kismet when these sensorial water signs connect. Destiny, it seems, has brought them together for a specific purpose, to heal themselves and others. And they are sexually in tune from the start. This is definitely one of the better combinations for Scorpio woman in terms of sun signs. Jupiter and Mars are best friends, actually. That's why the fact that these two are in trine is what that means in Vedic astrology. Although Jupiter and Mars are also friends with the Sun, and that's not necessarily in trine. The fire and water signs are all ruled by the same planets, you'll notice. Aries is ruled by Mars, and so is Scorpio. Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter, and so is Pisces. And then the Sun and the Moon take up Cancer and Leo. So that's why Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter are all best friends and get and vibe with each other properly. So Scorpio and Pisces are both tuned to the same drum, and lo and behold, they're trine, right? Ruled by planets that share elemental rulership. Things that come from inside the soul. Mystical, internal depths of experience. Relating psychologies through each other. Relating ambitions and psychologies and delving into each other. Pouring into each other's minds, into each other's childhoods, into each other's motives and meaning of life and conception of what's important, and refining each other and themselves through that organic interception of philosophy. So, I've said an awful lot about these signs from my own sort of perspective. Let's bring it home here, folks. Really ground the feminine, lesbian, sexy, erotic experience of these two coming together. This is from Cosmic Coupling by Starsky and Cox. Same couple that does the Sextrology series. Interesting. These books always have a little key code, a little bit of data that is a micro expression of the couple, of this lesbian coupling in particular. Our book, Cosmic Coupling, calls this couple the isostasy. I'm thinking that kind of must mean, I always like to think about what it means. What does it mean in relationship to this couple? I'm thinking that it might mean that these two might be very much individuals who come together, and even they go off and do their individual things, but the shared, when they do come together, they lay a deep ecstasy that follows them whenever they follow their isolated paths of ambition and self-realization and whatever they want to do. That's my interpretation of it. Spontaneous thought. Let's see if the reading... So, this is Scorpio woman plus Pisces woman. Let's take a look at the chemistry between these two signs. It can feel like kismet when these ladies meet, as they tend to have much in common and share similar tastes. They both have a cutting humor, about which they're unapologetic, fueling each other's quips and barbs between each other and probably for the world around them. It's the Jupiter freedom to say this tightly sarcastic, sardonic wit, and Scorpio richly getting that same detached perspective on things in a way that is actually deeply enriching, because they know how they both understand and empathize with whatever it is that they're talking about. They also like to speak earnestly and honestly about it, because that's Mars and Jupiter being these positive inspiration, freedom to say what we want types of, freedom to cut into whatever we want types of psyches. Scorpio looks upon Pisces as the more fragile figure in constant need of advice. Pisces plays second banana, though she's basically humoring Scorpio. Pisces doesn't simply struggle for power. She conserves her energy for herself, and it serves her purposes for Scorpio to think she's a tad needful, as Scorpio often ends up doing for the fish. It's one would-be relationship where Pisces keeps her diva status under wraps. She masks a lot, in fact, especially artistic talent, ever shy of the spotlight. Scorpio will try to coax the fish out and see her make a splash when she can. There's a deep Pisces in the 5th house position from Scorpio. In Pisces, almost like, what's that word? When parents live through their children. What's that V word? It's almost as if Scorpio will live vicariously. Scorpio will create vicariously through Pisces, because Pisces is in the 5th sign from Scorpio. So that's where this vibe comes from, of Scorpio ending up doing things that encourages the earnest, honest, spontaneous, joyful, recreational, and even romantic and passionate expression of Pisces. And even of Scorpio. There's kind of like Scorpio gets to learn how to apply Scorpio's own creativity, because Pisces is in the 5th house and draws that out in the relationship, acts as that for Scorpio. And Scorpio gets a grip on their own creative capacities because of that. Whereas Pisces is, Scorpio's in the 9th house from Pisces, and that's where the guru, daddy, philosophical knower of what's best for you comes in, of the Scorpio doing for the Pisces in an almost hard but like spiritually very compatible way. It's not a 10th house daddy vibe. It's that Scorpio is a guru, 9th house, Jupiterian figure for Pisces, who's already Jupiterian, who already has her own sense of things. Scorpio reads hers and intuitively intuits what Piscesness means to her lived subjective experience. Because Pisces understands philosophically at the level of knowledge and study and feeling and reception, but they can't always necessarily get as firm of a grip on what they want to do with their philosophical enlightenment that Pisces often has. Their subjective sense of the meaning of life and its purposefulness, its juicy, subjective inner experience content. And it's Scorpio who's going to act as, by being naturally what Scorpio is, Scorpio is going to employ their directiveness, their assertiveness, and their care and their consideration, but also a movement that will move the Pisces to act at their best true role in life, that will enliven and inspire the Pisces. It's that 9th house inspiration content vibe. So that's why the Pisces really masks a lot, especially artistic talent. And Scorpio acts as guru that gets the Pisces to express creativity through that interaction in a way that feels like, that challenges the Pisces, but it's a challenge that Pisces finds deeply satisfying, and it expresses the Pisces at what it is. Pisces already has a deep attunement to the 5th house because Jupiter is a significator of the 5th house in a creative sense. That's more Vedic talk, but let's stick to our conversation here. This is the compatibility. Let's look into the compatibility of Scorpio woman meeting with Pisces woman. Even when just friends, there's something of a love affair feeling in this bond for Scorpio. It brings out protective instincts. Then again, she simply finds Pisces a barrel of laughs, feeling no glitch in her company from the get-go. They can be girly together, sharing a love of quality goods, not to mention some celebratory moments. Scorpio might keep a watchful eye on Pisces, who can throw all her cares to the wind, somewhat too easily. Pisces is surely the more self-contained of the two, needing to carve out solo time and space to clear her energy. She is an empath of the first order, and being around others too much can overload Pisces' system. Her mood simply shifts without explanation as she whispers and tiptoes around as if to say, "I'm not here, don't mind me," meaning bugger off. Scorpio can be at loose ends, left to her own devices, feeling lost when there's nobody else to manage. Then again, if Scorpio is self-fulfilled, then they won't have that much dependence, and if they have their own good Saturn, if Mars especially is well placed, then Scorpio will be busy putting their satisfying Mars energy into other personal ambitions anyway, so that when Pisces needs her alone time, it's good, because then they both need their alone time for different reasons. And I would also say that Pisces, if she, has her own Venus and Moon in a proper place, then she will just take her alone time in between their relationship so that it doesn't become this annoying obstruction. Pisces does feel obligated to find self-reflection and moments of peace and just sensual enjoyment, sound baths and incense and all these things. But if she has a good moon, then she will consider her connections and emotional relationships important, and she won't just sacrifice, she won't just sacrifice the moment and the connection with her lover because she needs to do this self-alone time thing. If the moon is contrasted, if it's in the 6th house from the sun, or if the sun's in the 6th house from the moon, or if the sun is in like the 12th house from the moon or whatever, these are the kind of things that might actually cause the Pisces girl to actually require withdrawal from the interaction of each other. But it's not necessarily the case usually. For the Pisces has a good what am I trying to say? The Pisces girl, basically, if she has a good Venus, which she probably will, because Venus never falls far away from the sun. Like, it never goes more than 2 signs away from the sun. So this Venus is likely close to Pisces, which is its exaltation point. So the Pisces girl may need to find her little moments of isolation once in a while, but she knows how important relationships are to her. So she won't cut the Scorpio out in any viscerally ignorant ways. She'll always communicate that there's a space that she needs, and Scorpio will enjoy the preciousness of the time when they do get together, and that'll be like possibly most of the time. It's just once in a while that Pisces needs to charge her batteries. Now, let's take a look at the carnality of Pisces and Scorpio coming together. What is it like when these two relate in the bedroom? Nowhere would Pisces lady rather feel the full tilt of Scorpio girl's signature power and control than in the boudoir. These two are sexually in tune from the start. Pisces especially appreciating if Scorpio waxes dominant. Though sometimes one herself, the fish loves butch women, appreciating that brand of tough energy, but oh so grateful there's none of that mess the other sex has between the legs. Still, Scorpio will spend a lot of time up Pisces' pussy with her own hands, or they may be working on it, her fist, and any number of phallic objects. I have been with a Pisces chick who enjoyed getting fisted. It was like a polyamorous relationship I had. Well, it wasn't a relationship. It was just I was being the third for a Pisces girl and a Scorpio guy, actually, interestingly. And yeah, that was a thing. Pisces girl likes to be opened up. Whatever you're into, baby. It was a good time. For her especially. But I digress. So, still, Scorpio will spend a lot of time up Pisces' pussy with her own hands, or they may be working on it, a fist, and any number of phallic objects. Hygiene is hugely important to the Pisces, who might give the more lax Scorpio the eye, should she not come to bed fully refreshed. For all the pounding she's wont to give Pisces, Scorpio's well aware, too, that the fish is a sucker for a soft touch. Feathers, ticklers, barely there caresses, the slightest finger touching of the breasts and behind under those butt cheeks. The bum cheeks especially are my favorite part as a Scorpio. All this stuff gets Pisces purring. Scorpio will feed the fish her boobies, which are... Oh, right, got it. Scorpio will feed the fish her sweet boobies, which are hot-wired directly to the serpent's sweet spot. She may wish the fish were a wee deeper of a muff diver. And, if the fish lady has Mars in the right place, like Leo, Scorpio, or any sort of more penetrating sign, like Capricorn especially, then that Pisces lady might just deliver. So often it has to do with the context of the rest of the chart, folks. That's what I'm always and trying to say and all this stuff. Wow. We've got a whole conversation happening in the comments. Cool. So, I guess I got some people commenting. Wow. Oh, thank you, Rhonda. I guess these folks are just like... Yeah, I'm reading you guys now. Well, I'm glad you guys decided to join the live stream experience. I guess you guys don't know what I'm doing. I'm reading Sextrology. It's the astrology of sex and the sexes. So today I've decided to read about bisexual lesbian couplings coming together. You guys are so odd. What else did you guys think? I don't know if you guys know, but this whole transgender movement is kind of like a thing, and that's kind of what I'm going by. It's something that I really enjoy doing. Stop with your gay? Are you like from the 1600s, dude? Everyone's like, I'm a dude. I got dick and nuts. But I identify in a lot of ways as a woman. I'm kind of playing with the transgender internal subjective experience, as it were. Why am I gay? because it's deeply, to use an apt word, it's deeply satisfying to me. Yeah, I know, right, Rhonda? Ah, well, thank you. I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, I haven't found a need to kill off, you know, comments yet. Yeah, I'm a guy. Yeah, for sure. I just identify, I like to employ femininity in my sexual expression. It's very satisfying, like I said. I hope that makes sense. Any other questions? Well, you don't have to watch Mr. KYS. At this point, I don't know. This is a live stream, and I've been going for 7.5 hours, and I guess whoever has been watching all this time could have signed off by now. I gotta sign off at some point, because this video is like 7.5 hours long. So what? Do you guys think, like, that heterosexuality is the only thing that's not brainwashing? I don't know. I'm like one of those, like, love is love type guys. Two dudes come together, want to kiss each other's faces. It's still, it's, you know, it's love. Like, are you guys, like, just thinking that procreation is the only big deal on the planet? I mean, there's already, like, too much population on the planet. So, white heterosexual. Wow. Nice race drop. Well, only whites and heterosexual. Well, my dude, sorry, but you really suck. I'm going to... I might... Like, I almost feel like... Yeah. I wonder how I can hide you. Let's see. Cool. So, yeah, there's this dude that literally was saying... there's this dude that was like a white supremacist that I just kind of blocked. Axel at Altixot is asking, what do I think of Jewish people? I think that being Jewish doesn't really... being whatever your race is doesn't really... I mean, it says it's part of your character. I don't know. I don't really like talk about race that much. I'm more into how people kind of relate on sort of like spontaneous, spirited places. You know, you can reach through anybody's race and culture and find cool interactions between them. Yeah, thank you, Rhonda. I appreciate it. I mean, I don't know. Right now, I'm just weeding out who I should be, like, kicking off of this channel. So far, we've only had one person that's needed to. I'm a liberal guy, and I like people to be able to say their thing. Not into the white supremacy, though. That guy sucked. So, anyway, thank you, Rhonda. Thank you for everybody watching. I hope you guys enjoyed that crazy little fucking bit at the end. Anyway. That was fun. I had to employ a bit of my Scorpio there at the end, I guess, but it's part of the fun of being a social instigator on a live platform like YouTube. I'm ready for it. I'm training, folks. All the conversations I have now are just going to be a part of the thing. Proud to be a racist, sexist, homophobe. Wow, really? Oh, you're the KIYS dude. 5th main account, right. Nazism is the way to go. Well, sorry, dude. I guess I'm just going to keep getting this guy just be homophobic and keep coming onto my channel. See, this KYS guy just kind of came back on. Oh, well, it is what it is. I guess I'm just going to have to deal with people like this. Anyway, this video is too long already. But for all of you watching live, I hope you guys are enjoying this. Thank you to Love O'Clock and Rhonda and to all my friends hanging out. Yeah. I'm Dustin Cormier. I love doing this Sextrology series with you guys, and I've always got more coming along. Thanks to Atl Altixot and Tricky Ricky and everyone for hanging out and watching. See you on the laters, folks, and thanks for being a part of the live stream.